72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why is cards green? Right, but why is cards green? He got there!
Oh.
Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Welcome everyone to the Hearthstone Grandmasters Season 1 playoffs, one of the most exciting weekends of the year for competitive Hearthstone, because come this Sunday, we will know our first 3 representatives through to the World Championships, 1 from each of Asia Pacific, Europe and Americas. And here, alongside Gia, we are going to be finding out who the Asia Pacific representative shall be.
Very exciting stuff, Derek. It's all been leading up to this. Only 3 weeks rather, to earn points compared to last year, but it's just raised the stakes that much more. Our players raring to go. We have Possessi aiming for the back-to-back World Championship. We have the likes of Alutemu, who it's baffling that we've never seen them at a World so far, but that could all change this weekend.
Yeah, I know. We often hear about best player to never win the World Championships. Alutemu really feels he's up there right at the top of best players to have never been at the World Championships. But for the format that we have for this weekend, 2 dual elimination group brackets, no matches off stream so far, which is very exciting. We get to see all the action on broadcast. The top 4 meet in a single elimination finals bracket, so both groups will be coming together to fight for that one coveted spot here in Asia Pacific. And it's a best of 5 4-deck conquest format, so it's pretty much the most standard of competitive Hearthstone formats here. But I think that does still lead to some very interesting implications in deck selection, especially when we take in Gabby's phenomenal run to winning Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac last week, and how that might affect players' choices.
That's right. We do have a few players running back exactly the same lineup as Gabby, maybe with a few tech differences here and there. But we also have a rather healthy representation of the aggro lineups here in APAC, which also made kind of a splash. A lot of players doing well with it in the Swiss. And we had, I think, at least 2 or 3 going all the way to top 16 with the full aggro. So we could see a lot of troggy business later, Derek.
We could indeed. The thing that our players always have to bear in mind in Conquest, however, is targetability. I think is again something I really want to reiterate. Something we saw Alutemu suffer from this past weekend as one of the players who did very, very well in the Masters Tour, getting all the way through to top 8, I believe, before eventually losing out. And for him, the weak deck in his lineup really felt like the Burn Shaman once he entered that top 8 portion. It did very well for him up until then, taking down a lot of the aggro and hopefully for him getting a lot of Bloom Caverns to take down any Druids or Demon Hunters as well. But here we can see him shift away from that, go for a slightly more standard lineup. And I think that's one of the main benefits of a quad aggro lineup, is that you can catch your opponent off guard. Maybe someone is trying to get away with bringing Mazaki Mage or Weapon Rogue, and if you go like what Alan's done with just straight up 4 full-on aggro decks, you're going to catch someone high and dry and could potentially get an easy win.
Yeah, you brought up a lot of things there with Alutemu in particular. I am kind of sad to see the Burn Shaman go for him, but by his own admission, like you said, it wasn't the best performing deck. I feel like Alutemu really got a lot of extra percentage with that deck compared to other players, but once he made it to the top 8, the cracks really started to show where players weren't giving him any leeway to try and get surprise lethals with his many creative lines. He has stuck now to the Gabby lineup that we are calling it, I suppose, or rather Possessi, and some others are going with that. But Alutemu is going for the Control Warrior in there. That's something a little bit different. We can take a look at what our players are playing for in terms of prize pool. Obviously, not quite as much as we are used to in the earlier weeks of Grandmasters, but of course, it's all because this is leading up to a spot at Worlds, where you do already automatically get a much bigger chunk than this.
That's right. That first place is worth a lot more than the very weird $633 extra over second place. I think that TJ and Lorinda might have a collective brain aneurysm when they see those jump in prize money from second to first. But yes, that spot at the World Championship, of course, worth so much more in terms of prize money and just glory at this point. Still brings a tear to my eye whenever I say the word. Because this is the last time that our players can qualify through to the World Championship from Grandmasters, as we grandfather out the system and go to a more open format. Our players here, it's really their last shot. And as we say, for Alutemu in particular, he's a player that we've really got our eye on for having been here right from the start. One of the best players in Asia Pacific, you know, right up there alongside Possessi, Glory, Surrender in terms of best performing of all time. And still no spot at the World Championship. So we're really hoping that he can give us a good performance, not only in the Masters tours, as he's consistently done over the years, but now when it counts in Grandmasters, he can pull it out the bag.
Indeed, and we've put a lot of spotlight on Possessi and Alutemu because they are, of course, our first match for the day, but we do have 8 total players separated into 4 groups. We'll be playing out the first group today and the second one tomorrow before we find out who ultimately wins on Sunday. And here in Group A, we, of course, have Chonsu, winner of weeks 2 and 3 of APAC Grandmasters this season, waiting in the winner's bracket. Of course, with that good seeding, the top points earned, he does get an automatic win. And on the flip side, we do have Alan on the elimination match because he was seeded 7th or 8th. He does have a huge uphill climb ahead of him, but if his tweets are to be believed, that lineup has some magic to it.
It always makes it feel that way, doesn't it, for Alan? And to be fair to him, most of the time when he's bragging about his lineup, he actually turns out to be correct. So let's hope he can 2-0 his way out of the group and get through to the semi-finals to be played out on Sunday. Going to be keeping a close eye on Chonsu because, as you said, he's the winner of 2 weeks in a row, and he himself does actually, I believe, have that Burn Shaman, which is as we've said, a very questionable bring at this point, but potentially very powerful if you can make it play off and you hit some of those more board-based matchups where the Burn Shaman really does start to shine. For Chonsu, though, of course, because he finished in first, he does get a free win, so we'll be playing the winner of Possessi versus Alutemu. But then for the second group, which will be played out tomorrow, I think we're probably also going to be showing that one. Here we go. Okashinsuke versus Lambi series, having finished middle of the pack, have to play the initial match. Mighty, after a very strong first couple of weeks, gets to be in the winner's bracket. Fell off a little bit towards the latter half, but hopefully he can bring his play back together and show us those very, very strong skills that we saw at the start of the season. And then Shaxi, another player that here right from the start of Grandmasters, potentially in with his final game in the elimination match.
And he's got another 8-trog lineup for his elimination match. He really sticks to his guns, Shaxi. And you know what? It always has a chance of working because it seems like people bringing slow druids is a foregone conclusion. However, there is quite a healthy representation of Beast Druid. The likes of Mighty also bringing that. Mighty, a player that is flying the flag for the new Grandmasters and has really gotten a lot of fans with his short time here in Grandmasters, and for good reason. Just very skilled, dresses incredibly well. A lot of people cheering for him, as my informal Twitter poll seems to prove. But Okashinsuke and Lambi is also going to be a very fun one. Lambi was the winner of week 1 of this season, maybe overshadowed a little bit by Chonsu towards the end, but things really got into groove for him and for Okashinsuke as well. He's a player who's really come into his own, I would say, alongside Chonsu in this last season that they're able to play.
Yeah, I think this meta has suited Okashinsuke very well. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and potentially a underappreciated player, I think, in the system, because he is just, you know, very reserved, both in his demeanor and his play as well. You know, as I've said time and again, he's just very, very cautious, takes these very safe lines, not especially flashy plays or flashy decks from him, but what he does do, he does it very, very well. So for his match against Lambi series later on in the week, cannot wait to see how that one is going to go. But first of all, Gia, 2 of the most dominant players in the history of Asia Pacific, Grandmasters or not, it's Possessi versus Alutemu. Alongside Glory, these two defined the fact that Japan is the best region in Asia Pacific, and they've been doing it since the start, or since 6 and 3 for Possessi as soon as he possibly could qualify into Grandmasters. And for Alutemu, as I said, right from the get-go, these players have just been on another level all the way through GM.
They've always seemed to be one step ahead in terms of the meta reads, consistently getting the good lineups regardless of format. But now that we have come to a meta that is largely stabilized, I want to say, and we're here in Conquest, perhaps they don't quite have so much of an edge in terms of lineup building. A lot of the decks are similar across the board, but we are seeing differences in their lineups head-to-head because Alutemu has that Control Warrior, whereas Possessi has the Quest Rogue. And I think that this difference here is really going to inform some of the meta of this week because we have a healthy representation of aggro players that Alutemu will be happy he brought the Warrior for, kind of just takes a free win or a free ban. And then on Possessi's side, that Quest Rogue, is there enough Demon Hunter to really justify it? And yes, everybody does have Demon Hunter, but is that one deck in Quest Rogue, if it has only one good target, is it good enough to justify bringing? Kind of remains to be seen, but Quest Rogue still has at least a good matchup into Priests.
Yeah, decent matchup versus Priest. Not bad into Druid as well. You know, my headset has definitely flipped. I do think the Druid is probably in the lead against Quest Rogue at this point, but not by an overwhelming margin. Like, Quest Rogue is still a very aggressive board-based deck that puts lots of stats online very quickly, and Druid doesn't like to see that in Hearthstone majority of the time. Obviously, just their ramp into Kazakus package is so broken right now. But for Possessi, as we can see, his list of incredibly impressive achievements. 2021 Hearthstone World Champion, obviously his crowning achievement thus far. But honestly, 60% win rate over the entirety of Grandmasters, I would say is not far behind in terms of impressiveness of stats, as to have that consistent of a win rate against that strong of a field really does speak to his caliber of player and how across any metagame, Possessi, even when it feels like he hasn't been especially enamored with the game, if I'm being perfectly honest, when he hasn't been committing as much time as we know he has in certain other metas, it still feels like his very strong baseline understanding and skill with the game has been enough to see him through no matter what.
That's right. I think Possessi is the type of player, though, even though he might be honest about whether or not he likes a meta. If we recall, last World Championship, he was just saying that he was so tired of playing Demon Hunter at the OTK Demon Hunter, but that was the deck he was best on, and he absolutely rode it all the way to victory. So when the stakes are high and when Possessi is laser focused, it doesn't really matter whether or not he enjoys the deck, I want to say. He will just look at it cold, hard, and calculated and find the best lines every single time. And now he's moved back to the Rally Priest, which is something very, very interesting because he was the first one to really bring it in APAC Grandmasters. And I want to say across all GM, like Miracle Priest with Malagos was definitely the premier version 2 to 3 weeks ago. But now it's really become a spotlight on Rally Priest, I think, after Gabby and a lot of other people's great performance at the Masters Tour. And we see Possessi returning to it. And I wonder if there's going to be some fireworks, Dark, because you were saying there's a possibility for the Rally Priest mirror in this series.
I'm just so happy it's back, Gia. I missed Rally Priest so much. I love this deck to absolute death. And even though it's a little bit different from its version back at its peak, I think before the initial nerf to Renew and Apotheosis, I still think it's such an interesting deck with just so many different strategies you can go for right from the mulligan. As we could see there with Alutemu, I believe 94 wins in Grandmasters. It looks like we're going to be just denied both his 100th win in Masters Tours and Grandmasters, because if he wins out the weekend, I think he might be able to end on like 97 wins in Grandmasters. But then no matter what, that will be the end of the run for Alutemu, as he will not be in the last call to be played out later on this year. So the very impressive career of Alutemu in Grandmasters, no matter how it goes this weekend, sadly will not hit that clean hundo.
It feels so bad for Alutemu. It's just like when you're trying to hit Legend and then you fall asleep when you're Diamond 1 and it's like, oh, come on. But for Alutemu, no chance to actually close it out with a clean number, but that's all right. We'll see him in the Masters Tours, and for a player of that caliber, I think we can make an exception. Maybe a few more wins in the Masters Tour. We can just add it over to his stats in Grandmasters. We can make that happen. Right? Lorinda, I think Alutemu deserves it. But for the opening matchup, we do have that Rally Priest into Kazakhstan Druid, and the most popular version of Kazakhstan these days is neither the token version or nor the one that runs all the armor. It's the 3 dragons at the top end and cutting Capture Cold Tooth Mine, as people start to realize that having Cold Tooth Mine is not necessarily the best thing possible against aggro, because you don't really want to draw Turbo Kazakhstan, nor do you want to draw Innervate. And in the slower matchups, you do generally have enough card draw that you're going to hit Kazakhstan consistently anyway, so might as well run a bit of a greedier package at the top end. Against Rally Priest though, I do think it's all about getting the earliest possible Kazakhstan, because you need to hit Wands of Disintegration and other removal spells to deal with all of their minions.
Well, Alutemu's hand, you know, it's good no matter what. You know, we can argue about which cards exactly you're keeping, but I think at a baseline level, I would not be upset to see a full keep here. Possessi, though, on the other side, did insta-toss an Insight, which classic Rally Priest theory would teach you to hold on to any way you can get a minion possible. What do you think about him just full mulling that hand, including the Insight?
I think it makes a lot of sense in the matchup where old Miracle Priest, that does look very, very weird because you run so few minions and the Insight is one of the best ways to tutor it out. But in this matchup and with this version of the deck, I think you are much more preferring to play a minion on turn 2 or turn 3 just straight up. You don't necessarily have the time to even corrupt the Insight and then get the cheapest minion possible. You're just trying to play a Sethic, play a Nazmani, leverage the fact that there's very little removal for Druid in the early game, and then get the buff spells on them right away. And that's especially true when you're on coin, and you can spend that turn 2 coining out a Nazmani like Possessi has here, rather than playing an Insight. Oh, Drekthar though.
Oh, Drekthar makes this hand especially spicy. I mean, obviously this hand looks most likely like it's just going to be coin Drekthar on turn 3, but there's room to experiment with like Nazmani first or palm readings. However, with Alutemu picking up Bloom Numero Dos, is this just Guff on 2 with a hero power?
I kind of like it. Bloom Bloom Guff. Okay, Alutemu says no. Interesting that he did toss the Bloom from the mulligan, got back Moonlit Guidance, and then immediately drew Bloom Bloom. But I think that makes sense, because if you hold Bloom and go Bloom Growth, it's still gonna be a while before you play Guff. So I think Alutemu was thinking, let's just play the Growth on 3, then the Guff, and then have something other than the Bloom later on. With the possibility of the double Blooms though, I thought it was super tempting to just get the Guff down, but he prioritizes the Moonlit Guidance, and I want to say is rewarded for it, because now he gets Kazakhstan in hand, and he can go for that very early while also fitting in the Guff.
Yeah, there are actually a few good outcomes off that Moonlit Guidance, one of which he coincidentally picked up the turn after in Scale. Being able to save double Bloom for either the next turn or turn after Scale of Onyxia is absolutely huge, because it allows you to clear off you know, up to 14 health of minions, which is usually enough to deal with any of these early boards that Priest is throwing down. And so I do really like this approach from Alutemu, to take it a little bit slower and set up for a slightly weaker first couple turns, but a much more robust mid-game that will allow him to actually clear off a lot of what Possessi is putting down.
Yeah, it's very true. If we look back on it, the Bloom Bloom Guff line on turn 1 would have let him ramp up to 4 mana. And then he would be at 5 the next turn, but then he'd be overloaded for 4, and he wouldn't even be able to play the Growth. So he does still end up having a dead turn with that line, whereas with this line, he has a couple slower turns at the beginning, but doesn't leave himself any one turn where he's extremely overloaded and vulnerable to a big push from Possessi. He gives himself the option to react with Scale, Bloom, or Kazakhstan a bit later on. Is gonna use 1 Bloom here, though, to ramp up a little bit more, and then commit the Nature Studies, which means that Scale is still playable next turn.
Exactly, yeah, that's the really important factor in this. You can save the Bloom and just go for Scale next turn. Possessi, though, on the other side, while we've been mainly focusing on Alutemu, who gets himself not a bad spell, decided to not coin Drekthar, instead going for a just palm readings and then Drekthar the turn after line.
Yeah, I think this is specifically because of the power word Fortitude in hand, where if he committed the coin early, he wouldn't be able to use the Fortitude immediately, but by holding onto it, he can go Drekthar and immediately buff one of his minions. Double Sethic outcome, I want to say, is not ideal here. Perhaps double Nazmani 1 Sethic would be the best way to go, including the one that's in Possessi's hand, but you're not going to complain. Probably just buff up a Sethic and then try and hit the Nazmani train next turn.
So he obviously needs to consider scale, because that at 6 mana will be playable, and he knows it on the following turn. So if he was to give +5, that's 8 health, 12 health, 15 health, but I think because of the odd numbers, that would be exactly clearable, right?
So if we Fortitude a Sethic, yeah, it would be one off of clearing everything. Yeah. But it is clearable on both the Sethics, which are the problematic minions. So Possessi is going to hold off here. And he knows that keeping the odd health on the Sethic still means that they have to eat 2 scales apiece. And even though this is very annoying for him, he does have a pretty good refill with the Nazmani and the Raised Dead. Order of proceedings is a bit curious. I was thinking he might start Nazmani Fortitude and then Raised Dead, but it might not even be a Nazmani turn together.
It's very interesting on turns like this, because it's one of the things I kind of liked bringing up is that Nazmani is sometimes not as good of a as good of a turn as you think it is. It's not going to recoup you enough mana. But here it looks like he's just going again for absolute maximum stats. It's not often you see double Drekthar in a single game actually being pretty good. And even though he only pulls out 1 Nazmani, I think we can see, unless there's exactly Raid Boss Onyxia or second scale, this is not going to be cleared up.
However, Alutemu does have the Onyxia, huge draw with the Lightning Bloom as well. You can get a lot of work done here. Possessi, though, I think Alutemu knows 100% that there is a Nazmani in hand, because there's only 1 minion pulled from this point. So not only does he have the board advantage here with the Onyxia play, he can even ramp up first before going for it. He has knowledge of Possessi's hand, and that means that Possessi is in a really, really tough spot. Does he need to top deck Rally to get through this on the next turn, and will that even be enough?
Not necessarily Rally specifically, because he hasn't actually played and had a Nazmani die yet. But I think this way of going about it is absolutely correct. Kill off all the whelps. You have a good chance at generating Shadow of Death, Wave of Apathy, some way of dealing with this Onyxia, or maybe a Gift of Luminance in order to copy this minion as well. That's not a bad pickup. These are decent spells he's generating. He just, first of all, needs to find an answer to this Onyxia.
Oh, it doesn't hit it. I think there is a Nazmani in the death pool already.
Oh, of course there is, sorry.
Yeah, but even without the Rally, definitely still is a powerful turn. All the blesses you've ever seen. Just like me going to a family party. Filipinos, we call it blessing when we have to like put an elder relative's back of their hand to our forehead. It's like mano. But anyway, kind of off topic, I'm sorry. No removal for the Onyxia is highly problematic for Possessi, but the 16/16 is also problematic for Alutemu. He has to commit Moon Touched and Feral Rage and the trade if he wants to kill that, which feels like way too much. So maybe he can take the turn and just say, Kazaka-san, save me from here. He can go Kazaka-san and innervate a draw immediately, and that means over 2 turns, quite a lot of draws to find Vampiric Fang, Scale, Wand, anything of the sort.
Yep, I like it a lot. It's incredibly unlikely that he dies on this following turn, unless there's a way to get like 2 Nazmanis on board. Unfortunately, it looks like the Discover Spectator is broken, so we are going to be blind going into this Kazaka-san. We're role-playing as Possessi in this game.
All right. Can we tell anything from Alutemu's expression? If you stare deep into his eyes, can you see the reflection of the treasures?
I know this man. I've spent hours every week. This was Bubba, Fangs, Book.
Which one?
Embers, Poison.
All right, good job. You got the poison right.
Yeah, I knew it.
No cheating whatsoever. But you didn't answer me. Which book, Holy or of the Dead?
I'm not that good at KG. I know Book. I don't know good or bad.
All right. Well, if you're Possessy here, there is a million things you have to be worried about. Cannot really afford to play around everything, and because of that, I am looking at sending the Sethic face. What is the best way of spending the rest of your mana? Is it Hysteria on an 8/8 and hope that they kill each other?
Man, I mean, I said he was never dead. This is pretty big. Like a double +6 health, plus the bless at the end as well. Down to 5 health. Necrotic Poison, obviously fantastic, and does pull him back into the game. Oh, there's the book. What did I say, Gia? I know this man.
You do know this man, even with a cop-out answer, but that means it's just lethal, right? 16 on board, 8 damage in hand from the 2 original spells, and then the Book of the Dead. Possessy tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethic got cleared. It was as good a plan as any, but in the end, Alutamu doesn't even need the Necrotic Poison because he just gets the first lethal.
Man, that was like an absolute kaiju battle at the end. Like Alutamu role-playing King Ghidorah with like the 2-headed dragon there taking it out, and then the 30-30 Sethic. What a silly way to start off the series. But I have to say, I'm glad it ended that way, because with the Priest losing, we get to see a little bit more Priest. Maybe see the Priest mirror, which we've been practicing a fair bit, and can hopefully report our findings on that one. But a huge win for Alutamu, obviously, to not just lose and with the Druid right away. But I will say that even with that one gone, the Druid did feel like it was probably going to get a win at some point in the series. So for Possessy, it's not the end of the world, and he's still got some good matchups left over with the Priest.
Right, and because we're saying that Druid probably gets a win, it sort of begs the question, why did Possessy ban the Warrior? But I want to say it makes sense to ban Warrior because Warrior is very much in the same position where, looking at Possessy's decks, the Warrior, yeah, probably gets a win at some point. It's good against the Rogue. Rally Priest is more of a questionable matchup because you can play Rally Priest in such a way for Ultra Greed compared to Miracle Priest, but I still think that the Warrior comes out slightly in the lead because they can just sort of remove your early boards and then win off of Kazaka-san. So I think no matter which ban Possessy went for between the Warrior and the Druid, he would have a problem deck remaining. It's just that the Warrior, in my opinion, had slightly higher percentages against some of his decks, so makes sense to ban that away and then just accept that you probably lose to Druid anyway. Gonna move on to Fel Demon Hunter instead, though. Wants to take a break from the Rally Priest, and I wonder if he's trying to snipe any particular matchups from Alutamu, because this Demon Hunter into Priest, I want to say, is not necessarily that good of a matchup. I think that Rally Priest has another way they can play also into this, where they just go on curve and keep refilling the board with Raise Dead and Rally, that it makes it tough for Demon Hunter to get through every single wave of threats.
Yeah, agreed. It's a deck that's a lot less vulnerable to glide, is I think the really big difference between Rally Priest and Miracle Priest in this matchup. Because a lot of the other weird cards become very, very high priority keeps in the early game. Like if you can get down a Sethic coined out, there's few ways for the Demon Hunter to answer that. They have Fury plus Hero Power, they do have the Fel Barrage, but if you can get Sethic and, say, for example, a Power Word Fortitude on the same turn, that's very possible to do around turn 3 or 4 if you're on the coin, the turn before the glide comes down. And then at that point, you just have an 8 health minion on the board, which Demon Hunter kind of just can't answer the majority of the time in the early turns. And then you just keep buffing, and there's nothing that the Demon Hunter can do. So I do favor a very aggressive, tempo-focused style in this matchup specifically, rather than setting up these plays where you go palm readings into a big pop-off, more akin to the Miracle version of the Priest. Because, like I said, big minions at the start of the game, Demon Hunter just kind of struggles to answer.
That's right, and that flexibility of how you can play the Rally Priest compared to Miracle, you can just play Rally as a curve deck and then buffing minions, and you can also go for the palm reading setup if your hand allows it. I think that flexibility is what led it to be much more popular than Malagos in recent days, and that is quite the opener for Alutamu. Minion is exactly what you want to see versus Demon Hunter, and the Power Word Feast on top of that means that Possessy will have quite a tall order in terms of removal asked of him.
You'd never consider coin Spectral Sight here, would you, just to get it outcast while you can?
I don't think so. Because using that coin, I feel, means that he has even less mana to work with for removal that he will need to do in the early game.
That's true.
However, if he wants to remove the Sethic here, he will have to coin out hero power with the Chaos Strike. But somehow I feel like Possessi is looking at this coin to pair with the Demon Render Kurtrus. Getting that down early can be the big swing he needs, rather than just giving Alutemu initiative every single turn. So it is just going to be the quest here and committing another hero power, buff up the Kurtrus, and he even respects the Sethic, getting down the health total where just power word Fortitude maybe it allows Possessi a breakpoint to clear it.
Well, I think Fortitude is the really big one here. Like, if Alutemu was on the coin, Possessi, I think, you know, even though the maths would be different, obviously, would have considered a clear more heavily because Fortitude would be immediately playable, whereas here it would have to be exactly Fortitude plus all other spells in hand, which is not impossible, but not especially likely. And even though we do see the Fortitude generated there, it was unlikely that there would be a massive health Sethic. And so I think, like you say, it's pretty reasonable that Possessi will be able to go coin Demon Render at some point.
Right. Forward Feast does undo the damage that Possessi preloaded on the Sethic, but I think that is fine for Possessi. He was maybe just trying to damage it in case the turn from Alutemu was just Aldraki, then you play... just a Nazmani, then you play Aldraki and deal with it. But man, the Sethic is just getting bigger and bigger, generating the perfect spells. Possessi already running low on health. Because Alutemu is like a bless away from nearly killing him, it feels like.
I swear, like, Sethics generating Fortitudes off of Fortitudes feels like it breaks thermodynamics. Like, it shouldn't be possible to just keep generating that much tempo and mana and all the stuff you get for, like, no expenditure at all. It's absolutely broken. And here, Possessi facing down a 15 health minion on turn 5 just needs to cross his fingers and pray that there is no bless, because then maybe, even though he's still not in a good position, he might be able to buy himself enough time. But with Fortitude number 3 for Alutemu, Possessi is just dead next turn.
Yeah, power word 3-2 right there. Alutemu. How does he do it? Possessi can't do anything. The bats are far too small. Possessi's attacked, what, 4 times so far? He can get it up to 5, but that's not enough to deal with Sethic. He cannot hit any silence effects. They are just not in the Discover pool.
Where's Dispel Magic when you need it?
I know, right? The line, is it like find Magtherodon and hope that you're not dead?
I guess, yeah.
Oh man, poor Possessi. He just couldn't do anything.
Just got priested. Okay, we need 2 attack here.
Yep, that's
gonna do it. Game 2, going to Alutemu quick as you like. This priest deck is absolutely redonkulous, and Possessi is now a single game away from going down to the elimination bracket to face Alan, whereas Alutemu only, what, like 15, 20 minutes into the actual broadcast since the games have started. He's just 2-0 up. He just needs his Demon Hunter left.
I mean, I think this is where all the energy we gave him during the Masters Tour went.
Oh,
it was it took some time to brew a little bit. We didn't get the payoff because Gabby is Gabby, right? But this is Alutemu's weekend again. It feels like everything is just going according to plan. You can see it from the big smile on his face. Early lethal with the Kazakhstan Druid, super early lethal with the Sethic, and now only has the Demon Hunter left to go. But Possessi does have a very good matchup into it if he wants to start, and then potentially another good matchup with the Rally Priest. Like Alutemu could have a taste of his own medicine here, and then we're left with the mirror. So it's still winnable for Possessi is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you say, 2 favorables and then an even is, not bad. Still quite obviously put Alutemu as the favorite here by a fair margin, but I think Possessi has still been playing some pretty good Hearthstone so far today. Like, I think the Priest, the first game he played with the Priest, especially with the Mulligan, I think just showed very good understanding of the deck. You know, throwing away the insight against Druid, as you so perfectly laid out, is exactly what you're trying to do. And in this game as well, I think by going for rapid quest progression instead of panicking and clearing off the Sethic, even though it was the losing play in this particular game, I do think on average was probably the correct way to go, just because, you know, what are the odds of 3 powered Fortitudes coming down before you've even played your Kurtrus? Not especially high, but I don't know, if your opponent's Alutemu, you can never truly predict it. Here for Alutemu, these 3 cards that I have highlighted, I think in a lot, both of the remaining bad matchups for him will be pretty clutch, because against Priest and Rogue especially, Magtheridon to me really feels like the cornerstone of your game plan that you very often have to revolve around.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice for key cards, Derek, but creative use of it, because this is a very relevant win condition like you were talking about. Even if we do get down to the mirror at some point, early Magtheridon wins a lot of those. Against Quest Rogue in particular, you value Magtheridon more for the instant board clear potential, because you hardly ever expect the 12-12 to stick around because they have Viz Flash, they have SI7 Assassin, etc., etc. You also cannot preload Magtheridon because they have Shadow Step and can just bounce back one of the tokens, and suddenly Magtheridon is just a -1 board space. So it's a difficult card to use in the matchup, but still has utility. For the early game, though, I think it's all about trying to get that fast quest progression for Alutemu and for Possessi as well. However, he doesn't have a minion SI card at the moment, which could be problematic.
Yeah, looking to pick something off of the Swindle. I mean, kind of a good draw and a bad draw at the same time, because it's annoying that you don't get the full discount on the Swindle. But just being able to play it, draw an extra card, and get those quest steps completed as quick as possible does feel nice. But Alutemu here just coining out the Eldraki Warblades, I was gonna say, in order to go for as strong a board control as possible. But it actually looks like it's just a very strong quest progression tactic instead.
Yeah, I think it's completely just to make sure the Spectral Sight goes to the far left. Oh, Need for Greed off the top, though, means that he can just play that to get stage 1 done and save those 2 cards on the left to make sure he can get stage 2 done very timely as well. Possessi, though, interestingly, does not go for Foxy Fraud Swindle on the previous turn, maybe because he just didn't want to play a minion that would die straight up to the Warblades. He is going to commit it now alongside the Scabs, which is kind of a waste on the discount again, but he had really no way of maneuvering it so that he could get full discounts on all the minions and play that Swindle, right? Because the Foxy is going to be redundant no matter what.
But still, it's a nice little board that he's made for himself here. One that Alutemu does not have to immediately answer, but would certainly like to, which stymies his plans somewhat in terms of rapid quest progression.
And the answers are not particularly clean, are they? Because you would look at Arcanist, Fell Scream, and then swing in, but then what do you do with the rest of your mana? Doesn't seem particularly clean. You don't really want to commit Immolation Aura this early either. We could see Alutemu just ignore the board, go for quest progression, and try to get a greedier board clear, because he does have a lot of healing available with the Arcanist Fell Scream, but then you have to contend with the possibility that a Neophyte comes down the next turn. It's all a little bit risky.
I mean, Neophyte is still okay, because he could always just go Arcanist plus Immo to clear off, I think, essentially anything that comes off at this point of the game.
It's just about whether he can get healing with that as well, but I guess it's not a big problem since he still has Eldraki Warblades. So he's going to take the guaranteed quest progression with double jump into Spectral into tradable, and then gets rid of the Foxy Fraud. And he's just hoping that Possessi doesn't have a tall minion generated this turn, and at the moment, nothing too threatening in hand for Possessi. Got a pretty bad gizmo as well. Secret Passage might be able to fish him out of this awkward spot. Looking for Smuggler, Informant.
Yeah, I mean, the options were either Passage or stab yourself in the face with the Extortion and then Assassin to get 2 guaranteed quest procs. But I do like that he's going for this here. On 4 mana, all of the SI cards are open, and he has a good shot of going for something like Smuggler, Step Smuggler, which he has found the possibility to go for here, but instead stepping the Scabs gets him a pretty monstrous amount of tempo actually on this turn.
Yeah, allows him to play SI7 Agent and the Smuggler, and then the Assassin will go down to, I think it's 1 off being playable.
I think 3, yeah.
So not the perfect hand dump, but still decent. I do favor Smuggler over Assassin, though. Just more stats on average, I think.
Wow, okay.
All right. So I guess with this line, he gets to maintain the Smuggler as a top deck, which will be buffed more because he did play a different SI7 card. Not sure I agree, but we'll see if it works out for Possessi here.
Kind of close. You get a 1-3 and a 3 drop. I'd say that's often about comparable to a 4-4, to be honest, especially as most of the time everything's just going to die to an Immolation Aura anyway.
That's true.
But like you say,
Speaking
very, very close.
Yeah. So if it is just the Immolation Aura for Alutamu, he can play it with the Arcanist and finish his quest with the Glide. But man, this is a lot of cards to shuffle back. Feels kind of bad. Alternate lines would include using Fellscream Blast instead.
Right.
And then Immolation Aura to clean up, which does get him quite a bit of healing.
Really just trying to think about how to format it, because if you go Immo, Arcanist, Fellscream Blast, that obviously leaves two... Oh, sorry. Two minions left on the board. Or one left on the board, so that you have to swing into a slightly awkward trade, because you'd rather buff up and go face with the rest. But if you just go Arcanist, Immo, you leave yourself with no healing at all, which is a bit of a scary health total to be at 16.
Yeah, if you get the maximum healing with the Fellscream, no matter where you point it, the Immolation Aura will still leave something up at 1 health, right?
Yeah.
And then you would have to swing, which does feel a little bit awkward, but I think it's fine for Alutamu to just take the slightly inconvenient clear here because he got so much health. He gets to re-equip the Eldraki, gets to dump cards so that when he plays Glide next turn, it's less painful. I think it's completely fine here. But Possessi now has a window to get Scabs in hand. And will that involve just playing every single SI card? This is the second Assassin, so it doesn't feel great to dump it, but I think it's just more relevant as stats right now.
Yeah, he's got a Fizz Flash for if Kurtrus as the 7/7 ever comes down. And he does now get himself, as you said, Scabs in hand. A 6-drop here as well. Okay, a pretty good one. Nice chunk of health there. And a pretty decent amount of the rogue cards give him either damage or ways to get Demon Hunter cards, which also, a lot of them are just damage.
Yeah. 9 health on that, very scary too, especially after Alutamu committed an Arcanist and an Immo and a Fellscream Blast. So it looks like he might leave this board up and just go for quest completion for himself. But I don't see a way that he can do it and play Kurtrus this turn. So this board is going to be at least 2 turns worth of problems for Alutamu. And this is why the Quest Rogue is considered such a good matchup into Demon Hunter. You rarely ever give them a window where they're free to play the quest reward. And any damage from minions sticking around suddenly becomes more problematic when you have Battlegrounds Battlemaster.
I think for Alutamu, though, his concern shouldn't be quite so much playing the quest reward Kurtrus. It should be getting Kurtrus Demon Render, the hero card, in order to be able to set up for this expendable performers plus Fellfire combo, and potentially just hitting lethal, actually, in the next few turns with his opponent around that kind of break point where you can theoretically finish them off.
It is certainly a way of going about it. With the Magtheridon, though, he does give himself potential to answer Scabs as it's played next turn. He still lacks an Arcanist or a Fellscream Blast to wake up all the tokens. Only has Immolation Aura to go with Magtheridon, but it's not impossible, and that could be something that Possessi's not expecting here. So instinct is to go Scabs, of course, stealth it up in the middle. And then you can see what sort of additional spells you get from the Mage Scribe.
Not in the middle?
Not in the middle. Is he perhaps not going to stealth it, just cash in attack now on a different minion?
I mean, you could obviously consider that with Mr. Smite to stealth up after you've attacked him, but I think just getting the Stealth now makes sense. Your opponent has a big weapon, has an Eldrazi Warblades up, which is when they are most likely to actually abuse the fact that it doesn't have stealth because they can just swing into it.
Yeah, Kurtrus is also kind of scary. Kurtrus Demon Render, I should say. But he does actually want to cash in the attack right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Gets contraband cash, and with a cutting class that will replay the cutting class. He can also get some more different... Oh wait, sorry.
Because that's a rogue card. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, he would have to play the mole and then get a Demon Hunter card to get value from... Yeah, that's just not a good spell,
that's
is
trash.
it? But Alutamu doesn't have a clean way to answer this board. Magtheridon not wakeable at the moment.
Yeah. So
Anything
if
from
he goes
studies?
Spectral Sight, there's actually nothing where he has enough mana to play the Magtheridon and Immo. Even Fellscreen Blast is too expensive. So like you say, Illidari Studies into Kurtrus is not good. Well, not especially good.
Yeah, if he gets the weapon with Outcast 1 AoE, it's 1 mana short to play with the Immolation Aura as well, right? Gets Chaos Leech here, so it's clearly not going to be a Magtheridon turn. It's just removing the most amount of damage while not having to tank too much of it himself.
Okay, there's a Fellscreen Blast, which means a top deck of Arcanist is a clear from here on in alongside the Magtheridon. But I think really, as we can see, because he hasn't been prioritizing actually completing the quest the last couple turns, he is just digging as aggressively as he can for that Kurtrus Demon Render in order to get a clear of the board and actually get a hold on the board as well. So he has a turn of breathing room to maybe set up for that combo with the Performers and the Deadeye.
16 damage available to Possessy here. He can keep cycling with Cutting Class and the Swindle, but with that much mana expended, I don't think there's any way to get lethal straight up this turn. And because of that, I favor Possessy just filling up the board as much as possible, making Magtheridon just not playable or like not giving the tokens the space to spawn.
I don't like just giving them Glide, actually. Are they going to spend 4 mana on it?
It makes sense. After the Swindle, he can still go Smuggler and Mole at the very least. Oh, Skulker Smuggler? Sure. Yeah, tons of minions on board. Even if Alutamu Hero powers down a minion, there's not enough space for all 3 tokens. And now there's a Brute in the way as well.
There it is, the Glide that, for once, Alutemu is not happy to see. Hoisted on his own petard, I believe, as the Glide is a disaster.
Farmers lets him clear both 7 health minions, but it's just not quite good enough, is it?
Okay, so that's not a Magtheridon clear, but it's still not a bad draw because he can clear off 4 attack whilst also healing for 9. And then be leaving 12, 15, 17, 18. So not dead from his perspective, at least if he goes Arcanist plus Fellscream. But as we can see, yes, ultimately dead.
Yeah. And there's also just no big win condition after that, right? That would be his last big piece of healing. Maybe Jace straight away after, but without an Eldrazi Warblades, the Jace doesn't represent much healing either. Just doesn't lead Alutamu into a truly stabilized position.
And then, as I said, 12, 15, 17, 18 on board, which, is actually 1 off?
Yeah, but I think it's very likely for Possessy to find it. If he just goes Smite Passage, you could find Wicked Stab. And is there a big punish if you miss it? Not particularly with that removal committed by Alutamu, I feel. But he's not even going to play this.
He's playing Neophytes. So there's
he's not
that many outs here.
Oh, my bad.
If any.
Okay. So it's just going to be board redevelopment. Very good still.
Man. It's actually not over. I mean, Possessy can still make a monstrous play here on this turn. Like, this board is going to be almost impossible for Alutemu to deal with. However, there's a glimmer of hope, as it does look like it was going to be step the Smuggler, but he's instead just stepping Skulker to double buff these informants, just giving them +1/+1 apiece. Okay.
Yeah, I like the double informant play a lot. Those are just too difficult for Alutemu to remove. Where is the glimmer of hope? I'm not sure. Jace doesn't deal with this board. Magtheridon has no space again for the tokens.
Yeah, he just needed to find Kurtrus a little bit sooner, like it being in the last 5 cards for him, assuming he doesn't draw it off the top. Oh, okay, that's Chase though, but again, it's just too big. I think he knows it.
Yep. Double Immolation Aura and then Fell Scream is the order you want, but even then, the Fell Barrage is not going to be enough to deal with these minions. Forgot about the Chaos Siege, to be fair, but...
So close.
Beatdown of the Smugglers, and Possessi gets himself on board. Favorable matchup out of the way, still has another favorable in the Rally Priest into Demon Hunter and potentially the Mirror. So still a lot to be done for Possessi, but finally things are starting to turn around.
They are indeed. He's got himself his first truly favorable matchup there, and he does win it with some pretty respectable rogue play. Nothing too flashy, but getting the job done against Demon Hunter as you need to do. Now moving over to the Rally Priest to try and take down the Demon Hunter once again. Like we said, another good matchup, and one that I think Possessi did show, as I said, the right mindset of not being too afraid of minions. And I think one that Alutemu will also share. Like, throughout that entire game, he clearly knew what he was going for in terms of his actual win condition, wasn't overly fussed by quest, and instead trying to find the Kurtrus Demon Render lethal at some point in the game. And I think something similar to that is probably where your head should be at as well against this Rally Priest.
Very true, and that's another matchup where Magtheridon can be clutch as well. It's hard for the Priest actually to build a board where there's not enough space for the Magtheridon tokens to come down. It's a matchup where you can experiment with preloading the Magtheridon. You can get punished because Priest can then buff the tokens out of range of most of your clears, but it is a line that you can take if you feel that early Magtheridon is the best way to go. I'm curious if Alutemu will have that option immediately available to him. And outside of that, Glide is also a pretty interesting factor in this matchup, because while the Rally Priest is not quite so weak to it compared to Miracle Priest that pretty much requires a lot of setup and cards in hand and discounts before they can truly pop off, Glide can still be pretty punishing here if Possessi hasn't hit the early minion curve.
And we were just talking about Alutemu getting a taste of his own medicine. And here it is, Possessi keeping the Fortitude on the coin here, which is a play I absolutely adore. I think that against Demon Hunter, as Alutemu showed us just earlier on in the series, this is like the most important card. After hitting your minions, I suppose, you actually have something to play on it. Demon Hunter just struggles so heavily to be able to clear this. And so Possessi, with a full mull with everything else, obviously, to try and find a minion, I think has got himself in a very, very nice position.
Right, he's hit a Sethic and Insight as another way to draw a minion later on. I'm not sure if he really expects that to be corrupted anytime soon, but just drawing a minion is fine in the matchup as long as you can buff it straight away the turn after. Alutemu here thinking whether he should commit the hero power on turn 1. I do think it's fine when he's not on coin, and just getting any additional buffs for the Kurtrus hero card later on can be relevant to clear minions.
Yep, does end up with a pretty slow start to the game. Possessi here with the palm readings is put in a very interesting position. One I've been in a few times against Demon Hunter, where the obvious best play is to wait a turn here and go for, I guess you could consider palm reading, something like that. But as long as he draws a spell on the following turn, he can actually just go straight up with the Sethic plus Fortitude on the following turn, which I think if he goes for that instead of the palm readings, it will show that, you know, it's not an especially in-depth play, but it shows that cognizance of Glide that you need while still making a strong play onto the board.
Yeah, completely agree. And I love the patience from Possessi as well, because you can make the argument for just playing the Sethek straight up on turn 2, but it is punished by quite a few things from Alutemu. We could see it would have been answered by Fel Barrage, at least on that turn. And so Possessi, without additional minions in hand and without Raise Dead, is being a bit more patient in this window that he has where Glide is not playable yet. So is it a spell off the top? It's a minion!
Okay, I mean, not a terrible draw still. It does open him up pretty heavily to Glide, as we were saying. But with that not in the outcast position for Alutemu, Possessi has dodged a bullet on this one. And next turn is looking to be incredibly powerful. I don't know how, I don't know what this hand does exactly, but something strong for sure.
For Alutemu, the best way to respond to the Nazmani is also a question, because you could just look at Fel Barrage Hero Power as a straight-up way of dealing with it, but there's also some value to getting minions on board. Like, we could see him play the Deadeye alongside the Fel Barrage and get the Hero Power. We could see him look in the studies to find potentially Kurtrus, which deals with the 2/5 and gives him a minion on board. But there's also utility to holding on to studies for the next turn if you want to try and find Glide that way, or maybe a Kurtrus for a board that you can't actually deal with straight up. So many different ways of approaching it. I'm honestly not sure.
I think I like holding on to the Deadeye here because not only is it really nice to have for the combo, which is the main reason I'm thinking of holding on to it, in this matchup that's a very real win condition that you do want to be able to threaten in the later stages of the game, but also just a 2-3 on board in this matchup, kind of a dubious prospect, like giving them a target for Holy Smite, it empowers Shadow Word Devour as well. There's a lot of ways that it can just go kind of wrong. And so by holding on to it here, I do think it leads to a stronger late game for Alutemu and potentially lowers Possessi's overall power spikes. However, speaking of power spikes, a 10-10 on turn 4 is the absolute last thing that Demon Hunter wants to be facing.
Yeah, great from Possessi to just straight up commit the coin and the bless as well to be as resilient against Glide as possible. Alutemu, though, with the Skull pickup, can play that. This is a zero-cost studies. And just say, all right, can't deal with the Sethek. Let's give myself as many chances as possible to find Magtheridon, which, with a discount from Skull, is playable next turn with Arcanist Immolation Aura.
That's true. I mean, my head was definitely more so on just picking Sigil Runner and playing Glide. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe you pick Skull and play Glide instead, just to try and lower your opponent's hand size a little bit. Maybe you pick Skull and play it as well, as Alutemu is leading up to here. If you can hit Demon Render Kurtrus or Magtheridon, as you said, it's looking a lot better. And there it is, 3 mana. Demon Render Kurtrus is potentially a way for him to actually fight back on this board.
Yeah, it's huge. Gets the Chaos Strike as well, which is a big deal because he can commit an attack this turn as well, which buffs the Kurtrus. He can attack again the next turn, buffs the Bats again, and actually sets up better prospects for actually dealing with the Sethek, which is why I really like the Skull play over the Glide, because the Glide is like, okay, progress the quest, and then you probably can't deal with the Sethek the next turn, and then you probably just die over a couple more turns' time. But the Kurtrus is not a guaranteed clear because Possessi now can pick up even more buffs for this. Power Word Infusion a little bit too expensive here, but I think it's still the pick. Could say Death just in case they have Magtheridon, but not sure.
That's true, actually. I mean, I was going to say it's Insta Power Infusion because you get a double discount with the palm readings and potentially more with Nazmani. And I do still think it is probably Power Infusion in the end. But I like that he's thinking on it for a little while here because the death was definitely not without merit. But ending with Divine Shield here, I mean, obviously it's nice to get an extra Sethek on board to generate more spells, but the main thing is undeniably the Divine Shield here. Makes it that much tougher for Alutemu to effectively clear it. It would be very unlikely that there is a clear available here. But I think with the Kurtrus now up to 5-4, I think that says there in terms of the bats, this is just a clear.
Huge. And with the Eldrazi Warblades pickup and all of these Furies, Alutemu can make up for his lost health and just get a very powerful Jace on the next turn straight away if he likes.
That's true.
He can actually clear this without all the bats going in, right? If he wants, he can take a swing and one bat.
True. Or he could even just do it with just Aldraki, Warblades, Fury, Fury, Hero.
Oh, true.
Oh, no, sorry, one off.
Right.
Shadows grow long.
Oh yeah, he lacks the mana. So it looks like it's going to be just the bats going in. Doesn't want to face tank any damage with the Aldraki, even though he did have the option of dealing with the Sethic. That's interesting. I was kind of looking at just having a minion on board as being a plus in this matchup, but you did mention a while ago it does give targets for Smite and Shadow Word Devour, and there can be all sorts of generated shenanigans that lets Priest deal with minions. Anyway,
Well,
here's the...
Speaking of generated shenanigans, this is already a pretty powerful pop-off turn for Possessi.
Power Word Infusion getting used here. You really need to have all this foresight as the Rally Priest for the spells that you pick up, because it might not be for 2 or 3 turns that they come to fruition, but absolutely building a scary, scary board for Alutamu to deal with here. If he picks up Magtheridon, he's not quite able to wake it up this turn. Okay, what does the Jace have in it? Immolation, Chaos Strike, it's going to have another Fury, and a Fel Barrage at the moment. I don't think it's a full clear, or not guaranteed, I should say.
He just needs to make sure he's surviving the turn as much as possible, which, you know, could come in the form of Fury and Hero Power, maybe a Glide to end it out. But I think, honestly, he likes his hand he's got right now. The 2-mana Deadeye and the 6-mana Performers is such a crucial way for him to actually just get the win, potentially, on the following turn. And speaking of the win next turn, it's probably not going to be a full 30 damage, but it might be 20 damage, in which case sending this face becomes all the more tempting.
Oh, but Freeze can generate healing and Apotheosis. I mean, maybe I'm a chicken, but I really want to kill one of these here. I'm not sure if it's Sethic or Nasmani, but Alutamu says, nope, he is not afraid. He's setting up the lethal. I can definitely respect this, but we'll see how hard Possessi can finish it. There's going to be so much generated here.
Oh, this is so much stuff. Okay, I mean, I kind of like going for the other Raise Dead as well, just to get another Nasmani down, if you can. And there it is. There's potentially another 2. This could be the mother of all pop-offs on this turn.
However, this flash heal's going on a minion. Possessi needs to heal a lot at the end of this. He's looking for Apotheosis, Renew, pointing a lot of spells at minions, which you need to do to keep the Sethic train going. But he needs healing! Oh man.
21 right now. Devouring Plague has nothing to go on. He decided to point the shard at the minion instead of going face, which of course means that Devouring Plague is not going to be healing anything on its own. He's still got this chain going. It's going and going and going, but there's no taunt, there's no heal, there's nothing to stop this lethal next turn from Alutemu.
Oh, flash heal! Is it down to 0? Is it down to 0?
I don't even...
It's not green! It's not green! Oh, but...
Oh, no!
It's down to 0, but he didn't play it! The Forge Fiend! That's never playable this turn. Okay, he's flash healing, but did it go on a minion? Did it go face? I don't know. Okay, it's face. However, still lethal for Alutamu, right?
I think so. Oh man, and you say that Forge Fiend never playable on this turn. If he had a little bit longer, it just was playable straight up with the Devour. Just a shard. I mean, it just cost 1 at the end of this turn.
Wait, you're right. Oh, man. But in the end, Alutemu has enough charges through. It is a full 30 damage available, I believe, with that first hero power, and then 13 refreshes, and and then the Aldraki. Okay. In any case.
Yeah, I think it gets there. Because he wasn't able to do the trick where you play the Performers first, attack one in hero power, and then play the Deadeye. because it was exact mana. But I think still this should just be enough to clutch out the win. Possessi is in the exact same situation we are, where it's just like, oh, please let it be off. I know it is, but maybe it isn't.
Right. And it's not as though Possessi played the wrong line there. Definitely not. It's hard to expect that they have the performers combo discounted already at this point without the quest even completed. He just went for the play that let him win in every single other situation. And he got a lot of actions done. That was very impressive there. Maybe a little bit more in the Forge Fiend could have made a huge difference. But today, it is Alutemu's day.
26 damage, clean lethal, 3-1 means Alutemu is going up to the decider match to face against Chonsu for that first spot in the semi-finals of the Season 1 playoffs. A phenomenal performance from Alutemu. Looks like he is on that tip-top form that we expect from him. I think at all points in the series, his knowledge of what his win condition should be was absolutely spot on, even if it wasn't what you would traditionally expect. Like, for example, in the Druid, when we were talking about Bloom, Bloom, Guff, that I thought was a very, very valid way to go about it. He held on to those blooms to give him a little bit more of a flexible game plan and potentially find some answers in the mid-game with Scale of Onyxia and Alexstrasza, for which he was rewarded. Demon Hunter wasn't overly fussed with quest completion in either of these last two games. He was quite clearly just prioritizing draw to find himself Demon Render to get the combo online. I think it was a masterclass in how to play this particular build of Demon Hunt.
Very, very impressive stuff indeed. And that is going to be a bit of a heartbreaker for Possessi. Another roadblock on the way of his back-to-back World Championship dreams. But he's not out of it yet. Goes down to face Alan in the elimination match, which will be our last one for the day. For now, though, we are going to see who makes it through straight away to Sunday between Alutemu and Chonsu. Some very exciting stuff there because Chonsu has been our most dominant player of this season. No exaggeration whatsoever. He's tweeted that he's super excited about playoffs. Chonsu's been very confident lately, and for good reason. He's been playing some incredible Hearthstone. So I think that matchup between him and Alutemu is an exciting one indeed.
It will be indeed, especially as Chonsu seems to have just stolen Alutemu's lineup from the Masters Tour last week with the Burn Shaman and the Warrior in there as well. So Alutemu is going to be facing off against not only Alutemu, but himself potentially in a way, as he heads into that decider bracket match. And like you say, of the utmost importance, as while Chonsu has been to a World Championship before, way back in the day in 2016, was it? His last appearance was. As of late, it's been a long time since I think he's had a really strong tournament victory that you and I can agree he is both well overdue at this point. But before he can get there, he will of course have to take down Alutemu, and we will see if he can do that after this very short break. it's time for the decider match here of the first day of the Hearthstone Grandmasters playoffs for Asia Pacific. The winner of this match will be heading through to the semi-finals on Sunday. So effectively, they are 3 series wins away from a spot at the World Championship. And even though we've seen Alutemu in this situation, it feels like time and again, when it really matters, both honestly in Masters Tours and in Grandmasters, he's just come short of clutching it out with 2 second places in Masters Tours, and it feels like countless close scrapes in the playoffs of Grandmasters.
It breaks my heart to hear it every single time, but maybe this is the one, Derek. However, honestly, between these 2 players, I'd be happy to see either of them go through as our representative for APAC at the World Championship, because Chonsu has also been on an unstoppable tear recently, just inimitable results, just so consistent with his play. I think he's found the right deck list every single time. He has had some very, very clean spots of lethal, and just overall macro understanding of the game plan has been on point as well. Although the lineup, I'm not sure if it will serve him quite so well this weekend, at least for not where he's ended up in the bracket. No aggro players on the other side, which I think is what he was hoping to hit with the Warrior and the Burn Shaman in there, both being quite good against the lineups of maybe Alan and Mighty on the other side.
Well, who knows? Maybe if he gets lucky, he'll lose, and he can go to face Alan in the elimination match, where he will find an aggro match. But yeah, like you say, it feels against it feels like against Alutemu, the Shaman will be in a bit of a weird spot, because Warrior, undeniably horrendous matchup. Demon Hunter, not one I'm especially fond of for the Shaman, to be honest. And even against Rally Priest, I've got to say, the more I play it on ladder, the more I get used to it, the more I like the position of the Rally Priest. It feels like even though there's a lot of freeze available to the Shaman, which obviously Priest is quite vulnerable to, you can't win the game whilst your entire board is frozen. If you're able to find answers to big Guardians, be it through Wave of Apathy, Shard of the Naru, Shadow of Death, Shadow of Ruin as well, so many different ways you can clear them off, or you just get down a big couple of taunts with 1 or 2 Elic mounts, the Shaman doesn't really have much of an avenue to victory, because they're rarely going to burn you from 30 down to 0, and all the healing can deal with the kind of piecemeal damage approach that Shaman often has to go for. And so, even though we're not at the Shaman yet for Chonsu, the point that I'm trying to lay out is just that I think that could be a potential weak spot for him.
Yeah, I would agree as well, especially with the assessment of Rally Priest into Burn Shaman. I honestly thought that even old Miracle Priest wasn't that bad into Shaman for somewhat similar reasons, where Shaman can stall you out, but they don't really have that many good ways of silencing your effects. Like, just freezing a Nazmani means that you can still continue to pile on the discounts. They can remove those minions, but the removal is also their burst potential, and once they let go of too much of that, it feels like they're falling far behind in the late game. And Priest, of course, has access to just the Shard of the Naru to deal with the big Snowfall Guardians, or potentially even generated additional removal. And I feel that Priest can come out on top there if they're not completely run over by early Wild Paw type of aggressive starts from the Shaman. We do see Chonsu starting off with the Fell Demon Hunter, though. This is pretty much similar to what we were seeing from Alutemu a while ago, and Possessi. I think the difference is there's 1 Viper in here.
Right, yeah, okay, which could make a bit of a difference. I guess less so against the other Demon Hunter mirror, where, you know, it can at least make your opponent be a little bit more liberal with their Aljaki Warblades. But against the Warriors on either side, I think is where the Rustrat Viper will really start to shine. I was just curious over the fact that we saw from Chonsu's victory that he's had 10 GM series wins in a row, which is absolutely true. But they have been pretty close scrapes, actually. Even though his series win rate is at 77%, his actual game win-loss ratio is only 58%, almost a full 20% lower. So he's just been getting those wins where he counts, which is, like we say, what Alutemu has been struggling with, despite overall very, very consistent performance.
Winning when it matters is the most important skill in Hearthstone.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Oh, Chonsu, new haircut. Love to see it. Drip, drip all over APAC. Let's see. Opening hands for both these players. I don't think there's anything to be kept other than the quest on either side. And sort of get that interesting interplay of, oh, okay, double jump kept for Chonsu. I was going to say the first person able to glide generally in the mirror is the one on coin if they do have the glide in the opening hand. If you're planning to fish it out using double jump though, it's always a little bit scary because that happens on your turn 4, which is after your opponent's turn 4, where they could have glided you first. Chonsu though goes for hero power on turn 1 as opposed to quest, even though he does have the coin, because to be fair, he already has need for greed in hand. But I was still kind of looking at quest on 1 so that turn 2 he could go spectral coin tradable for quest progression.
Yeah, or spectral coin double jump even, because, or I suppose double jump coin spectral probably more likely, because then if you do get the glide, it was actually quite feasible that he get it over to the left-hand side of his hand in order to be able to outcast it again, were that necessary. Whereas with his slower approach now, it feels like if he were to get glide off the double jump, which he is now guaranteed to, having found both spectral sites, it's much less likely that he would be able to outcast it afterwards as well. So a very conservative approach for Chonsu that I feel like in this instance may have given him quest progression 1 turn slower.
And the fact that he was willing to take that slower progression, I think hints that he really wants to be able to outcast glide against Alutamu. That's the only reason I see for keeping double jump and holding the coin is on your turn 4 you get to pull the glide and use it immediately. We'll see if Chonsu is going to be able to go for that, because for now Alutamu is in a spot where he himself is hoping to not get glide, does find the spectral 1 in 3 from that position. Very fortunate to be able to progress the quest.
Yeah, that's huge. The alternative was obviously to go for a similar approach to Chonsu, where you try and get draw and play glide on the same turn by just going for the Warblades on that turn and then saving the double jump. Now, however, all of Chonsu's careful planning may be thrown out the window in favor of, I want to say, a good draw. Like, you just coin that out and you shuffle a whole bunch of card draw back into your deck, which generally is the order you would rather do with glide, right? You want to play it before all your need for greeds, double jumps, and spectral sites.
Yeah, I like this as well. It also just negates the discounts that Alutamu's got on his hand here. And for Chonsu, the problem if you don't play the glide this turn is that if you commit to double jump glide the next turn, that means you're shuffling back even more cards, because the alternative to glide on this turn was just progressing quests with spectral sight. And that's just kind of undoing a lot of the card draw anyway. So I do like this glide, and with Chonsu shuffling back so much card draw, as you said, he's very likely to get back more of it, and he does get quite a lot with this opening post-glide hand of Spectral Sight ×2.
It's absolutely disgusting. He's just praying that Alutamu hasn't got a glide of his own in outcast position, which I would honestly say is more likely to happen than not, given that it's Alutamu we're talking about here. But not going to be the case here, as we can see. He has a bit of a weird hand. Like, it's not bad because he has need for greed in hand, which could either be traded on this turn or saved till turn 5 just to draw as many cards as possible. But it's very unlikely, tending towards impossible now that he can actually complete quest on this turn. So he's just going to take it a little bit slower.
Yeah, and I like holding on to the studies for a potential glide of his own on the next turn. But Chonsu here, at the very least, could go the double spectral sight, and it looks like he has to without any additional card draw effects picked up. Just tosses the Fell Barrage away. Don't need to hold on to that in the matchup. Keeping the hand trimmed for opposing glide is also pretty good. I don't know if it's to the extent that he'll commit the Fury, but you know, with the Jace loaded up, he could also just go for a pretty fast Jace type of win condition.
Yeah, I think you can save the Fury until it boosts up to level 2 on the following turn. But honestly, I was looking at Arcanist plus Fellscream Blast on this turn just to trim your hand that little bit more, as you so well put it, to play around glide as much as possible, which has been discovered here for Alutamu, not the one from his deck, worth bearing in mind, as he now gets quest level 2 completed, meaning that it is anybody's game here right now. Chonsu with the very subtle advantage of being one turn ahead, but as we know, Demon Hunters can turn that, flip that right around with a timely glide number 2.
And here we see the potential upside for Chonsu fitting in the hero power last turn, just trying to buff his Kurchus a little bit more. Not playable this turn, but he can just go for finishing the quest with the glide this turn. Probably still outcast it because it undoes the discounts from Alutamu's hand. But again, if Alutamu finds one of the glides in his hand, then that Kurchus could be shuffled back into the deck. And bear in mind, Alutamu's only played a generated one so far, so still 2 copies in his deck. And a studies.
That's right, whereas Chonsu has used up both of his own glides here. As Alutamu doesn't find it naturally, but he could get another one. Not quite. Spectral Sight, though, does still give him a chance to draw it off the top right if it comes into exactly outcast position.
Disaster! He has a chance to at least finish his quest, though, if the Chaos Strike gets him a tradable or another Spectral Sight. No, that's an Eldraki. This is the worst feeling in Demon Hunter, ending at 4 out of 5 and knowing your opponent is just gonna play their quest reward. Alutamu has been in this position before, though, against Possessi, where he still managed to take a victory with a surprise expendable performer's lethal. So not all hope is lost, but this hand, man, it's just a Magtheridon hand and pray that that gets there.
It is, absolutely. If he could find himself Arcanist, that would of course be clutch, as you said, to activate the Magtheridon. Get that down. I think that was the glide, which is just one turn too late. Oh, but like you say, it's actually already there. My apologies.
Yeah, with the Immolation Aura and the Fellscream Blast, it's as good of a response as any that you can have to Kurchus. It's the consolation prize of not being able to finish your quest before your opponent does, because it's a tall order for Chonsu to have to deal with this. Usually, he does have the Performer's Answer, but that would mean combo already expended if he wants to go for it. Oh, this Kurchus is so clutch! No!
Is insane. He's just got full combo in hand, ready to go now. Just needs to wait until turn 9 before it's able to come down. But again, as long as he attacks first here by going Chaos Strike or Hero Power or Fury or some combination of the above, he will be able to very cleanly deal with this Magtheridon with 6 attack bats. This has just been a disgusting game for Chonsu.
Yeah, between Hero Power and Fury, I was gonna say I'm looking at Fury just to get the mana spent out of the way, but there is also just some merit to eking every little bit of damage you can from this point, because like you said, Chonsu does have the Performer's combo, which is not likely to have enough rush targets for it to get the full 28 damage. So there is merit to holding on to that Fury for a little bit later. Now, Alutamu back to the drawing board. He can get the guaranteed Kurchus quest reward in hand with just Glide, but he wouldn't be able to play it that very same turn, which probably makes me look at the need for greed instead and try to high roll off of your draws.
Yeah, I think honestly, Alutamu at this point, you know, if he completes the quest, it's not bad. But Demon Slayer Kurchus, the quest reward is not really his win condition anymore. It's Jace, I think, at this point. You go need for greed. You hope to hit however many Furies are left in your deck. I can't remember how many he has left at this point. And you hope that that just gets you there because he's just too far behind, I think, on the quest progression, given his opponent has already played Kurchus, already has Kurchus Demon Render, the hero card, played. It's just hoping to get there with some outrageous amounts of burst damage.
It looks like he's gearing up for a Glide, though, just wondering which cards he wanted to dump before it. Immolation Aura or Eldraki. Settles on Immolation, fair enough. So Alutamu is still trying to get the Kurchus online, even though it's a full 2 turns after Chonsu. He knows he's not quite going to be dead in the near future because he's not giving targets for the Performer's combo at the moment. It's more just about trying to hit parity with their Jace, I would say.
Fair point. Yeah, it's a ways off until an actual win condition comes online. However, for Chonsu, the amount of damage he can just deal from hand, even ignoring the expendable performance plus Fellfire combo, is getting pretty beefy. Hero Power Double Fury is a lot in its own right, and Star Student Stelina to send the Kurtrus back? You can't do it to him, surely.
Has to be Stelina. And we can see here, even if Chonsu doesn't hit the Kurtrus, there's another big hit that he could shuffle back in the Jace. All right. I mean, for Chonsu here, the Sigil Runner is probably his first instinct, right? Because he was looking in the studies in the first place to get him more card draw, to find the Jace of his own and be able to close out the game as soon as possible. But I do agree that the Stelina is just a little bit too good to pass up here. Chonsu dumping the Immolation Auras from his hand before that so that he can maintain the Stelina on board. Kurtrus back into the deck he goes, and Alutamu is back to square one.
Yeah, I think what Chonsu spent that entire turn considering was, if I leave the Kurtrus in hand and instead of playing Stelina, just go Fury, Fury, Hero Power, and then next turn have 9 mana for the combo, does just 7 health on board give me lethal? And I think if he got his opponent down to 19, it was just short in the end. So I do prefer this point of going for it this way, denied him the Kurtrus, and then you've still got a decent shot at just closing out the game in the next few turns. But now with Alutemu finding a Kurtrus of his own, it's kind of getting closer. Like, Chonsu is still in the lead, I would say, but given that he can't play Performers, Deadeye, and Magtheridon all in the same turn, his actual one-turn burst potential is quite a lot lower.
True, and even if he could play the Magtheridon with the combo altogether, it's not the straight 30 damage, or 29 in this case, that he would need. So Chonsu still has quite a bit of setting up to do. And the option to remove the 6/4 with the Eldraki, but I feel like he should also be pretty cognizant of his health total from here, because Alutamu, even though he doesn't have access to Performers plus Magtheridon himself, because he already played Magtheridon, the Jace on the other side is starting to get scary. I honestly don't know how much damage it's dealing from this point, but that Fury's going up to rank 3 next turn, so I'd be scared if I were Chonsu.
And if you don't clear this 6/4, I would say it very possibly is lethal. And Chonsu was always going to clear it in one way or the other. It was just whether he goes for Arcanist plus Fel Barrage or Magtheridon Arcanist Fellscream Blast, as he's gone for here, to heal back up and get a 12/12 online. The benefit of this is obvious. He heals and gets a 12/12 on board, but it does, again, limit the amount of damage he can potentially deal, because the Bat is off the board. The Magtheridon Acolytes are not there to attack into either anymore. So it's a pretty face-up game plan, and if Alutemu can answer this, it's looking a lot better for him.
Yeah, we could get into a weird spot where this ends in fatigue, actually, because with the back and forth answers, it does seem like Chonsu's ahead here, because he had the best possible answer for Alutamu's Magtheridon with the bats, whereas Alutamu's already expended his bats, right? So to answer this Magtheridon without one of his own, he probably needs to use Jace at this point, and then Chonsu has the answer to that Jace with his own Jace, potentially. But if there's not enough minion targets on the other side at that point, then the Performers combo might not represent lethal. We can see Alutamu's not actually even going for the clear on the Magtheridon with Jace. Is he going for it with his face? Nope, it's going all the way to the dome. All right, then.
I can respect it. Next turn, Hero Power, Fury plus the Jace. There's a good chance that it's just going to be lethal. And here for Chonsu, he's got himself 12, 2 Hero Powers, Fel Barrage, and a Fury. It's a lot of damage, but it's not 30.
It's not. He was praying for his own Jace, but it's just in the bottom 4 here. Alutamu taking a very brave line of hoping there was no Jace. And we'll see if he gets rewarded for it, because Chonsu can just heal back up to full with the Fury committed as well. And the last charge of the Warblade's lifesteal. Is he gonna go for it? I think he should.
I agree. I don't see the Fury getting any better than this.
Yeah.
The answer is
One thing he's afraid of at this point is Jace.
shadows grow long.
Because Performer's combo on the other side wouldn't have enough health on Chonsu's side to rush into. Just the 12 means that it refreshes for 24. Although, having said that, Performers plus Fury plus the Warblades might represent lethal, but for Chonsu, he simply cannot play around all of that, right? He has to set up his own win condition. For Alutamu here, it's all about the Jace now.
It
first?
is, yeah, and it's so unfortunate that he doesn't have any discounts because you'd love to fit in this Fel Barrage potentially alongside an Arcanist with the Jace. But now, does he have to just go Fel Barrage plus Jace? Because I think that gives him a guaranteed clear on the 12-12 because just all the Fel Barrages will hit it at one point or another. But it's a lot of damage he's losing by not doubling up on the Fury.
Well, we'll see if it is still going to be a possible clear on the Magtheridon. If it's not, with just the spells, he can still face tank it. But man, does that feel expensive.
There is no measure to my fury. There is no measure
So much healing. It's absolutely insane. He's almost all the way back up to full.
Oh, going to the dome.
Again. Oh!
It's just zero respect for the Jace on the other side, which fair enough. Like, Alutamu simply doesn't have win conditions at this point if he doesn't send that damage to the face.
That's a Viper you can trade back. It's a Warblades, an Arcanist? No, not the Arcanist. So you can get 24 damage face on this turn, right? With 2 hero powers, 8 from the Fel Barrage.
Yeah.
If you go Fel Scream as well.
The answer is here.
But Chonsu will surely be thinking about healing as well here because the Performer's combo is also his concern here. Like, he has seen the Jace. Is there a world where he deliberately kills off his Magtheridon to give Alutamu no rush targets?
Aim for the wheels.
I bet you can do this.
He's doing it.
Wow.
Does he trade? He's gonna trade, right? Yeah. Oh man, it feels horrible, but I think Chonsu has the right idea here. However, does this ever work out in his favor? Because he's actually deeper in fatigue than Alutamu. He has to rely on his own Jace to get the lethal, but I'm not quite sure if he's capable of doing that at this point.
Okay, 8, 12, 14 damage, I think, with Arcanist, Fel Barrage, hero power. In terms of outs for Alutemu, I don't think there are any. Second talented Arcanist would get him up to 1 off lethal if we were able to draw it, and then play both the Fel Barrages on the same turn.
Right.
My quest,
Going to play the 7/7 mainly for the body at this point, which is fine because he's seen the Deadeye, right? He doesn't mind putting too much health on board because Chonsu cannot get the maximum amount of damage from the refreshing hero powers anymore. He is just trying to put walls of stats in the way for the Jace, which is Alutamu's biggest fear at the moment. And there it finally is for Chonsu, so late. But is it going to be enough? My instinct is honestly to say no, Derek. I think Alutamu can probably just clear this and try and win off of fatigue.
And fatigue is a real concern now for Chonsu. He gets the heal with the Eldraki Warblades as the last card in his deck is so important here to heal back up. But with no cards left in deck whatsoever, it's honestly just too close to call.
It is super close. Crucial point though, Alutamu still has Fel Scream Blast. That's a little bit of healing.
Sure.
Onto
Does he have to play it on though?
his own Performer? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, the Viper. That's something. Yep.
Okay, there's the combo. That's Deadeye plus the performers. Obviously, there's only 4 health on the other side of the board, and that's all there ever will be. So he could just go in with it right now. He knows his opponent's last card is expendable performers, which even though there's no Deadeye to go alongside it, is just 2 extra hero powers on a turn if you give them things to attack into, which honestly
True.
could be the difference between living and dying when the margins are so thin.
Right. Last 2 cards for Alutamu are Talented Arcanist and Rustrot Viper. So if he hits the Arcanist with the Fell Scream, that could be the healing he needs to stabilize. Because
Maybe.
right now, the fatigue from Chonsu is not enough to offset just hero powers going face to kill Alutamu. Oh, he glides. So Chonsu gets 3 ticks of fatigue here.
That's so sick!
I did not see this at all. Does it set up lethal with the Fellfire Deadeye now? And the performers? Not
It sets
quite,
up him
right?
Not being dead right away. Yeah, that's the important thing.
If you go Deadeye performers here, you can get 4 hero powers face, 8 damage, plus the Fell Barrage 12.
You're then giving your opponent things to attack into with the performers, which now that it
True.
costs 5, he knows, instead of 7 for sure,
Right.
means that it will be 4 extra hero powers. So he can't put anything on the board lest he
Right.
just give his opponent lethal. This has to just be Fell Barrage, hero power.
Yep, that's exactly right. Sorry, they do have exactly the same deck lists. I misspoke at the beginning of the match. Viper also available for Alutamu. But honestly, I can't do the math, Derek, with the Aldraki Warblades. I don't know. How deep is he in fatigue again?
He's taking 4 now, I think, as the first tick. Yeah, okay. So 5 and then 6 he can survive. He's healing for 4 here, up to 9. So 5, 6, 7 is dead.
Yeah. So
But he
3
has to
turns.
kill Alutemu. I think
Yeah.
he just loses. He's figured it out. I think he was 1 turn behind.
Exactly 1 turn. Oh my goodness. That was such an incredibly well-played endgame from Alutamu. And Chonsu too gave it his very, very best shot. Even though the Jace was so far down, found an alternate line of just pushing enough damage to try and beat Alutamu. And I think Chonsu had it in his head where with the Warblades, he should get enough hero powers going through. The fatigue wouldn't catch up to him quickly enough unless Alutamu goes for the glide to fatigue Chonsu. I've just not seen that ever in this mirror. Just so clever.
Yeah, I honestly think even being able to see both players' hands, I would have lost that game from Alutemu's perspective. Like, even ignoring the glide play that he saw, the fact that you had to realize that despite your opponent is fatiguing and they're on very, very low health, you're not supposed to play the Viper to destroy their weapon, which gives them 4 extra health. Like, when has that ever been correct? And yet Alutemu, through obviously perfect deck tracking, is able to figure out that playing the Viper was the one losing play he could make in that instance, going against all your initial instincts, everything your body is screaming at you to do, to destroy that weapon, to save you health, and to deny your opponent healing. Alutemu sees through it in what was a masterclass from start to finish for Alutemu. I just think through all points throughout that series, he knew exactly that that kind of end game was going to be possible, and he was moving towards it as quick as he could, which, again, he's just the absolute glide master. You can't take that title from him. No matter what, he is the undisputed king of that card.
Yes, I mean, glide is lethal in many other ways, usually seeing it shuffle back your opponent's win condition. But in this case, it actually dealt damage here, which set up for Chonsu being 1 turn too far behind. Alutamu essentially 1 HP alive there, right? He was at 5. Chonsu needed 3 hero powers, but he was going to take 3 ticks of fatigue before that could happen. Perfectly calculated. You love to see it. I'm especially happy that we finally got to see a Demon Hunter mirror pan out that way, because it feels like every time we sort of discussed it before it's happened, we've kind of had a lead up of, yeah, it can get in this position where you need to be very, very careful about playing around expendable performers, but the majority of the time the game ends due to an early Magtheridon or just one player running away with Jace too much. But this is the first mirror that we've seen on APAC Grandmasters where it's really come down all the way to that end game, every last resource on both sides expended, and in the end it came out in favor of the player that not only only hit their quest reward later, but the purchase later as well. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, I think Alutemu just showing his absolute mastery of the class there, which is very well deserved. Here, Gia, can you guess what I might be excited about in this new Burn Shaman deck?
Could it be the one of devolving missiles?
That is pretty exciting. That was number 4. It's unfortunate there were only 3 deck sets.
All right, my second guess. I hope I get it right this time. Blademaster Okani?
My goodness, you're perceptive.
Oh my god, that was so close. I was about to phone a friend there, but I am glad I got it there. Yes, the new card from the expansion is eligible to be played this weekend. It wasn't at the Masters Tour, but it is officially cleared now, and it has that potential of countering a minion or a spell from your opponent, which is especially effective against decks that don't play very many minions whatsoever.
Yeah, I have already been Okani'd as as Rally Priest by a Mr. Casey on ladder, which was pretty heartbreaking. I've got to say, he absolutely dumpstered me, and I shan't be recovering from that one mentally for a while. I mean, just look at this. Like, it's probably not going to happen in this instance because you'd have to bloom it out to make it happen. But denying Coin Drekthar would just completely delete Alutemu's entire early game. Like, having to wait until you can play a minion and to actually be 2 minions away from even getting anything on the board is just so backbreaking. And so we'll see. Could be very important in the mid game. But for now, Chonsu with a interesting starting hand, I will say. Not the cleanest ever, but it does allow him to get a good amount of pressure leading up into that Wildfall Cavern, which generally is not what Priest wants to see.
Yeah, Shaman hardly ever gets a clean curve that includes a turn 1 play because your only 1-cost minion overloads you on the next turn. But just having the Sleet Breaker into an eventual Wild Paw is good enough. Generally, your turn 3, you expect it to be like Hero Power, Wind Chill, and that's fine to keep the cycle going. Speaking of Wind Chill, Chonsu has actually cut one of those to make room for Okani, and he's also cut the Rustdot Viper that we're used to seeing in Burn Shaman to make room for the Devolving Missiles. And I think this particular build of Shaman will serve him better against the field, where those cards are much more useful against Rally Priest, and you don't really need the Viper if you're not expecting to see much Warrior or Paladin, which there isn't very much. So kind of a good read for Chonsu to make in terms of building the Shaman. I'm just curious as to whether the archetype overall is good enough to perform.
And interestingly enough, Alutemu, despite only keeping the Insight and the Drekthar, has stumbled his way into the exact kind of hand I love to see against Shaman. Because even though I was talking earlier about when versus Druid, when versus Demon Hunter, I like minion, minion, buff, buff, buff. Just play 1 or 2 cards each turn, get huge amounts of stats on board. The more I play this matchup, the more I find that against Burn Shaman, I like taking as much of a miracle approach as possible, which means finding palm readings and getting this 1 or 2 miraculous turns where you cheat a huge amount of mana, generate huge amounts of tempo as well. And by starting off here with the palm readings and getting himself Power Word Fortitude, which is a fantastic way to bolster this start, Alutemu could go in next turn. If he gets himself a Nazmani, it could be a devastatingly strong turn from him. But Okani on curve for Chonsu is the absolute turbo nuts.
Oh my goodness, we set this up perfectly, Daruk. Okay, you did. You put the key cards in for Chonsu. But this cannot be overstated how much of a difference this makes. I think Alutemu's line, 99% of the time, is the right way to go. Because if you just play Drekthar straight away into a board of your opponent's minions, they can actually just clear everything off with a couple of spells. Or worse, they can clear without even trading if they have the spell damage landslide type of play. So Alutemu was trying to build a board for a huge swing. However, that swing is stopped in its tracks by an Okani play. He tests for spell first by going for coin, knows now that the counter is on minion, so he has to delay the Drekthar by a whole turn, playing down the Sethic just to get countered. Okay,
this
not
does
a whole
work
turn.
out nicely for him. Yeah, exactly. By going for the coin insight here, 2/3 of the time he ends up with a Sethic in hand, which is 0 mana, that allows him to then go for the Drekthar straight away. So he's played this very, very well to still allow him to get the Drekthar down. But for Chonsu, I mean, even though this looks like a victory for Alutemu, the difference between having to go coin into Drekthar instead of just Drekthar coin is absolutely worlds apart, because the Power Word Fortitude can't be played, the Luminance can't be played, Nazmani can't be copied. This is worlds apart.
Okay. No landslide for Chonsu makes this kind of annoying to deal with, but he can at least freeze the big threats here and trade off the Sethek. He's going to cycle first with Frostbite, which I agree with. Goes for 1 Wild Paw rather than second Wind Chill. Okay. Going to trade the Nazmani as well.
Okay.
I was toying with the idea of leaving up a Nazmani, that it's probably a bit irresponsible, admittedly. Just getting too many discounts for Alutemu and leaving a minion that can also be buffed or copied around. Chonsu here just trying to clear the board little by little, taking the control stance in the matchup, I think is very much level-headed as well. And he can follow up with Snowfall if anything else hits the board. But Alutemu here, pretty good generation so far. Rally is where my head would be at.
No minions left in the deck, so Insight is not doing anything right now.
Keep the train going with Renew. I like it. East?
Probably, yeah. I'm just concerned with this Powered Fortitude. Like, I kind of just want to keep taking as cheap stuff as possible to finally get that played, because it's chewing up all his mana right now, the fact that it can't be played.
Bit unfortunate the way that Fortitude works sometimes. Can be your best friend when you have the double Sethics, and then every spell you play actually makes it cheaper because it multiplies, but not this case right now. So he does take the flash heal. Your instinct is right here, and the train probably ends this turn, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. You need to save something back for the Sethic that you're going to get back probably next turn off of the rally. And now we enter the predictable mid-game for Chonsu, where it just becomes freeze, 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 and hope that it gets there as the real game plan. 2 Snowfall Guardians in hand obviously gives him a lot of freeze potential, but the problem is that if Alutemu can hit that terminal velocity where he breaks out of orbit and just goes truly interstellar with his power levels that he's getting every turn with the Nazmanis, the Sethics, all that goodness, it just doesn't matter how much freeze you have. Alutemu will win the game because he will heal up to 30 every single turn. He will kill everything you play every turn or bring its attack down to 1 with Waves of Apathy, and then you just don't get there as the Shaman.
Terminal velocity, orbit, interstellar. It's a lot of science terms being applied here, Dirk.
All incorrectly, I'm sure.
Yep, but I can definitely see the imagery that you're trying to paint here, because Alutemu is doing exactly that, right? All of the spells are just going to be extremely cheap here. He's hit an interesting ratio of Sethics to Nazmani, 1 to 3, which means he doesn't quite get unlimited value, but that's sort of helped by the fact that Onyx Mage Scribe joins the party as well. The hand will be very, very cheap because he does have 3 of the Nazmanis. So let's see if he's able to generate himself multiple answers for Snowfall Guardians. That's really the most important part here.
And it's just getting better and better right now. Like you say, the getting the answers for the Snowfalls is the big one, but Stormpike Aid Station means this board is never, ever dying for the rest of this game. No chance, no matter how many landslides you're getting. Another rally picked up, fantastic, but is going to need a little bit extra to be able to win this game right now.
Right. I say multiple answers for Snowfall because he has 1 already in Shard of the Naru, but the second Snowfall and possibly the second Macaw coming as the 3rd big freeze effect can still represent something scary for Alutemu, because there's a world where Chonsu just builds big threat, big threat, big threat, have one of those go face at least, and then with this Lightning Bolt, Frostbite, Zapper, and Overdraft can maybe sneak together a lethal. So Alutemu still has to be careful. There's also still 1 more staggered coming out of this, so he is not completely safe, even though he has all of this value.
That's absolutely right, especially as he really wants to actually trade this Shard of the Naru, strangely enough, to just find another targeted spell. Because he probably ends up starting the turn with just Rally, even though it just gets him a single Sethic, because 2 Sethics is really what he needs here. He's not quite generating enough value to go infinite here and actually get the value from this triple Nazmani that he has right now. And so with Chonsu delaying on the Snowfall Guardians for a turn, taking a risk here, allowing Alutemu to potentially hit lethal, is saying that I need to take a calculated risk here in that my opponent could finish me off. And I think even though it's the smart play to do here, it does give Alutemu that time to maybe just end the game right here.
Yeah, could definitely happen, especially with double Sethic. Now he has the golden ratio, as you put it, of discounts and buff generation, and that's infusion into bless. That's already so much additional damage. Chonsu was playing with fire there. I was honestly shocked that he didn't go for the Snowfall Guardian, but let's see if that actually leads to him dying here, because if he manages to survive, he's in a pretty good position to chain freezes back-to-back, especially now that Alutemu is board locked. But now we are looking at double bless. This just has to be game, right?
It has to be, right? It's 9-17. Yeah. That's just going to be game. Alutemu taking advantage of Chonsu's calculated risk, as I put it there, as it turns out the Miracle Priest, the Rally Priest, just does absolutely miraculous things when you do give it the time to do so. And like I said, if you go for that kind of start as Alutemu, where you're building up all these resources, discounting a whole bunch of mana, and then trying to get these huge pop-off turns rather than incremental stat development turn after turn, Shaman just can't deal with that, because even if they have the freezes to delay the inevitable, their win condition simply can't stand up to that kind of power.
That's right. And even if Chonsu had gone for Snowfall back-to-back, we already saw Alutemu had at least 1 shard to remove the vast amount of damage on 1. And then he had all of these generation effects, and you could see he found a Shadow Word Ruin, he found double Condemn, Initiation, and all of those could have gone down to extremely cheap mana with the amount of Nazmanis he had in hand. So it's not unfeasible that he would have been able to clear like 2 Snowfalls and a Macaw all back-to-back, and then eventually, finally push that board going face. Just so happened that it happened sooner because Chonsu was a bit riskier, I suppose, with the line he took. But all of that leads up now to Alutemu on the Control Warrior to follow up, which I suspect will be a great matchup into this Burn Shaman, especially with the Viper removed from Chonsu's list.
That's exactly right. Yeah, Chonsu has, I think, got himself in a very rough position. And he is, I don't know if you want to call it graciously, but queuing up the worst matchup first just to get it over with, saying to Alutemu, you know, I have to win this matchup at some point anyway. Let's just see if I can do it right out of the gate. However, the one card that I think could maybe start to turn this matchup a little bit in Shaman's favor is actually Akani, because against a deck that runs so few minions that are such high power level, you know, denying a raid boss Onyxia or a Kazakhstan for a few turns could be a pretty big deal.
True. You could also toy with the idea of countering a spell, perhaps, if you've actually managed to build a board that requires a Bladestorm or Brawl to deal with. Not obviously likely for Shaman, but it does have some flexibility in that regard. In terms of opening hands, though, Chonsu's hit one of the best possible with the studies into Lady Vashj as just an on-curve play, and you shuffle the Vashj Prime in there, which is huge in the matchup. He has Wildpaw Cavern to follow up, and the option of committing a Frostbite early if he wants, just to have the Frost spell in the multicaster pool.
Was very tempting actually there, because I don't think it was ever going to be Serpent Shrine, because either multicaster or Wildpaw, probably the Wildpaw, is just too important on the following turn. But I guess then he's saying he can just go... the mana doesn't work out perfectly. I was going to say you can go Wildpaw, Serpent Shrine, and then Frostbite plus Multicaster, but that's 1 mana off working on turn 6 if you factor in the Overload as well. So it does mean that Chonsu is maybe a little bit slowed down in terms of his card draw. But I guess the one thing you do have in this matchup is time. Even if you don't have enough damage to necessarily get there, you're not going to be dying for a long, long time.
Yeah. This does lead up into turn 5 Frostbite Serpent Shrine into multicaster turn 6 when you're overloaded for 1. Not obviously the cleanest use of mana, but it does mean that Chonsu can get the full amount of draws. And these are also spells that you don't necessarily want to have in your big burst combo at the end. I would say Serpent Shrine is super low priority in that regard, because it's just more expensive than Lightning Bolt, and you don't have all the mana in the world to work with as Burn Shaman. Frostbite can be a bit painful to part with, but you kind of expect that with the draws you get from Multicaster, because you preloaded, you can find one of those burn spells to fill out your mana for the big combo at the end anyway. The most important part is that Chonsu deliberately did not hero power. He's only willing to put minions on board that he knows cannot feed the Outrider's axe directly into being card draw for Alutamu. We see Alutamu has the option of still drawing with this by committing Sword and Board. However, it means he'll be frozen on the next turn, and there's still another staggered coming after that, and he might not be able to attack at all if he goes for that line. So that use of Bladestorm, I think, is pretty warranted.
It does unfortunately mean his opponent ends up with 2/3/4s on the other side, which would
Yeah.
be a gorgeous use of the Blade Storm, obviously. But you can't predict that that is necessarily going to happen. And he does still leave himself in a reasonable position. Corsair Cash first to choose throughout the weapon, and then probably Cutting Class plus a Sword and Board alongside a Swing to clear off, I want to say, the 3/4, just to stop any kind of growth. With the overload potential.
The left 3/4.
The left 3/4, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Why do I say that? The elemental, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, isn't it also an elemental? Or is that
I
only
am
in
just
Mercs?
Incredibly vague in everything I say to it, yes. The unbound elemental. There we go.
Yeah. The problem with Corsair Cash I was gonna bring up is Alutamu potentially doesn't get the Shield Slam, but I was honestly thinking that he would hero power and go Sword and Board and then Shield Slam and then swing on the Unbound Elemental. He would Shield Slam the Staggered. Instead, he commits Heavy Plate, which is actually a bigger usage of resources, but it's more mana efficient if you want to put it in such a way that Alutamu knows he's going to Heavy Plate at some point anyway.
A useless Corsair Cash is not the end of the world. He's still got himself a reasonable hand for this mid game. He'd obviously really like to find himself a Shield Shatter, a Kazaka-san, something to either buy himself some time or actually get his win condition online. But it still feels to me like the kind of hand that's keeping up with a Shaman mid game well enough.
Yeah, lacks just some AoE is the thing. He would love a Shield Shatter here, and technically can hit it with 2 tradables and still play it with Frozen Buckler. A bit unfortunate that this Corsair Cash draws nothing at this point because all the weapons are in hand, but I do think it should be tradables here rather than hero powering up. He just needs more resources than this.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. Like, his armor is going to be eroded next turn anyway, right? For a top deck Shield Shatter, it's going to have to come alongside Frozen Buckler. But Alutamu just keeping loading up them hero powers does clearly disagree for the moment.
Fair enough. I like that he fits in the swing at least because he knows his face is going to be frozen next turn. Chonsu here can go again with the multicasters and save that battle cry for the Macaw. That Serpentine Portal is actually pretty clutch here as a dumpable spell because he kind of needs space in hand to accumulate resources while he's building up to maximum mana. And the resources are starting to come together. 1 Novice Zapper and 1 Lightning Bolt. Needs to find time to get rid of these landslides and devolving missiles because he really wants the Macaws to copy exactly the multicaster battle cry. The Snowfall Guardian, pretty useless in this matchup. That's just 2 dud cards in hand, I want to say.
Yes, but he does, however, still have Vash Prime in his deck, which is obviously an even better copy effect for the Macaws, which he might try and hold on to for the moment. But I guess until he picks those up, like you say, you would probably rather just get the multicaster while you can.
All right. Can this Rancor... Oh, wait, sorry. He doesn't have mana to play Minefield as well. And even then, you'd have to be an expert Minefield player to get the Rancor to be good enough here.
So is it just Buckler and tank the 10 damage on it?
Oh. It could be a preemptive Bulwark, honestly. I don't hate that.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant instead of the Buckler. Yeah, the Bulwark's 10 damage that way.
Pretty funny because Buckler is also 10 armor, so I really had no idea what you were saying.
No. Everything I say can just be applied to 2 equally probable things so far today, which is not exactly what you want.
And you're just like a politician. It's perfect. Landslide means you have enough space to play Macaw, but then you go back to 10 cards at the end of that, which is a bit scary if you don't hit Bloom. But the thing is, if he plays the Sleepbreaker, then he gives up the good Battle Cry to copy with the Macaw. So it could be that Chunsu accepts that he overdraws here. Oh wow, he is overriding the good Battle Cry with Snowfall Guardian here. Means that he doesn't have a lot of card draw for the near future. Still has some with the Sleepbreaker, so it's not terrible. But if Alutamu had a Brawl here, we could see Chonsu in a problematic position. But maybe he's just made the read that there's no good clear for Alutamu.
I mean, so far it doesn't look like there is, and so he's pressing that advantage while he can. Unfortunately for him, however, Alutemu has just picked up a pretty clutch single target removal in the Onyxian Drake, allowing him to clear off the 7/7, and with these minions frozen, it of course means he has a turn of respite.
Still, the fact that Chonsu has given Alutamu 0 targets for Outrider's Axe this entire time means that Alutamu's been starved for resources. Also, pretty unfortunate to draw all the weapons before second Corsair Cash is played. So Alutamu still needs quite a lot more to deal with this board.
Still doesn't have it. My goodness, if you go Axe plus Axe plus Cutting Class, that leaves you 3 mana left over, which isn't really doing anything, is it? You could hit Shield Slam, I suppose, to kill off the 8/8, which is a good chunk of the damage removed.
Yeah, not enough to play Brawl is the big deal here. And it's really only the Brawl that removes the majority of this, right? There is just too much health for Rancor to chew through. So it looks like Alutemu is going to have to tank a lot of damage. Oh, there's a Shield Shatter though.
Well, that's 2 if he wants them, my goodness.
Such a huge deal. He gets the draw from the Stone Scale Basilisk, I think is the name of that. And he can go Minefield to get rid of the rest of the Snowfall Guardian. It's just super clean.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Such a clutch draw from Alutemu, and the kind of thing that I think he was overdue. You know, with 10 cards left in the deck, finding some form of removal at this point of the game was almost a certainty, or very, very likely to happen at the very least. Yeah, I mean, you've never considered tanking that, right? I guess you could consider if it's worth going Shield Slam instead, but even so, I do think this is just better.
Yeah, I think he was hovering Shield Shatter to fit in a hero power cell, but I do agree that that could have more utility later. He hasn't seen all the Primordial Studies minions, he hasn't seen Second Cavern, and there could still be board potential from Chonsu here, as Shaman tends to go back and forth with their board-based game plan and the burn-based game plan here. Yeah. They're trying to threaten from 2 different angles in the matchup, and I like that Alutemu maintains some resources to deal with both, because now this could be a window to play the Shield Shatter and fit in Mutinous, which is such a luxury in the matchup, but obviously is going to make Chonsu's life even harder if it hits any one of these minions.
Yeah, I think the Novice Zapper in particular, because weirdly enough this game, Chonsu does actually, I think, have the opportunity to burst for around 30 damage, I want to say, because he could go double Zapper, 5 damage Volt, 5 damage Bolt, Frostbite, Bloom plus an Overdraft. The fact that he's used both copies of Serpent Shrine Portal and 1 Frostbite, though, does make it a little bit harder to get the full damage. So I want to say it probably caps off around 25 damage, which, you know, could theoretically get there with just a little bit more chip damage from these minions off the caverns.
Yeah, I think that is reasonable to expect. We just have hit a sort of unusual pan out, I want to say, with the matchup where the Bulwark was expended early, and then Chonsu does have sort of an open window to try and get the burn damage through. However, Alutemu has stronger late game and a lot of armor still to be gained from this point. And now with the Mutinous eating, exactly as you said, Novice Zapper, Chonsu's reach has been cut off by quite a bit here. And also his card draw, like the Macaws did not copy the Multicaster. Right now they're copying Sleepbreaker, right? So they can still represent some cycle, but not the ideal amount.
Okay, well, I'd considered Akani, what I hadn't necessarily considered was Akani plus parrots to copy
Okay.
battle cry of Akani, because I don't think you would be able to choose, right? If you played the parrot afterwards, I imagine it would just choose one for you. But assume you got lucky, hit the 25% chance to get minions both times. Is that ever a win condition?
Wait, does it stack? Like, if you counter a minion times 2, does playing one minion reverse
I think
the
you'd
counter?
have to play Akani, wait for them to play a minion or attempt to, and then wait to play the parrot until after they've done that.
Okay. In that case, that could be a line trying to fatigue Alutemu.
Right.
Does he have enough minions to actually have a playable Kazakusan at the end of it? So if it's 3 counter effects, you go Onyxian Drake, Onyxia, and that's it. The last minion is Kazakusan at that point.
Has he played the other Onyxian Drake? Did he play it earlier?
Yes, he did.
He did, right?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. So that's
Whoa!
minion counted. Theoretically, every minion counted. I don't even know if that actually ends in a win condition, to be honest. But
It does, just fatigue.
it's something. But does he actually win in fatigue is the question, though, right? Because they're kind of
think
even
so.
right now.
Well, he'll have Brukan, and that wins in
That's
fatigue.
true. Yeah, very good point.
Oh my god, I never considered this. Oh, this is so cool, this series. I hope we get to see it. If this is the whole reason for Akani and saying you don't need Viper when you can fatigue Warrior,
Right.
then that completely blows my mind. I was thinking, oh, the Parrot, use it for multicaster. You're thinking, use it for Lady Bash. But is it just the tech to use it with Akani? I'm so excited to see.
Oh, wait, did he...
Wait, did he pick
Wow.
spell? Okay, now I don't get it. I don't get anything.
Oh, wait, does Blade Pastor Akani say this turn anyway, though?
Oh, does it? Oh my god, I haven't read the card. I'm so
Let me
sorry.
double check. Let me double check. Oh, okay. Well, he just gives it up anyway. So it's clearly not going to be a win condition. So it would have to have been Akani and your opponent actually plays it. Yes, the next minion plays this. Oh, sorry. While this is alive, of course, is the stipulation, right?
Okay,
So
it has to be alive.
Yeah. My bad. Getting a little bit overexcited, trying to find a win condition. That's how deep we have to go for Burn Shaman for there to be any chance in that matchup. Because while we've been trying to stoke the fires, keeping the hope alive, realistically, it just wasn't there, I guess, in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very long segment for Sapcasters, so you're welcome,
Hey, there we
TJ. Both playing along there. And that means Alutemu with a clean 3-0 is through to Sunday already. Just unstoppable, especially that very first game. The Demon Hunter mirror, so impressive, honestly. The macro understanding, the creative usage of Glide. I just kind of think that it was not Chonsu's day when Alutemu is this on point here. However, Chonsu still has another match in the decider, either between him and Possessi or him and Alan.
Yeah, very, very nicely done by Alutemu. I think he is looking absolutely on point, and I've got to say, I love his lineup as well. Control Warrior is always a somewhat dubious prospect, but I think currently in Conquest, it's actually very difficult to fully target Control Warrior without completely ruining the rest of the field in terms of your win percentages, because there's no like kind of full anti-control combo strategy that you can go for, especially when this version does have some counterplay available in the form of Kazakhstan or Mutant fight back against combo anyway. So as we said, Alutemu just 2 games away now from his first World Championship appearance, which we would be delighted to see here on the APAC casting desk. But for the next match, we're going to find out who Chonsu will be playing over in the decider match, and it's going to be either Possessi or Alan C86 with his full aggro lineup that I believe he is very, very stoked to see. And so now we are going to go to a quick break while we let our players get set up, and then it will be the decider match, potentially the final game of the season for both Possessi and Alan. We'll see who can take it after this. welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters for the elimination match of the playoffs here in the first group. Second group, of course, to be played tomorrow, where we will be finding out the third and fourth of our semi-finalists to join Alutemu, who has already made it through, and then either Possessi, Alan, or more likely Chonsu, as he is waiting in the decider match and just needs to win one, whereas both our competitors here need to win two in order to make it through. But being against the odds has never stood in Alan's way, because he has made multiple miraculous runs, defying all statistics to be able to get through to the wins when it counts. And I think with this very innovative lineup compared to what a lot of the other aggro lineups are doing, Alan has actually got himself in a reasonable spot in this series.
That is true. He's got a lineup that he's cooked up in the lab with Yarla once again, both of them seeming to be very proud of a mage list that never ended up making the cut, actually. I wonder why. But they just kind of said in the end that the Paladin performed the same job more consistently. But the lineup is very aggressive overall. That's a Beast Druid in there, not Kazakhstan. That is a Shadow Priest, not Rally. That's a Face Hunter, not Quest. And that's a Buff Paladin, not Libram. All the most aggressive variants of the decks coming out to play here. And so Possessi has his work cut out for him, especially on the Druid.
Does, yeah, and the real spicy tech that we're seeing in a lot of these decks is the Crossroads Watch Post. Is that the one that is called? The 4-mana one that counters spells. We'll see it when it comes up, I suppose. That Alan has been making great use of, and I think is actually a gorgeous tech inclusion in this metagame. Just because so many of these decks, Druid, Demon Hunter, Warrior as well, are so determined to play spells to answer this board. And with the Akani slotted in addition to the Watch Post, it just becomes so difficult to actually do so.
That is right. Alan is a bona fide postman. One copy of the Watch Post in the Druid and two of them in Shadow Priest alongside Akani as well. Honestly, this build of Shadow Priest just feels more like a mid-range deck, the way that the curve actually peaks in the middle. A lot of the one-drops cut to make room for those higher top-end cards. I'm so excited to see how it performs against not just Druid, but actually Demon Hunter as well, because I feel like Alan's lineup, even though aggression is your ABCs versus Kazakhstan Druid, it's also the type of aggressive decks that are quite good against Demon Hunter as well, because you have the Trogs in there, you have more mid-range capabilities, and you play the Watch Post in two of those decks to actually counter the spell progression from the Demon Hunter. Buff Paladin as well is the type of deck that builds tall minions that is really tough for Demon Hunter to deal with. So for Alan here, I think he actually has two decks that he's looking to prey upon on the other side, which is why he feels quite confident with the lineup as a whole. And it makes sense that he has banned away neither the Druid nor the Demon Hunter as the most popular decks, but the Rogue from Possessi. Quest Rogue, definitely not going to see play in the matchup, but Possessi is going to queue his perhaps most reasonable deck that's left here in the Priest.
Yeah, the Priest is a really weird one because it's a far cry from the old version that ran Zyrella in there in order to be able to just clear off board after board alongside Desperate Prayers, whatever version you were playing at the time. Samuro as well ended up being a pretty cool inclusion in some of the later lists before the old guard of Rally Priest died out. And it made your aggro matchups a lot better. Samuro plus Apotheosis was just a 2-card win condition a lot of the time on its own. Nowadays, you're relying on getting ahead on board because your removal options are nigh on non-existent in this version of the Rally Priest, which you can do for sure. If you go Coin Sethic and your opponent doesn't have an answer, then you can get obviously Bless, you can get Power Word Feast, a lot of these powerful buff effects that the aggro matchups can't quite stack up against in terms of efficiency of stat development. But if you don't hit that, it of course becomes a lot harder. And Alan is primed to target on just such hands with the inclusion, as we've said, of Cult Neophyte in almost all of his decks, Crossroads Watch Posts in a lot of his decks, and even Akani making a fair few appearances as well in order to further counter Priest's efforts to lock down the board.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. I mean, I'm pretty happy that you brought up the Samuro Apotheosis combo. It feels like forever since we've seen that, but it just kind of highlights to me how cool the concept of Rally Priest is, where yes, you have this huge unlimited value combo as long as you have time, but there's so many deck building restrictions you need to make in order to put together the deck, because of course putting in Samuro means that your Drekthar won't be active, it means that your insights are less consistent, and it means that you have to go all in on a singular game plan, which Alan is trying to abuse. With the Face Hunter here, he has of course still the Iron Deep Trogs that can get on board super early and prevent any huge development coming down from Possessi, or at least heavily punish it. And he also has buff effects for these minions so that they can go toe-to-toe, actually take value trades, because surprisingly it's more of a board-based battle in the beginning of taking value trades wherever you can. And if you allow the priest to get a big power word feast, kill off one of your big minions and then heal their minion all the way back up, that can spell doom for the hunter. So it's all about trying to get ahead right away for Alan here. However, if he does fall behind, not all hope is lost, because there's still the Trampling Rhino plus Doggy Biscuit type of combination he can go for. No True Aim Crescent, which is a bit surprising to see given that there's still Rhinos, but he has some comeback potential is what I'm trying to say.
Does indeed. The really interesting card, however, in this specific matchup between the two decks is actually King Muckler, which is a card I've weirdly enough been thinking about a lot recently, given that it's made its way into a couple of the Quest Hunters, been seeing it here and there in aggro decks as well, and I think it just makes a good amount of sense right now. A 3-mana 5/5 is something that a lot of decks struggle to deal with in terms of their removal. Druid can deal 3 or 4 damage quite easily with Moon Touched Amulet or Lunar Eclipse, but 5 is a little bit tougher. Against Priest, however, weirdly enough, the bananas are actually pretty clutch a lot of the time for the Priest. If they can reduce their cost with a palm readings in particular, it's just extra fuel for the buff effects. So I don't know, probably not going to happen, but it'd be cool to see if the bananas do end up making a big difference in this series. Because like you say, if Alan can get a win against what feels like Possessi's best chance, maybe the Demon Hunter is still a slightly better shot, but one of his better decks in the series, then Alan is really starting to claw up those win percentage chances, because then there's still the Druid that needs to get a win afterwards.
True. Man, after you put the idea in my head of the banana becoming the disaster for Alan, I can already see it, right? It's not just like the palm reading. Putting 2 more spells in their hand also cheapens Power Word Fortitude. We'll see if Mukla ever comes out to play in this particular matchup. Probably not going to be a big priority for Alan to get down on board. I think it is very much more so about those 1-drops. Starting off with a Trog curve is ideal, especially if you can put Divine Shield on it to be more resilient against Holy Smite. Although having said that, Trog with Divine Shield is weak still to Shadow Word Devour. So there's many different breakpoints that Alan will have to be cognizant of. But, you know, based on his social media and just Alan's general personality and work ethic, I am sure he is put in a ton of reps for this. It's the last chance for players to try and make it through to the World Championship if they haven't qualified through to the last call, like Alan has not. So it is going to be high stakes every single match from here on out. Another interesting factor in the matchup could also be Rinling's Rifle, actually. Freezing Trap is something that I'd imagine Rally Priest has a lot of difficulty dealing with. I know you've been playing a lot of Rally Priest recently, Derek. Have you run up into much Face Hunter on ladder?
I have, yeah, a fair bit. I mean, more so Quest, which also runs the Rinling's Rifle, obviously. And I think, weirdly enough, a lot of the time against Secrets, unless you're under a huge amount of pressure on board, you kind of just don't attack a lot of the time, because you can still, as long as you keep this minion on board, it doesn't actually need to attack to get the job done. Because if you have a Sethic or a Nazmani on board, if it allows you to keep generating spells and finding Desperate Prayer, Renew, whatever other heal you might need, Gift of the Naru, that's doing its job anyway, and it's going to counteract a lot of the pressure that you are seeing from your opponent. And so being not too hasty to attack with the minion, in case it is the Freezing Trap, as you say, is I think something that the priest should always be cognizant of. I'm just seeing as well, as we, I think, wait for the players to get all set up and into their game, that apparently I just got tagged in a couple of tweets. Chonsu may theoretically not actually have lost that game with the Demon Hunter fatigue down at the end. Speaking of these very, very tight margins, as some players are hypothesizing that he'd actually won that game in terms of fatigue, might have conceded a little bit early, which I will most certainly be going back to and taking a closer look at in the break. But it just shows you can never concede a game unless you're 100% certain you've lost, as maybe, who knows, after some reanalysis, Chauncey may have given away a win there.
Wait. We were counting 5 + 6 +... Oh, no. Okay, we can't do this. There's another game in front of us.
Not now.
Right.
Later.
Yeah. During the break. All right. Alan, opening hand, disaster. That is not the one drop you want to see. No 2-cost card. And the Mukla, which we've talked about, can be a detriment when facing against specifically Rally Priest because it cheapens their fortitude, etc., etc. And Possessy even has Holy Smite here to deal with the first minion, so a potential Doggy Biscuit top deck here is not even that good. Possessy's going to be so happy to see no minion on turn 2 because he gets the initiative with Sethic.
Yeah, and I do think it is still Sethic on this turn. You can talk about Insight to try and get yourself a Nazmani for the following turn. Actually, okay, let's talk this out, because now that I consider Drekthar as well, and the fact that you could, a quarter of the time, just get yourself an almost game-winning play on turn 3, is actually kind of tempting. And to be fair, a lot of the plays that your opponent wants to make on turn 3 do kill a Sethic anyway in the form of quick shot or aim shot.
Bring up a good point. That could be why Possessy is going fishing with the Insight instead, but he doesn't hit Nazmani. Obviously, the best upside for Insight is if you hit exactly Drekthar, because then you could coin it out, and you're happy it hasn't been hit by Corrupted Insight, because it actually still pulls 2 minions. Sethic here, probably the worst outcome, because now even with Sethic double banana, it doesn't challenge the Mukla quite well enough. We probably see 1 banana here, and then chill for Possessy.
Hungry, aren't ya?
Yeah, I think it's good just to try and hope for a miracle bailout spell here. Maybe you get Hysteria or Condemn. Some of these are powerful removal options. Getting yourself powered Fortitude here, I think, is definitely where your head should be at.
Yeah, goes down to 0 with this hand, so he can immediately commit it with the Sethic. Seems good.
Okay, yeah, I guess you probably do go for it this turn. You could even throw in Coin Banana if you really want that extra bit of health. That's a good spell in the palm.
Oh yeah, palm reading is huge here. Maybe not so much now that bananas have been committed, but Possessy really just wanted as many breakpoints as possible. He does, however, get hit with the ramming mount from Alan. Just a formality to deal with this minion, so it's on Possessy to find some removal, but he's starting to get to the mana breakpoints where a lot of the removal for for Priest is unlocked. Against all odds as a generated spell would be huge. Like you said, Hysteria plus the Shadow Word Devourer could get some work done, but right now, no immediate clear, so the best Possessy can do is stall out with some healing.
Finds the Nazmani, and I love that he's holding off here. There was some slim chance that you could pop off here, but it was very unlikely. You'd have to like double discount the gift as the first 2 discounts to have any chance. So just tanking the damage on this next turn, and very likely getting himself down an Elec mount on the following turn, as I think he probably won't even bother with Sethics. All he wants to do is discount what he currently has in hand, not what he might generate.
Could still Sethic, but in the middle of the turn, because I think it starts Nazmani into gift, and then you could play some 0-cost spells, and you could either rally or raise dead to play Sethics. It just sort of depends how and where the discounts land. So it's going to be Renew to start off. Okay. Yeah, it looks like he is just going to skip on the Sethics here, go for the full defensive game plan, because he has well enough value already in this hand, and a Shadow Word Death. That is insane. Wow.
Absolutely monstrous.
Wait,
he's looking at killing off his own 1/1.
What?
I don't think you meant to do that, Possess.
Yeah.
Oh, to kill it off and get it back? Okay, sure.
Oh, okay, that's clever. I mean, we saw Alan's expression as well.
Yeah, okay. I guess it's fine.
I mean, it just turns into a 2-5, right?
Yeah. I mean, he loses out on one discount, but that really doesn't matter as he gets the Sethic back as well.
Yeah. Very clever stuff from Possessi. 18 in the way. Alan, no real outs here. Yep.
Just conceding Possessi, getting it done just in time, I think, to go collect his food if that's coming anytime soon as well.
Yeah, we have heard that Possessi warned us in advance he might be standing up from his desk in the middle of the series to pick up some food delivery, which I can't blame him. It is dinner time in East Asia right now.
Yeah, I mean, snackies stop for no man. So very gracious of Alan to play at breakneck speed as well. And an important win for Possessi, absolutely, as the Priest, I think, could very theoretically have gone a couple games before winning, but not disastrous by the same metric, as I think Alan has got his main target here on the Druid from Possessi, which struggles so heavily against all his early development and anti-spell tech that he has in the double Crossroads Watch Post in a couple of his decks, Akani, Neophytes, all that goodness bundled together that makes Druid so unlikely to take a win. Possessi, I think, is just kind of moving through from good to bad. He's got Priest first, taking a win, now moving on to the Demon Hunter, which, you know, we talk about how Alan has teched his decks to do well against Demon Hunter, which is, I think, absolutely true, especially in the form of that buff Paladin. But it is still primarily, I would argue, an anti-aggro deck. It has most of the tools you need to fight back against the likes of the Faced Hunter in particular, and theoretically the Druid that it's going to be facing now.
Yeah, it is kind of weird that in the early game for Questfell Demon Hunter, I want to say it's a pretty poor anti-aggro deck, because with the amount of mana you have to work with, you're generally just trying to progress quest at that point. But once it gets to those breakpoints where Talented Arcanist Fellscream Blast / Immolation Aura is available, then it becomes a bona fide removal-based deck, and that's where the aggro decks can struggle. But the builds from Alan all include Iron Deep Trog trying to get underneath all of that and abuse that early first 2 to 3 turn window where the Demon Hunter can really struggle, and then try and build that up into advantage in the late game, either by buffing the Trogs or sticking down a Watch Post to protect them. So pretty curious to see the interplay of Alan's specific aggro builds into Demon Hunter, because it's not like just straight up Zoo of old where you play the widest board possible every single turn. It's decks that have some flexibility in how you build your board. You can try and build one minion that has a lot of stats on it. You can protect your minions with Watch Post and Neophyte, and you can cleverly disrupt your opponent from removing things.
Exactly. I think what I find most interesting about this deck, and why it's my favorite aggro druid in a long time, because I think most versions of aggro druid have been, you know, like you said, more akin to the old zoo builds where you just play as much stuff as you can with the Bone Chewer Brawlers and the Battle Guards as well, and just hope to overrun them that way. This version, basically every card in the deck feels like it's good early game, but it's good in a combo later on as well. Like, even a card as innocuous as the Vibrant Squirrel is good as a turn 1 play. You usually keep that in your starting hand. But later on, going Oracle plus 1 or 2 squirrels to double up to 2 or 4 squirrels can just give you a whole alternate win condition, because you're drawing so many nuts every turn that at any point in the game, Arbor Up just basically becomes lethal. And obviously, that's also true for some of the other more traditionally combo-oriented cards, like Oracle, Owl, Frostsaber, Matriarch. The composting as well is so crucial, both in the early and the late game, as long as you can get it on at least 2 or 3 minions in order to get the draw necessary. And so, honestly, I'm just willing to learn from Alan here. I think this deck still has a lot of room to be explored, and Alan bringing this aggro lineup again, I think he will be giving us a masterclass as to how you should pilot it.
Right. No Guardian Augur Merchants in here to make room for that Watch Post and the Pride's Fury, which most lists these days, I think, are playing double Pride's Fury as a pseudo Arbor Up card. I feel like it really helps the deck hit the balance of payoff cards because they have so many setup cards with just all the early minions, composting to draw you a ton of resources. But in terms of actually closing out the game with the amount of pressure you put on board, you're almost heavily reliant on Arbor Up. So I feel that the Pride's Fury helps you hit that middle ground where you can get a decent amount of pressure and also give your minions more survivability to hit the Arbor Up later on. But Alan here, starting off with Nature Studies over Trog because of the possibility of a Fel Barrage, I assume, just answering Trog straight up. Yeah, that's really the only one aside from Immolation Aura that deals with Trog and the multiplied copy.
Yeah, I think it just allows him to really nicely set up either Trog plus Sentries on this turn, as you would most commonly expect, or potentially waiting a couple turns and going like Trog, Thorn Growth plus Composting all on the same turn. But I do think that is probably not a consideration anymore, because with the Crossroads Watch Post picked up, I'm actually already pretty tempted in going like Trog plus Thorn Growth and then coining out the Crossroads Watch Post next turn. But Alan's still just taking it slower and slower.
Yeah, this is such an interesting approach. I think he was very scared of Immolation Aura, which is the huge punish to the Trog setup with the Thorn Growth. And suddenly you have no cards with which to pay off your Crossroads and your Arbor Up. So this patience from Alan, I think, is fine. It's still before the Glide turn. And it looks like he's even going to preload the Watch Post, which I'm shocked by because this also eats up the Nature Studies discount on coin, which is not ideal usually.
Right, I really thought this was going to be Trog, Sentries, Coin Composting for 3 cards, and then go for the Watch Post afterwards.
Yeah, me too. But Possessi actually does have the clear with double Fel Barrage, even though the Watch Post gets the buff before the spell resolves. And that leads Alan back into a board building position where he does have pretty good refill, but the composting can only be paid off on 2 minions at most on this turn, which is not ideal.
And I think that's fine. I think if you go for Thorn Growth 1-drop this turn, if they have Immolation Aura, which is obviously the worst thing that can happen, then it's still okay, because you can follow up with some kind of Moonlit Guidance play, or maybe just Arbor Up on its own on the following turn. And if they don't have the board clear, which is a very real possibility, you're in such a good position.
True. And I want to say Immolation Aura would not really be okay here, because that would be the majority of your board that you can build to pay off on composting Gun, because Immo and Hero Power is a big clear, but like you said, perhaps just Arbor Up as a follow-up for Alan would not be the end of the world here. We do see Fel Scream Blast committed on the left few minions. Good positioning from Alan to put the Trog as far away from the 1-3 as possible. But it so happens that Possessi has spare mana to clear everything up anyway. And he even sticks a minion on board. And it's starting to look dire for Alan here. But he is slowly building up the discounts on the Matriarch. The Kennels is huge. Can't quite stack them, but it means he'll have very likely enough targets for composting in the near future.
Yeah, it's a slow hand, but Alan has been playing it slow from the start. He hasn't been afraid to do that, and I think that's a very smart way to approach it. Possessi here, though, with a 2 out of 3 for Glide on this turn is interesting, because even though he knows his opponent has 5 cards in hand, one of them is essentially useless for the moment in Frostwolf Kennels. So I guess it's kind of just a neutral Glide on the opposing side. It's more so that it would be good for you to just fill your hand back up and get the quest done.
But from Possessi's perspective, it's still shuffling back more cards that started, which is, I want to say, a luxury in the matchup. You don't often expect that you can have a disruptive Glide against Aggro Druid. But misses on the 2 and 3 from the initial double jump. Now he has Glide again, though, and he can still play it if he just takes Philosophy here. But going for the board-based game plan instead, I think, is also very, very reasonable. Just trying to punish Alan for the slow start, because in terms of comeback potential, he really needs the Oracle of Elune to go alongside Rush minions.
Yeah, and so by just fighting back for board as aggressively as possible here, Alan is again slowly setting up for that play, as you said, with Oracle, Frost Saber, and then composting / Arbor up all on the same turn. But Possessi is now finally starting to hit the juice. Card draw after card draw after card draw is exactly what he needs at this point, because he has a very good shot at finding Immolation or a Chaos Strike, Aldraki Warblades, Jace, all of these powerful cards that allow him to see his way through the mid game. And I mean, there, straight up with just an Immolation Aura, that's a clear if he wants it right now.
Yeah, and double Need for Greed means that he can also progress this quest and discount that immo. So just each 1/1 going in a 4/3 into immo means he even maintains the Arcanist as a 1/1 while getting the full clear. There's a world where he doesn't commit the Immolation Aura, which is interesting, especially now he has Magtheridon, but I somehow feel that's a bit too greedy. You haven't seen a composting yet. I'd prefer he just takes the board clear.
Yeah, I think Magtheridon is far too dubious of a prospect in this matchup when your opponent can so easily fill up the board and then the Acolytes are not even summoned. So even though he doesn't have to go for the Immolation Aura, some kind of a clear on this turn, I do think is mandatory. And he does find it with going for the Fury instead and a full trade, which is fine.
Yeah, pretty good middle ground here. I wanted to bring up that Possessi's line of going for Need for Greed in the first place was not guaranteed, because he could have still taken it into being a glide turn, because he could have played everything from the left, but that would involve using Spectral Sight before glide, which doesn't feel good. So I think just going Need for Greed and then accepting that you're probably not going to glide this game is fine. He gets so many additional discounts from the over completion of quest, but here we are now. Big push from Alan, finally gets a 4-target composting, which I generally think is the minimum for aggro druid to get a strong game going. And now, with 5 targets on board, not enough space for the Magtheridon tokens. However, Performers is playable here for a clear on everything but the 2/2 and still leaves Possessi some board presence.
Oh, that's true, actually. I was considering with the pickup of second Immo just going... I guess it doesn't quite work. I was trying to find some way of going Immo, Magtheridon, Immolation as well, but it's not quite there. You'd have to take a draw on the Spectral Sight first. But honestly, I was actually going to say I don't really like the expendable Performers, because for me here, for Possessi, he's actually kind of close from having the combo fully online with Performers, Deadeye. He just needs to find the Kurtrus to go alongside it. But instead, he's just going with clearing the board, like you said, leaving himself with a decent board presence as well.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I really don't think it's a combo-based matchup for a win condition. It's... Oh, greeting? Oh, is he? Okay, Alan just being Alan here. The main win condition for the Demon Hunter is more just to run the Druid out of threats most of the time, I feel.
Yeah.
Not often that you get to pull off the surprise lethal, and he doesn't even have the Kurtrus in hand yet. So just having all these 1/1s, I don't feel there's very much that the aggro Druid can do to beat this. They can have, of course, the big board refill with the Oracle of Elune and a bunch of beasts, but that's what you've saved the Immolation Auras for.
I don't know if I agree. I think Alan's actually in a reasonable spot here. He can fill up the board again very heavily, right? He could get down an Arbor up if he wants to, but more likely just another composting to refill his hand again. Sure, Possessi has a board full of 1/1s, but I mean, to be perfectly honest, 7 attack is not going to be enough to chew through everything that Alan can do. And even if that means he can then clear the board, set up for another Immolation Aura, I don't know. I think Alan has potentially enough stuff here, just raw power in his deck, to outlast Possessi's mid-game, potentially?
Potentially. Very interesting. I'm still looking at whether Possessi can get a disruptive glide going. He actually has enough mana discounts that could be a big deal here, but Alan has the capability of setting up composting again this turn, which would give him some insurance against glide. We'll see how he wants to approach it, because from this point he can't compost and arbor up, so he goes composting plus kennels. Always wary to put enough minions on board that there's not enough space for Magtheridon tokens. However, we can see Possessi can still go Magtheridon with pre-trading the 1/2s and then go Magtheridon Immolation Fell Scream.
And then he can also because the main thing I want to do here, probably even more so than Magtheridon, maybe it's about equal, is get the glide down as well after they've drawn all their cards, right? So you want to clear off the board, give them their 5 cards, then play glide. And I think you could actually maybe get Magtheridon down at the same time. It's close. If you've gone like
right?
Magtheridon, Immo, like 1 mana
the
Immo
1 mana
plus Fell Scream, I think it's there.
Ooh. Oh, true. Yeah, I forgot about the 1 mana Immo. This is super clean from Possessi because, like you said, denying all of the draw from the composting is huge here. Kind of undoes all of Alan's hard work and patience with building the board.
Yeah, this is where the Druid really starts to struggle, I agree. Because if he had a full hand, I think it could be 1, maybe 2 big boards that threaten 1 or 2 Arbor ups in a single turn for lethal. But now with just 4 cards in hand facing down a 12-12, this one I do not see. It has to be like the perfect hand with the Oracle of Elune, double up, perfect hand to get there. And, you know, even though this is not bad afterwards, just to be able to get a bunch of squirrels, maybe draw a bunch of nuts as well. Look at Possessi's hand. This is just gas.
Yeah, both Kirchuses and Jace. These are all the powerhouse cards for Demon Hunter. Like we mentioned, the combo is offline for him, but he really doesn't need it. Magtheridon can go face twice, and that does pretty much as the Performer's combo. He just needs to make sure that he's not dying to any surprise Arbor Up lethal from Alan. Alan going for the double buff is pretty interesting here. I thought he might try and copy a summon effect here, but in any case, he was in a bad position against Jace. And this.
And this, yeah, I think Alan is, I mean, he's going to try, obviously, but it's looking more or less over at this point. If his opponent had drawn the worst possible hand, then maybe you could get some kind of a clear by like doubling up on Owls, but he'd need to draw a bunch of cards to even get there first, which he of course cannot do anymore. Moonlit Guidance into Owl can like keep him alive, but this, even if he gets like all 7 nuts, is still not good enough. There we go.
Yep. That's going to be 2-0 to Possessi. Looks like he's gonna go get his... Good timing. Amazing timing. I already saw him give a quick look to the left, or his right, I suppose, right when he had gone face with the Magtheridon. He already kind of knew he had won this game. He's just waiting for the formal concede to go through. And that means that Alan is in a terrible spot now. I was talking about how maybe the Demon Hunter is also a potential target for his lineup, more so with the Paladin than the other decks especially, but it's not the worst one ever, and that's why he didn't ban it away. But now he really has to pull through with the 3-0 sweep on Kazakhstan Druid.
It's possible. I think this is what he's, you know, not necessarily built his entire strategy around, as I do think he's made some big concessions to Demon Hunter along the way as well, as a lot of the crossover is the same in terms of the tech decisions you want to make. Both Demon Hunter and Druid are very spell-based decks. So as I said, Crossroads, Akani, and Cult Neophyte are very, very powerful against both. But the main one is undeniably the Druid that he is looking to target. But this slightly more modern build that we've seen of Kazakhstan Druid strips away some of the armor. On the one hand, feels like it's going to be worse against aggro because, again, less armor, less health to survive that early aggression. But with the addition of Bog Beam, Ironbark, and, you know, even the Cenarion wards in the later game, there are still a lot of tricks that is not for Alutemu here, but for Possessi up his sleeve that could be used to lock down that mid game.
Yeah, they do have the same list anyway, right? It's weird to sort of compare this to the old armor version because their total armor gain potential isn't actually less. Oh. It's double Cenarion Ward. It's more, actually, if you just see that the Moon-touched amulets are cut for Cenarion Ward. The more important thing, I think, that's been cut to make room for those cards in the top end is some of the card draw with the Capture Cold Tooth Mine. And that's actually not too good of a card versus aggro, so I think it still works out in Possessi's favor that he'd rather have this version compared to the armor version. Oh, never mind. It's not the same list.
He does have the armor version. Yeah, apologies.
Sorry.
Yeah, we got baited hard there. As, yeah, it is just the more traditional version. So, yeah, you think that's probably a slight, not as a disadvantage for Possessi, perhaps?
Yeah, half of it, I think, because you can argue that Moon-Touched Amulet is better than Cenarian Ward because you can deal with minions in the early game, but it's usually a very inefficient way of dealing with minions, and sometimes you'd rather have the ward as an actual swing potential that also stabilizes your health total. The Capture Cold Tooth Mine, I feel, is very bad against aggro. Usually just pulls you Kazakusan or a Bloom, and spending 2 mana to get back Bloom, which is 2 mana, doesn't feel very great against a deck that's going much faster. In this case, though, oh, he even hits Innervate, which is kind of a disaster, because I think Possessi's whole game plan is trying to turbo out scale to stabilize.
Exactly, yeah. If he could get that down specifically next turn, it would give him a full board clear. Even if it means you're fully populating your opponent's board with Trogs, that's okay, because you are still going to be able to get a full board clear before the Watch Post can come down. Now, however, unless he picks up Bloom off the top, I do think it's going to be 1 turn late for the scale, which means Crossroads Watch Post comes down, which means Possessi is never clearing this board in a million years.
Yeah. And Alan even holds back on Druid of the Wreath there, which he could have fit in with the composting. I think because he wants to ensure he will have the board space for Watch Post. Because there's a world where Possessi just accepts that the Trogs are multiplying, fills up the board with with 2 spells. Sorry, with just 1 spell. If he had played Druid of the Wreath, it requires only 1 spell for the board to be full for Alan, and then he can't play Watch Post. Here now, he makes it so that Possessi has to play 2 spells to fill up the whole board. And Possessi will do that, so he is just accepting that Alan can go face with all of this, but technically it's not that much pressure. It's not Arbor up yet.
That's true, and by abusing the fact of these Trogs, he does actually make it so the Crossroads Watch Post is not even playable on this turn, which I hadn't really considered as a possibility. But hey, it's pretty good. It guarantees that unless there is a buff spell in the form of Power of the Wild or the Pride's Fury, it's a guaranteed clear with the Scale of Onyxia on the turn after.
Except he doesn't have quite enough ramp because he used the coin.
Oh, he used the coin. Okay, 2 turns time. Sure, why not?
Yeah, 2 turns time. Just take another casual 8 from the hero power in the board. Getting scary. I guess he could Moon Touch to heal up. Then he can pouch for a Bloom. Wait, he's pouching
for growth? Not this.
Yeah. I thought that was Okani for a second on the left, but... Wait! What are we watching? I'm so lost.
I mean, I think it was the best of a non-existent bunch.
Okay.
What a weird game.
I mean, I don't know what he was looking for on 4. Like overgrowth,
right?
I guess.
That's it, yeah. Okay, that'll do it, I guess.
What? But did Possessi order something again? It looked like he was in such a hurry. He wasn't dead on board there. He didn't know there was Arbor up in hand, and there wasn't, was there?
I think that's a world first GM bubble tea concede. We've seen it live here as Possessi just dipping out to get his bevy on.
Oh man, anything for the bubble tea. What do you think? What kind of flavor does Possessi go for?
I don't know. I'm so bad at it. I don't really like bubble tea, to be honest. My brother is crazy about it. And whenever he went, he'd always get like this horrible combination where he'd just go like, give me one of everything. And he'd get like 50 syrups in the same jug, like in the same bottle. And just be absolutely hopped up on sugar, like bouncing off the walls for the next 2 hours. So I'm going to say that one. I think Possessi is a man of culture as well. One of everything.
I didn't think it was possible to ruin bubble tea, but your brother has done it, Derek.
Trust the English. We'll ruin any food, any drink. We can do it.
All right. Well, that was definitely a strange game. I honestly don't know if pouching for growth was what was on Possessi's mind or if it was even the right line. I was surprised to see him use coin at all when he kind of had a line where holding on to coin Vate would allow him to go turn 7 scale, which incidentally clears the whole board by that point because everything was just 1-2s. Obviously, Possessi would still be in a bad spot because Alan would draw a lot of cards from the composting and Possessi has used all his ramp there. But it certainly seemed more like a trying line than what Possessi ended up doing. However, I hope all his food has arrived safely. I hope he's able to stave off his hunger because this is going to be yet another difficult matchup. Buff Paladin against Druid. And there's just not enough removal in the Druid, I feel, to deal with all of the early minions. It feels like another matchup where you need the super fast scale to try and stabilize. And outside of that, the Paladin is going to be beating you down with all of these buff spells. And now there's an Okani on top of it.
Exactly. It's the kind of matchup where keeping Lunar Eclipse is not even necessarily a given, because against Trog, sure, it's good to be able to kill it off if it comes down on turn 1 from your opponent, but very quickly, like, it just becomes not a possibility. If they stick Noble Mount on it, it doesn't do anything. And so many of the other early plays don't even die to a Lunar Eclipse. You've got the Righteous Protector, Neophyte can make it too expensive, so many other Divine Shields, Muckler is too big, all of that nonsense. You just need your own proactive win condition as quickly as you possibly can, which theoretically you could argue is Bloom scale as a possibility to lock down the board at the start, but obviously more ideally you'd be looking for Guff.
Yeah, hard ramp. But I don't think I would turn down Bloom Scale if I were offered it as Possessi here. Obviously, you still lack some amount of ramp here, but man, he wants to think bigger. Obviously, the Bloom Scale game plan is messed with by Neophyte quite a little bit, but all right, straight away, Alan greeting and threatening with the power of the Trog, and Possessi throwing back a little threaten of his own.
Alan, in case you needed any more reason to love him, is an OG BMer. He has been doing this since it was incredibly uncool, just constantly threatening his opponents. Hello, sorry, thank you, whatever it needs to be. He will use any means necessary to win the game.
Have some bananas!
So you like food in the middle of a game, eh? We'll have all the food in the world.
All right. He can clear the Trog.
Uh-huh. And
Okay,
then
I thought-
overdraw? Yikes.
Yeah. Think so.
Whoa, really? Okay.
Coin Moonlit. Okay. He can still play Guff next
Growth?
turn with the Bloom.
Yeah. Okay, that's a way to get a targeted spell, which is very, very nice for this Sunwing Squawker. Authority is obviously the best one, but Hold the Bridge is honestly not bad just to get another Divine Shield minion on board. Yeah, you know, you're not turning your nose up at that.
I was gonna say I think Hold the Bridge is the best one just because you can play it this turn.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
immediately follow up with the Squawker because this is just setting up lethal. Very close to it. All right. He's guffing. He's ramping. But is it gonna be enough? Not with this hand.
So he draws the card, he can go Hero Power for ramp, finish with Pouch, which I do think is absolutely correct to look for Bloom, Vate, or maybe Pounce if you miss on all the others, but yeah, Vate is definitely much more like it. He's got Solar plus Feral Rage, he's got ways to stall out the game until he finds a Nixia. This is not over for Possessi, I want to say, quite yet. He can buy himself a little bit of time and then hope to hit those power cards to clutch it out.
Also, some things to consider with Pouch if he does get in a disaster scenario where he needs to clear the board or else he dies, which is incidentally next turn probably. Spammy Arcanist is something to consider.
Point.
Alan has not really built a board state that's weak to Spammy yet, but if he commits Murgle, that's a 1, a pseudo 2, no 3 I suppose, so not a full clear. And he is just gonna go Squawker here, so that's one Pouch out, deleted.
And so with 15, 16 damage on the board, I think for Possessi, Solar plus Feral Rage, as I said, should be enough, I think, to keep him alive. It's just BGBM that he would lose to in that instance. But I don't think you can afford to play around that in any other realistic world. And so with Vate, Hero Power, Solar, Feral Rage, he's likely buying himself another turn. And then, as I said, just needs to find Onyxia, Scale of Onyxia, some way to stabilize from this position.
And that is not the one of Battlegrounds Battlemaster for Alan, so it's just going to be loading up the board even more, I assume. 2-2, and is it Peasant or Hero Power? Probably just Hero Power?
Peasant?
Oh, okay, never mind. I don't know.
I mean, spend your mana, right? You're going Carriel next turn anyway, like.
Oh, Hero Power is spending your mana.
Sorry, play your cards, right? You've got good plays, I suppose would be the more appropriate way of putting it.
Important thing is, no matter which play he went for there, he builds enough HP that Scale on its own cannot clear everything. How much can it clear? 3 of them have to go into Mukla, 3 of them have to go into Neophyte, and that's already not enough to get rid of the 5/5. So alternate outs for Possessi. Is this a spammable board? There's no 3 health, right? It stops at the 2 proc.
Well, he has double banana, right? So he can send 2 into Mukla, 2 into the Neophyte. And then if he goes 3 into the 5/5, he's still dead. Just, right?
Wait.
Oh no, he'd be alive at 1? He'd be at 1 health, right? If he kills off the 3/5 attack minions.
No, if you put 2 bananas on the 1/1, that's the 3 health minion breakpoint, and then Spammy kills everything, I think.
Oh, Spammy you're considering. I was considering the Scale plus the bananas, but
Oh,
okay.
sorry, yeah. I mean, banana is definitely the safer way to go about it if you can stay alive on board, but I'm just looking for some sort of miracle out. Onyxia instead, okay.
Okay, how much does this kill off? That's 8. That's enough to survive, right? For the moment.
Did you count the 4 from Carriel?
Oh, no, it's not. No, yeah. Even without the 4 from Carriel, sorry, it's just short here.
Oh, man. Man, so many different lines there. We were talking about 2 completely different ones. I was thinking pouch for 5. Possessi went pouch for 10, which also had its merits if you found exactly Deathwing. We could see there that Onyxia is not enough to deal with that board and stay alive from even what he saw. And then you were talking about Scale plus bananas, which I honestly couldn't do the math quick enough to see if he could stay alive on board. But one way or another, Alan going for maximum pressure, hitting the hold the bridge on turn 3, just pushed way too much pressure, and just in the blink of an eye, we are down now to game 5.
Yeah, I think my Scale plus bananas route actually was 1 damage off being able to clear, because it would have been 2 whelps each into the Mukla and the 5/3, and then there would be 3 left over, which would be 1 short of killing off the parrot, which I think left you exactly dead, because if you'd been able to kill off the parrot, you would have been 1 damage off lethal from your opponent. And either way, the Carrier would have killed him off nonetheless, but from Possessi's perspective. And so I think your line was potentially a way to get there, but slightly higher chance was Possessi's in just going for the Deathwing.
Yeah.
Yes, you lose your entire hand, but that might be enough to still stabilize if you're lucky. Didn't work out though. Onyxia just shy of being able to get the job done, which means that Alan, despite starting off with a rapid 0-2 start to the series, the Priest and the Demon Hunter running away from him, it's now the Druid that needs to get a win for Possessi, lest Alan complete the reverse sweep. And with just Face Hunter left over, I like Alan's chances. I think he's just in with a good spot now.
Yeah, I would agree. This is what the lineup is built to do. But I will say, of the 4 decks for Alan, I feel like maybe the Face Hunter is the flimsiest into Druid, because it's the one that has the most burst spells towards the top end. And that half of the deck is least effective against Druid, especially with all the armor gained. However, Alan has hit the good part of his deck. The early minions, the buff, the Neophyte. This is what Possessi will struggle to deal with. He does have a pretty decent hand in the opener with the Fungal Fortunes to keep cycling and a relatively early overgrowth. So we'll see if Alan can get there. But obviously, Trogging is very effective.
It is. Are we considering Trog Coin Adorable Infestation? It obviously still leaves the minion, or the Trog itself, dead to Lunar Eclipse, which is your main consideration here.
So because of that, it could be coin Neophyte, potentially? Oh, wow. Nothing.
Damn.
I'm shocked.
I mean, I guess if you really want to get down Trog plus the Biscuit on the same turn, this is the quickest way to do so. Guaranteed that it can't be answered by a solar eclipse on the other, a lunar eclipse on the other side.
Yeah, fair enough. It can still be answered by Moontouch and Feral Rage, but obviously that would multiply a 1-2 Trog before it actually gets cleared. So Alan taking the very measured approach here. It has worked so far with his onslaught of damage against the Druid.
Okay, there's scale. No way to get it down right now, but it's the kind of hand that can maybe pull something out of the ashes here for Possessi, as he is very rapidly facing down a board that is going to get tougher and tougher to answer. So we need something very, very impressive from him here in the next 1 or 2 turns. I think that was an Innovate off the top, but because of the Neophyte, it means the scale is not going to be available on this turn. And with 2 Trogs already on board, plenty more damage coming afterwards. I don't think from Possessi this is going to be enough to get there.
Okani also playable, which is not a huge deal to actually stop Possessi because he can easily proc the counter spell with Innervate or something of the like, but it's just another on-curve threat. That minion as a 2/6 is a big problem here for Possessi. He can't clear that much with scale here. Like 3 of the whelps have to go into a Trog. Like all of the whelps have to go into Trogs here if he just wants to clear Trogs.
Yep. Has to start with Innovate, obviously, to play around the potential for Spell having been picked off the Akani, which it was. So this Innovate is just easy come, easy go, has no effect in this instance. Scale of Onyxia, like you said, is something you could consider, but does it ever come down to having to go for a miracle off of Pouch? Like, Brass Wing, something of that nature. Oh no, wait, it's Discover. Of course, you can't even hit that. Yeah.
I'm always thinking Spammy again, but I can't really figure out a way to clear the whole board because you'd have to hero power the 3/5.
Right.
And then you don't even kill Okani, and I don't think there's a way to get the Pouch to discover 5 mana. So it is just gonna be scale here. Hits Druid of the Reef. Okay, that's yeah. 1 more minion that can be cleared because of that. Like the Neophyte being cleared. Huge deal.
Okay, yeah, he's still in it just about. As now for Alan, it feels like Barret Codebane is a little bit too slow in this instance, and you can just get off to a quicker play here with just getting down the ramming mount, and honestly, probably both minions even, instead of the hero power.
Yeah, I do like that. Because he's just seen a scale, he's seen a ton of resources expended. This is still a point where Druid can struggle to take back the board. Possessi, again, is running the version without Onyxia, without Cenarian Ward, and that means that all this mana that he's accumulated doesn't necessarily translate into a big swing potential, but let's see. Fungal. Not the Cold Tooth Mines.
Oh, it's so much mana, but it's just not winning him the game, is it? He can go Moonlit into... Onyxia is not playable, and I think he needs to do something more immediate in order to survive. All of these are pretty good options. Luna, and then you go Luna to take out the 1 and the 3 attack minion.
Oh, true. I was looking at Feral, so you can go Solar Feral and then have another Feral in hand. Obviously, it's just delaying the inevitable, but this might be the type of hand that requires him to even find the time to play Kazakusan, is what I'm thinking, which he can, technically, with Cold Tooth on the next turn, play the Kazakusan, and then Bloomvate a Feral again if you need to. But it's not dealing with the board. And Alan... That's why he played for board instead of just burst spells last turn. He's going to continue to do that while also loading up the burst spells in hand. I don't quite think Possessi can get there.
I'm not seeing it right now either. There is 13 damage on the board, and given that you know there is an aimed shot in hand, given that Alan is only playing one ramming mount, you know that if you just go for Kazakhstan on its own this turn, you are dead. So it has to be something more impressive than that from Possessi. Maybe Kazakhstan, and then hope to draw a treasure immediately, like in the form of Book of the Dead, but I don't even think that would be cheap enough.
Yeah. Not enough mana, so it's actually the double Cold Tooth to pull Kazakhstan and then guarantee that he pulls Scale of Onyxia. Clever. I honestly didn't spot this. So that means Possessi can clear off enough of this to survive. Companion, Doggy Biscuit, Trog, Marcel Hero Power. And Alan still has the capability to play aim shot, quick shot, hero power on the next turn.
Yeah. You just fit in the hero power. But now for Possessi, with 2 Scales of Onyxia having died, it's 100% the Book of the Dead will be playable. So I think it just has to be Kazakhstan now, and pray that you hit the goods to be able to clear off this board. Oh, no, he'd still be dead, though.
Yeah, he would. Oh. It's still 10 damage in hand from Alan.
Right. Okay. Guff gets him 5 and corrupts the Boon Touched.
Okay.
Oh, man. I'm trying to find something, anything to pull Possessi out of this one.
Lunar Eclipse isn't really helping. Every spell played just generates another Trog, and the best he can remove with just Lunar Eclipse is a Trog.
Yeah.
So, all right. Math. 10 on board, and you expect 10 from hand the next turn. So the magic number is 21 here, and I guess even higher than that because you have to play spells, and that will put more Trogs on the board. So let's call it a full board, which is 22 damage, including the hand, right?
Okay, yeah.
So you need to get to 23 this turn, which you can do with Solar Feral.
Yeah.
Or Solar Moon Touch.
Feral. Yeah. He's making the only line that survives him the turn.
But I really don't think it wins the game. It's just delaying.
Yeah, without even any immediate card draw to come off the Kazakhstan, I don't think there's any way that he can play it and do something to pull back the board on the same turn. Like I said, Book of the Dead, even if he had a way to get it on the same turn as I was hypothesizing a little bit earlier, I do think just still leaves him dead to whatever can come off the top for Alan.
There a pouch left? Any Discover effects, Nature Studies?
I think there's one pouch, which would get him...
Wait,
7
Fungal.
now?
Wait. Kazakhstan Fungal Book. And you've seen the burst spells.
Right.
And then you just pray that they don't draw the other aim shot.
That's
There's
it.
an out.
That's the out.
Alan Spring! No mission.
Knife, but that's a blank.
Yeah. Nope, these are not
blanks.
books. And you need the good book, not the holy book. The Book of the Dead. Oh my gosh. Ah.
Pick something.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. You just need book, not that book.
Bad book. Bad book.
Bad book.
Good book.
Good book.
Good book.
Okay, just, I don't know. Poison, sure, whatever. Just Fungal. He has to go. Oh my gosh. He's taking time to pray. Possessi, what a man. Does he find it? I don't think he's found it. No.
Oh!
Alan survives! Possessi is out of the running.
Let's go, Alan. Show off your stash in the victory lap that he gives us there. What a series from Alan. I mean, I was ready to call him out right from the start. Like those 2 quick victories for Possessi, who was just looking absolutely on point, getting the full reverse sweep on the Druid. Incredible stuff. And it means that the dream for Alan is still very much alive. He is going to be going through to face Chonsu, still in with that slim chance of getting through to the World Championship after having lost in the finals last time he was in the playoffs.
Man, still coming down from the high that was that series. Tarek, it all came down to Kazakhstan for treasures. Honestly, props to Possessi for finding a way to survive that long, that he put himself in a position where even overloaded, he had the mana to look for an out with Kazakhstan. He had enough armor to stave off wave after wave of threats from Alan and all the burn spells. But in the end, it is the lineup straight from the lab of Alan and Yarla that manages to reverse sweep the Druid, and it could be finding yet another target in Chonsu straight after a break.
Man, what a way for this one to shake up. It does mean, I think, that that's not the end of Possessi's Grandmasters run, because I believe he finished in 4th place right at the end of the standings, which means he is still in the running for Grandmasters Last Call to be played out later on this year, which is going to be incredibly exciting to watch, as Possessi just managed to squeeze in with 7 points into 4th place. But that is the end of his run for this season, which means if he wants to get through to the World Championships, it is going to have to be in the very unlikely shot through Last Call or through a couple of very good performances at Masters Tours, which we would love to see from Possessi, of course. But for now, as we're saying, Alan is still in with that slim hope, and he's going to be up against Chonsu, who I have to say, I think is going to be a bit of a tougher opponent, because he has got himself still that Druid, admittedly, that he can look to hard target, but the Warrior, the Burn Shaman, some very nice alternate matchups available to Chonsu that could give him a leg up against the full aggro from Alan. But we're going to go to a 10-minute break now, I believe, to let Alan catch his breath after that series and think about what his ban strategy may be, although I think I have a good idea of what it could be. And then when we come back, it's going to be the final match of the day to find out who that second semi-final spot of the day will be going to, Chonsu or Alan. We'll find out very shortly. it is the final match of the day here in Asia Pacific, the decider match to find out who is going to be taking that final semi-final spot alongside Alutemu, at least on this side of the bracket, before tomorrow we fill out the remaining 2 slots in the semi-final, as is how a semi-final has to work. But it is going to be either between Alan or Chonsu. And as I was saying a little bit before the break, it's a little bit of a difficult one to pass through this matchup, because on the one hand, Chonsu has got himself a couple of nice anti-aggro decks. Control Warrior, Burn Shaman, arguably Demon Hunter as well, should be in a good spot. However, it's still that Druid on his side that is going to be a real sticking point for him, and still remains the cornerstone, I believe, of Alan's strategy.
That's right. It is one of those classic conquest interactions where one person with a hard target lineup has 4 decks that perform extremely well against one deck on the other side. Let's call it 70%, being generous probably, with all of the decks into the Druid. Is that good enough to take a series when you're probably in the realm of 30% against the other matchups? Who knows? But Alan and Yarla clearly believe in the lineup, and Alan has definitely lived up to his word so far, managed the reverse sweep on Possessi, and like we were hypothesizing a while ago, it's not only the Druid that Alan can prey upon. He actually has some good matchups into Demon Hunter still, I think, with that Paladin in particular. Hunter and Priest a little bit iffier, but we do see Chonsu banning away a different deck than Possessi had gone for. It's not the Priest out of the way, but the Beast Druid, so we will get the chance to see some Shadow Priest action. But Chonsu is a brave, brave man, because he's starting off with his Druid, trying to rip the band-aid off, get the hardest matchup out of the way.
And as we can see, he does have pretty much, I think, card for card, an identical list when compared to Possessi, the armor variant that a lot of players have deviated away from. And weirdly enough, a couple of things that I actually realized throughout that series is that towards the end for Possessi, it's not like the Scenarium wards that would have been good, although they would have been nice. It was really weirdly enough, just having Onyxia in the late game that would have been so clutch for Possessi, because it was just a way to go, guaranteed, I get my big minion and then I lock down the board. There are few boards that Onyxia can't deal with in one way or another, especially for the Hunter and the Priest. The Paladin, sorry, yes, there are these big buff boards that even Raid Boss Onyxia would struggle to answer, but the slightly more pure aggressive decks, rather than the board-based approach of the Paladin, would struggle against Raid Boss Onyxia. But here for Chonsu, once again, it's not there. And so getting down an early scale of Onyxia, we've seen, to be honest, hasn't been good enough to win the game. Early scale has bought time, but the Druid hasn't been able to do anything with that extra time, because Kazakhstan just every single time has been too slow to play as an 8-mana 8/8 on the turn it comes down.
That's right, and the neophytes hanging around in many of Alan's decks can make early scale a difficult prospect indeed. So it's an uphill climb for the Druid. We saw for Possessi to even have an out to beat Alan there. He had to gain, what, 24 armor or more throughout the course of the game, and then try and get there with the Kazakhstan into book at the end, and it had to be the perfect discover into drawing it right away off of Fungal Fortunes, and it didn't come together in that instance. But we could see a pretty different pan out here from Chonsu and Alan, because Alan, we are just going to see the last game of the previous series start off as the first game in this series, as Alan is starting with Face Hunter this time, maybe trying to spice up his Q order a little bit and catch Chonsu off guard. But this Hunter, I did mention there are some hands where it can brick a little bit in the early game. If you float even 1 mana against Druid, that can be sort of a nail in the coffin later on, because it just wrecks the fluidity and efficiency of the damage. And you could see there last game, every last point of damage mattered to close out the game. So if Alan gets any of the top end cards or too much burst in the early game and not enough minions, that can maybe be the window that Chonsu needs to stabilize later on. But the opening hand for Alan is nothing of the sort. It's minions and buff, which is exactly what you want to see.
Yep, Wolpertinger on 1 is, I think, just guaranteed to go off unless they have Luna, which they're probably not even going to want to use anyway. And so essentially guaranteed to get Doggy Biscuit. But instead he's going with the Troggy Biscuit as coming down on turn 1. It would force a... well, it's just impossible, right? Coin Luna doesn't work, so it's guaranteed Doggy Biscuit to come down on turn 2. Chonsu already just getting hunted down as this Druid again is looking so weak.
Okay, we already have to start digging for outs. If he goes Lunar Eclipse and softens up the Trog, he can then go guess the way to find another Lunar Eclipse, play it next turn, but you have spawned 2 more Trogs in the meantime, and that kind of sucks. If he hero powers this and tries to hero power it again next turn, he still can't kill it with Lunar Eclipse, because you would have to coin it out, and that would multiply a Trog. Also, there's a Neophyte. So I already think all the roads need to lead to what is the best way to find Scale of Onyxia and play it as soon as possible, and that's card draw.
Yeah, it's Scale, or it's maybe if you can get down Kazakhstan like turn 4 absolute latest, that might come online quickly enough, and then you can just try and cheese out Vampiric Fangs, some kind of cheap board clear turn after turn, maybe a wand to clear things up. But obviously with no Bloom in hand, even that does not look like a realistic possibility. And then with an Orc Merchant as well, it means that Fungal Fortunes is not even playable on this turn. You can't chain these Lunar Eclipses. What can you possibly do against all of this?
Cry. I mean, Lunar into Nature Studies.
Okay. Yeah. That's armor. It's a lot of armor.
Okay. So, 12 damage on board, and it's gonna increase to 14 with another Doggy Biscuit. So he can actually gain more armor in a turn than Alan can push from board alone with Solar Feral, which means that Chonsu can buy himself, theoretically, a turn, just straight up gain more mana, and neither player does anything. Well, Alan hero powers, but that's exactly as much armor as Chonsu's gaining. So with that mana, can he get a scale clear? Not even, because there's too much health on board. So I think it has to be some sort of find pouch out again, after, of course, he stalls a little bit with the armor gain. Okay, with the preloaded Lunar Eclipse, finding scale now allows him to clear everything but an Aug Merchant if he gets it next turn.
Yep, that's going to be the outright. He has to draw it naturally off the top. Or I suppose he has 2 turns to do it, because he could, again, go Solar plus Moontouched Amulet. Oh, sorry, Solar plus Feral Rage, which would probably buy him another turn. And then hope that his opponent just doesn't top deck that little bit of extra damage that he would need to close out the game.
Okay, a pouch has appeared. And this board is spammable if he wants to go for it.
Oh.
That's all I'm thinking, honestly. But
I agree. I think it is Coin Pouch.
anything else on 5? I don't think so. Okay, going for the spammy. If he misses, he can still Vate and do other things. No.
No.
Oh, you know what
Blood
would have been
God?
sick here? Mulveric, actually.
Oh, true. Yeah.
But I
That's a
don't
good
think the odds for hitting that on 4 are higher than the odds of hitting spammy on 5, because there's probably just more 4 cost cards available to Druid than 5. Obviously, these are all super low odds outs, but that's how deep we need to dig to find win conditions for such a miserable matchup.
Alan quite simply just pulling back his fist and punching Chonsu in the face every single turn. Those brain cells, of which he has so many, are not working especially hard so far.
Taking a nice breather after all of his difficult spots that he's been in the previous weeks. Okay, another pouch. Can he find Bloom? Nope. Because if he had Bloom here, he could have Bloomed Pouch Mulveric, right?
That's true. Yeah, good point. Which was maybe an out, but even then, like, because you don't get honorable kill on a couple of the minions, I think you would have had to have left like a 2-1 at the end of it was how it would work out. At which point you are just dying to so many things. Like, it's just quick shot, aimed shot, piercing shot, doggy biscuit, although both of those have been used, ramming mount, like so many different outs your opponent could have hit at that point, which Chonsu, of course, well knew, but he was just digging for any out whatsoever, did not find it, and pretty simply, Alan continues to target this Druid, getting the perfect hand time and again. And especially this build of Druid for Chonsu just looks so unbelievably weak to this style of aggression.
Target on the Druid and target straight on the face as well. And this is kind of why I've talked about I prefer the Onyxia version and Cenarion Ward version against aggro decks, because you actually give yourself potential to swing the board later on rather than just delaying with armor gain. You can still delay a little bit with that build in the early game while you ramp up to the point where you can actually get a board clear and stick some presence of your own, either with the Onyxia or the Cenarion Ward. But Chonsu is going to move away from the Druid first, going for his Okani deck. And now I have read the card text, so I will understand how this works, I hope.
I knew how it worked. I just chose to forget for suspense reasons. I'm just straight up lying now is my new thing in order to build up the tension, is how I will choose to cope with me being an absolute abject moron. But here for Chonsu, on the Shaman, I do think that he's got himself a perfectly reasonable matchup, right? You still have the same almost auto-win conditions in Coin, Bloom, Caverns, or just Bloom Caverns on turn 2 if you're on the play, of which Priest, I think, will really struggle to keep up with. But then just a lot of the other stuff that you're doing naturally kind of just beats up on the Shadow Priest, because Landslide is such a dominant card in this matchup. A lot of your early plays are enough to, if not beat the Priest on board, at least to keep up and to force them to keep using hero power turn after turn instead of just vomiting stats on the board. And then, of course, later on in the game, if you're able to get down these big Snowfall Guardians, there's not that much burn available to the Priest outside of the one Shard and the one Mr. Smite. So locking down the board with these huge attack Guardians is often a very real win condition in its own right.
Yeah. There is some counterplay to Guardian with the one Najak Hexen in here for Alan, so something that Chonsu will have to keep in mind, but I do agree that the early game is more so about trying to lock down the board instead of freezing it necessarily. Answering it as the Shaman is the way to go about it, and with Landslide, you can sweep up a lot of this just with a single Novice Zapper, so gonna be tough for Alan to build a board state that's resilient against that, but he does have Cult Neophyte in here still. A lot of one-ofs, actually. The Kulturan Chaplain slotted in there, one Void Shard cut for it, and additional minions like the Watch Post in place of Thrive in the Shadows. So even less ways to pull the burn, but he's doubled down on minion presence, and this is kind of as good as a minion presence-based hand as it gets for the opener.
Yeah, it's really not bad, is it? Applies a decent amount of pressure, and of course has lots of survivability as well. So I honestly would not be surprised at a full keep here, which I think Alan has ended up on. For Chonsu, though, it was a little bit of a more daunting prospect, or difficult mulligan, I suppose I should say, because the Bloom, absolutely agree, that is the card you're looking for in pretty much any of these early tempo-based matchups. But the Serpent Shrine Portal was something I was quite heavily considering, just as a strong early tempo play to swing the board back in your favor.
Interesting, because if you keep Bloom and Serpent Shrine, that kind of says this wants to be a turn 1 play, but on the play, you're not actually removing anything on turn 1. So kind of like that Chonsu has still tossed it to find better shots at the Wild Paw Cavern, or just early plays like the Sleep Breaker. Serpent Shrine still getting quite a lot of work done here. Oh, okay. I was expecting that he'd preload the damage on the Frazzled Freshman, because I think that the Sleep Breaker on 2 health is an easy hero power target, so I was looking at trying to get value from it by value trading a little bit.
That's a fair point. I think Chonsu can put a fair amount of value on just forcing your opponent to press the hero power. And, you know, taking off a 2-attack minion instead of a 1-attack minion does in its own way make its board much more survivable. And as we see here, Alan does not find the time to press the hero power, and Chonsu finds the time to get himself the the Novice Zapper, which alongside this Landslide is just the absolute turbo nuts in this matchup.
Huge. Just goes Zapper Landslide, double trade. He has a 3-3 and a 3-2 at the end of that. Super far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about Bloom Frostbite, but I think you just want to get this multicaster down more consistently.
Completely agree.
Wow.
That is
Wow.
a sad post and a sad hand for Alan. I mean, technically he has a curve, but these are all the least efficient minions in his deck.
Yeah. So trade in the 3-3 and then either Frostbite or Portal would get you a clean kill, obviously with it gaining the buff burst, but you still having spell damage in order to take care of that. Alternatively, though, there is the line of just multicaster for 2 draws and ignore this thing for the moment.
I like it, because these minions are still gonna be here the next turn. Well, maybe not the 3-2, it could get pinged, but you still have a 3-4 that you've summoned and the 3-3, and quite a lot of burn spells. There is an argument to be made for losing the spell damage being annoying. So I guess Chonsu is just paying utmost respect here.
Yeah, I think this is perfectly reasonable. He has a very easy way to actually get the full 3 draws next turn as well, by going Windchill / Frostbite and then the multicaster as well. And this just works out, oh, so gorgeously. It's just one of those games where everything is coming together. The mana expenditure is perfect. The rolls you're getting off Serpent Shrine are perfect. So far ahead on board, so far ahead on card advantage. There is just nothing that Alan can do to pull this one back.
Nope, just gonna remove the Dreaming Drake and play down a couple 1-drops, but we can see there's even second Landslide for Chonsu to add insult to injury here. He obviously doesn't really need it, but it's nice.
Yeah, obviously doesn't care about duplicating the Trogs at all, because a Bloom, a Bolt, whatever Overload card he cares to play will activate the Landslide, and then he can go Landslide, Wild Paw, Fleet Breaker. That sounds like a pretty good use of your mana that will win this game of Hearthstone.
Just like every other play this turn. But yeah, I do like Wild Paw and Sleet Breaker. It just gets yourself 12 total attack on board, and you're going face for 6 this turn. That's just a clean lethal setup.
Is indeed. Okay, ends up on Akani to play around, I don't know, like Raise Dead? Something like that. I can't even think of a single spell or minion that would be enough to salvage this one.
Yeah, Magic Hexen wouldn't do enough here either. Get the Smite countered. Smite walks the plank, and Alan takes a loss.
Yeah, to be expected. Again, if it wasn't this game, it would be another one, right? The Shaman is just so dominant in these kinds of matchups, and this is really the honestly kind of the point of Shaman that we kind of forget about, or I do at least, is that even though it can scrape wins against Druid, Demon Hunter, Rogue, sometimes Warrior if you're very, very lucky as well, it's primarily just an incredibly efficient board-based deck. All these things it's doing with the spell damage, the Landslide, obviously, the card draw, the mana cheat, everything just works together in this beautiful whirlwind of board-based aggression that the Shadow Priest, even with its 2 damage hero power, cannot stack up against. And so now it's going to be the Paladin for Alan, and once again, the Druid for Chonsu, which I don't know how we'd rank these in terms of the terrible matchups for Druid, but if nothing else, it's not good.
And I feel like it's even worse for the Druid than the Hunter was, which obviously does not work out well for Chonsu. I guess my criticisms of Hunter, or like rather the small win conditions I could find for the Druid when it comes to facing Hunter, also somewhat apply to the Paladin, where they can draw the top end of their deck and miss out on early curve, but the deck is specifically built to give you very consistent early curves, and that the fact that there's such a high density of buff spells and copy effects with the Sunwing Squawker means that the Paladin will almost always have a situation where they can get a tall minion on top of having a tons of minions on board, so they won't even necessarily get into the situation where Alan was with the Hunter, where he got board locked and couldn't really spend any of his mana on anything. Because the Paladin will be able to spend mana on buff spells and put more pressure on board than Chonsu can gain in terms of armor, even with Solar Lunar for 2 or 3 turns in a row.
I'm still thinking the most important thing, especially when on the coin is, especially when on the play, is to hit that 1-drop. So I was actually expecting a full mull from Alan, but I guess Sneaky Delinquent is just such a gorgeous play against Druid, because there's literally no way that it can interact with it without it, or to stop it from going face in those early turns. But he holds on to one of them and is rewarded with a nice 1-2-3 curve.
And there's also this little mini game going on of Alan emoting every single Druid he faces, but no other matchup. He's greeted without fail every time a Druid is on the other side, but doesn't want anything to do with other minions. All right, Chonsu, honestly, many different ways to approach this early game. I agree that the studies didn't look particularly helpful on turn 1, because kind of wants to just play coin on the next turn anyway, which would eat up the studies. So instead he coins this turn to remove the shield and set up for a clear, even if a Hand of Adal comes down. Unfortunately, it's Noble Mount, so takes another hero power to shave this shield off.
And I think it's still probably worth it, right? Because you have Vate, Luna plus Overgrowth on the following turn, and I don't know, it's close, because you could argue that spending this nature studies this turn allows you to hold off on the innovate for a turn and go for the overgrowth next turn cleanly, which he does end up going for.
I did like the Thorngrowth Sentries pick, but I kind of thought he would play it now, honestly, just to take the shield off of the Righteous Protector, and then he could still go like Innervate, Lunar, Overgrowth the next turn. But with this play, he does get to save the Thorngrowth, or maybe it gets more value than just shaving off a shield.
Okay, Akani for, I still want to say spell. Yeah, like stopping a Kazakhstan, something like that is just not all too relevant. You want to stop them from getting down Scale of Onyxia on this turn. And even if it just discounts and innovate, that's still fine, because it's stopping them from making the power play on this turn.
Big deal, though, that this is leading up into turn 5. Chonsu simply cannot clear both of these. Alan was so scared there of, like, I guess another scale, like after that Vate, another Vate scale.
Right, yeah,
that actually would have dealt with his board and left him no target for Blessing of Authority.
Okay, no Kazakhstan discarded as Chonsu is just loading up this hand. He's got himself plenty of stall here with all the armor that he can gain. But does he have himself enough removal to chew through this 14 health Akani that is now staring him in the face? Scale of Onyxia can obviously kill off enough damage to make it so that he's not technically dead on this turn. But leaving 10 attack on the board has got to feel scary.
Yep, dead to Smite and dead to Battlegrounds Battlemaster, the latter of which, sorry, the former of which is in hand. Ah, man, I lost the 50-50 on the right.
One day I'll learn what those pesky words mean. Until then,
yeah, imagine
50-50.
learning English. And for Chonsu there, honestly, I was wondering if he was going to take a more conservative line to try and play around one of those lethal outs from Alan, because he did pick up the Thorngrowth Sentries and could have cleared the 4-3 with hero power, I think, plus a removal. Right. Or maybe it was just Moon Touch by that point. I don't quite remember, but he could have put taunts in the way is what I'm trying to say to survive. And would that have helped his overall game plan? Maybe not, because he was still not clearing the 10-14 the next turn necessarily with the Scale of Onyxia. So overall, I think it makes sense to just try and take the risk that turn and then stabilize with the taunts, but it so happened that Alan had the card to seal the game, and that's yet another loss for the Druid. And Chonsu going back and forth, it seems like he doesn't want to play Druid again. He's trying to take this all the way down to a 5-game series.
As has been his plan all the way here. Or Alan's plan, I suppose, at least, to get the target on the Druid. And like you say, Chonsu honestly feels like he's just fully randoming his decks here. I can't really see any discernible pattern to his Q order, which, you know, again, is the way a lot of players choose to approach it. And for the Demon Hunter against the Shadow Priest as the one remaining deck for Alan, it does feel to me like this should just be a traditionally very good matchup for the Demon Hunter, because now that there is no Elucia, there is no very strong counterplay to the Demon Hunter's removal. And if Demon Hunter just has free reign to play all their removal spells, I do think they still come out just about in the lead against the Shadow Priest. However, the double merchant that is in the list for Alan could be a nice way to force Chonsu into being a little bit more liberal with his removal than he would like to be. Because if you leave a big board up and tank like, I don't know, 6-7 damage in a turn, which usually Demon Hunter would be quite happy to do, all of a sudden if you're facing down an 8-9 or a 7-8 on the other side of the board at the same time, it becomes a lot harder to actually clear the board.
Yeah, the Traveling Merchant and Voracious Reader, one of, are sort of returning cards to the deck that were in the very first builds of Shadow Priest of last year. Somehow have returned now for Alan. Oh, that's a bit of a rough opening hand, though. Not the 2-drop that you wanted to see. And okay, that's a 1-drop at least. Puts Chonsu off of just playing Quest this turn.
Greetings.
But Alan
Wow.
says no, he wants to actually have this peasant be awkward for Chonsu to deal with.
Coin Deadeye. Oh, this is tempo.
I love it. It's just good. Like, all of Alan's plays this turn, like, get challenged by Deadeye. Neophytes, Hero Power, takes 2 turns to get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm right there with you. I think it's a very, very nice play. And Chonsu is drawing himself with the rest of his hand. Honestly, a pretty nice hand of spells here. With the Arcanist Fellscream Blast, it works out very nicely. Or Arcanist plus Fell Barrage, depending on what shape of board he is presented with in the coming turns.
What is it?
Finally, Alan actually plays a card on turn 3 in his aggro deck.
Digital Runner?
Yes.
He can play that Hero Power and just end with another Studies if he likes. Ooh, or just Chaos. Maybe you try and get the quest.
Oh,
Oh,
it's the Spectral Sight. That is huge.
it is. Can he hit a Fury as well to deal with the peasant? Nope. Still, I think it's worth it letting Alan draw a card in order to progress quest here. Chonsu needs to keep up with the resources as well.
All right, finally, Alan has got himself a few options to actually play with here. And so I'm wondering how we maximize this turn, because, you know, you're always leaving your board dead to Arcanist plus Immolation or Arcanist Fell Barrage, whatever. If they have the powerhouse clears, your board is probably dying anyway. But you can just get yourself still a pretty survivable board if you go like Trog, Horror, buff up the 2-1 plus the Peasant plus the Trog. It allows you to take a value trade, I suppose, and then just throw down the Freshman as well.
Yeah, I like that. Was wondering if you end up buffing Freshman plus Peasant instead of Trog plus Peasant at that point, because you're kind of accepting that the 3 health breakpoint is where Fellscream Blast becomes a huge factor. But this line still requires Arcanist Fellscream Blast to deal with it and puts apart the Trog and the Peasant. I think it's still going to be the play for Chonsu, though, because just leaving a 1-1 Freshman is absolutely fine here.
Right, looks like he's just gearing up for the almost complete board clear with the Talented Arcanist healing up. Well, kind of overkilling on the heal, actually, but I think he knows that against Shadow Priest, that's just not really your concern. It's much more important to get the consistent board clear, which he does give himself access to here. And honestly, leaving a 1-3 on board is actually still just kind of annoying for the Shadow Priest.
Yeah.
Who now is looking to probably just get back a couple of the cards that he's lost so far.
I think so. Wriggling Horror would be pretty nice to go alongside the Mukla this turn. Peasant and Trog, not so much at this point in the game, but I feel like I'd rather take the Raise Dead now than have the Mukla in the Raise Dead pool later.
I don't know. Is Mukla that bad?
It just doesn't seem efficient with this hand, right? Which is begging to play Voracious Reader. He might even smite on curve to just dump as many cards as possible and get the maximum draw.
Good point. And I guess, like you said, the Wriggling Horror is just kind of too efficient of a play on this turn to pass up. Now, of course, the options start spiraling open for Chonsu, as there is the option for Immolation Aura, but I'm kind of looking at if there's anything else with like Fell Barrage, maybe with a banana to buff up the Talented Arcanist itself, but I can't quite see anything that clean.
Well, Immo Fell Barrage is just a full clear, isn't it? And then you can then banana and have a 2/2 at the end.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a little expensive, like using two powerful combo pieces where I'm trying to find a way that you just end up using one of them instead. Wow, okay.
If he goes Fell Scream, hit the 2/2. Oh yeah, he could have gone like Fell Scream, 1/3 into 2/2, your Chaos Strike into the Mukla, and then Fell Barrage would clear. But there's a different line now with the pickup of the Fury. Very nicely spotted. That is 2 Fell Scream Blasts used, so in terms of big healing potential for Chonsu, it comes in the form of Eldrazi Warblades only now. But that's not a huge concern as long as he's ahead on board, which is absolutely the case.
Yeah, quite definitively. As now it looked like Alan was just reaching for straight up Mr. Smite on this turn, which sure, you know, it pushes damage and a 5 attack minion is, a 5 health minion is kind of awkward for the Demon Hunter to deal with, but steadies himself and instead just dumps out the hand, trying to set up for that reader, as you were talking about.
Okay, so you weren't a fan of the performer's play against Druid, but surely against Shadow Priest.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, I think you could... You can much more easily win this matchup by just sticking any amount of stats whatsoever. My problem was that against Druid, they can build up these big combos and refill the board in a heavy way. Shadow Priest can't do that. It's a very honest face-up deck. What you see is what you get. And right now, what Alan gets is Game 5.
I agree. Oh, you can spend all this mana this turn, though.
Damn.
And Reader for very likely 3 full draws next turn.
Even Jace is such a juicy pickup. Okay, so Arcanist Fell Barrage gives you a full clear, obviously very easily, plus a 1/1. And then is it just banana time and start killing?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a renowned performer now.
Absolutely potassiumed out of his mind. As, yeah, I mean, looking through the list, there are just no top decks that can save Alan, right? Hexen, not doing anything. Benedict is obviously way too slow. Neophyte plus Voracious Reader, there's no way to swing back the board. So I do think Chonsu, as we somewhat expected, is going to be taking us all the way through to a Game 5 here. As, honestly, just Jace alone is kind of close to lethal.
I think if he gets the good order on it, it will be lethal. Like the Fell Scream / Immolation Aura before Fell Barrage, and you push all your minions face first. Obviously, no need to take the risk if there's any way it can go wrong. I don't think there's any way it can go wrong where it actually loses Chonsu the game, but it might make him look frivolous if it doesn't actually win on his own, so fair enough.
Yes, frivolous indeed. Going with the Magtheridon route instead, which again, looking through the list, the only way I can imagine that going really wrong is Najak, of course, in order to steal the 12/12, which would be Alan's only real out. But it should still be fairly easy. But Chonsu to chew through that and get the kill on the Najak and take back his Magtheridon.
Yeah, with Jason hand, it's absolutely fine.
Unless it's Najak plus Okani. And
Oh? Counter minion?
yeah.
True, actually. Maybe this was the frivolous line.
Maybe.
Okay.
But it's not here, right? And I think
Yeah.
this is just a game. If you take Minion, you obviously die to this Chaos Strike. If you take Spell, he's just going to go double jump first and then Chaos Strike to kill you off. So it is just GG. Or just Weapon. That'll do it too. That is neither Spell nor Minion. And ironically enough, there is no counter for Okani to just a weapon from his opponent. A pretty worthless Blade Master, if you ask me. And I'm sure Alan would agree, as it's going to be sending him to Game 5, where he just has to take on the Druid. Could it be his 6th win in a row to Druid after his 4th consecutive loss to every other type of deck in the game?
Could be. And that's just, you know, a successful Conquest lineup, if you ask me.
Yeah.
You found your target. Everybody, almost everybody in the field brought it. You've been doing the job consistently. Who cares if you lose to the other decks if you feel that you can get this done every single time against Druid? Granted, Alan hasn't won with Priest versus Druid yet to date because Possessi banned it out in the first series of the day, but I think we can already kind of see the interplay of this deck. It's still going to be absolutely punishing against that Kazakhstan Druid. Void Touched Attendant is a monster card in that matchup called Neophyte, as always. Wriggling Horror to get things out of range of Lunar Eclipse. Watch Post added on top there. There's just a little bit too much here. Chonsu's gonna have to pray for Alan to have a major brick of an opening hand, or for Chonsu himself to get super early scale.
Or maybe for Alan himself to pull a Chonsu and just concede a one game randomly in order for him to take it. Yeah, it's been a very APAC sort of day here, all things considered.
And then they can pull a Casters where we say, oh, Chonsu surely had it right. We didn't count it ourselves. We just trusted him and said it was fine.
That's what we get for trusting our players. We should have learned at this point, Gia, but we never will. We'll still have blind, ignorant trust of our players to make the right play, no matter what. But here, for Chonsu, in terms of a more realistic win condition, other than his opponent being an idiot, which Alan tends not to be, I do think that the main win conditions that we have been missing out on our players, from our players, is early guff. That is by far and away your best chance of locking down the game. Early Scale of Onyxia buys you time, sure, but it's not necessarily game winning. Early wild growth can be good, but it doesn't give you the consistent ramp plus armor gain that Guff can afford you. So I know that Chonsu knows this, but I think just going for a more all-out approach of just finding Guff for turn 3 or 4 is a way that he could try and just cheese out the game before the real powerhouse plays come down from Alan.
Yeah, just the opposite of me in Battlegrounds, doing everything I can to avoid Guff around turn 7, turn 8. We shall see. Opening hand for Alan contains a Trog and an Og Merchant. Sign me up.
Yeah. Oh, he's just hit Trog on 1 like every game against Druid. It's actually staggering.
The R&D mine is Alan's!
Oh, even a raise that as well if you needed another one. Okay, it's a good hand for Alan. So that particular route to a victory, oh my goodness, has already left for Chonsu. But what can he piece together with this hand? If he can get himself Guff off of the Moonlit Guidance, maybe there's something there? Maybe.
I already think it's yet another pouch for spammy type of game.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's double Trog and one of them has Divine Shield.
Yeah.
Wait, Alan didn't greet. What's going on?
Oh, no, he's not even giving his opponent any respite whatsoever. Not even a greetings here. All right, so as you said, Spammy Arcanist, which means that Pouch becomes a pretty valuable card to pick up here. Obviously, Guff, as I was talking about, is a fantastic card to hit. And even with triple Lunar Eclipse available in the starting hand, in the face of the Iron Deep Trog, literally just helps them to get a bigger board.
Yep, it just multiplies.
Oh,
and the merchant!
oh my
God! I was gonna say, the one thing going for Chonsu is he can actually just fill the board for Alan, multiply the trogs, keep him board locked, and then there's not many good ways for Alan to capitalize on that. Like he would have to ping his own minion to make the space to play Wriggling Horror. But in this window where Chonsu didn't completely fill the board, Alan has top decked the best possible card for the situation in the Traveling Merchant. And now even a discovered Arcanist will not deal with this for Chonsu. I think he just got.
It looks that way, but he's not currently dead, right? So he can go coin growth. There's not really any point to playing the Luna that I can see because, you know, if you play the Luna as well, it also won't corrupt the Moon-touched Amulet, which is a pretty important part of it. But he is instead just going for studies to try and hit Cenarian Ward, maybe? Whatever he was going for, we didn't see it because he just concedes on the spot. Alan, 2 series in a row, full sweeping. The Druid is through to the semi-finals alongside Alu Temu. What an absolute alpha.
I have no words. Chonsu won week 2 and week 3, and he was just completely helpless in the face of the trogs, in the face of the stash on this glorious specimen that is Alan C86. My gosh, the character development arc that we've seen from Alan in the past couple of seasons, right? Last season, going from underdog to completely pulling it back in the last couple of weeks, came a little bit short of making it to the World Championship. And then this season, with those big brain plays in the late game, playing around Frostbite to make sure that his Embers of Ragnaros would still be playing, until finally he has hit his final form of just play Trogs and hit him in the head.
Yep. It's what we expect from Alan. It feels like so often he is, well, honestly, it feels like every week he's attempting to do what he did here, just being one step ahead of the metagame. And weirdly enough for Alan, even though his reasoning is always absolutely spot on, what he's actually trying to target or what he expects his opponent to do isn't necessarily lining up with reality of what they actually end up doing. But here, I think we saw a perfect example of what happens when everything goes right for Alan. He thought that everyone would bring this version of Druid, be it the spell version, the armor version, the Malagos version, whatever it is. Even ramp or celestial alignment would also have worked just fine. They did bring it, and he got the full perfect sweep here both times, clearly implying that he is in a fantastic position overall against this side of the bracket, at least. However, once we get into tomorrow and we see a couple more people enter the semi-finals, I think things could get a little bit tougher for Alan, as Shaxi has got himself a full aggro lineup. Mighty has got himself essentially a full aggro lineup as well. It's a very different scene over on the other side of the field.
Very true indeed. We are seeing a lot more Trogs over on Group B, and we could see differences in the way that the targeting pans out there, because once you don't have a Druid to target on the other side, what is going to be your best matchup? It could be some mirrors back and forth, and then we could see some good old-fashioned trading and value-based board approach. It's going to be some different Hearthstone than what we're used to seeing, but I am glad that we get to send through 2 players that have different lineups and have had absolutely phenomenal stories throughout Hearthstone Grandmasters. Alu Temu here since the beginning, one of the players that we say is just the best to never have made a world so far. This could finally be the season for him. And then Alan, probably one of the most creative players we have in APAC, one of the most expressive as well on social media, with a lineup he's super happy about. Alan, in tip-top form, with full confidence, is truly a force to be reckoned with. I'm so excited to see who will be joining them on Sunday.
Yeah, and I'm sure that many of the different professional players across all over the globe will be cheering for Alan, because as we say so often, he's found himself practice partners in APAC, Europe, Americas, and even China as well, as one of the few players to branch across all the different regions here in competitive Hearthstone, which is what I think, again, just gives him such a good understanding of the metagame and so many pots from which to draw as to how he should tech his lineup to best counter the field. And so, like you say, Alan, Alu, Temu, both right at the start of the alphabet and both right at the top of the power rankings standings right now as well. Tomorrow, we are going to have our remaining matches to fill out those other 2 spots in the semi-finals. It is going to be, first of all, Okashinsuke versus Lambie series, and then Mighty, as he finished in 2nd place, waiting in the winner's bracket match, and then the elimination match is going to be versus Shaxi. So plenty more fantastic Hearthstone to come, and of course some nice other aggressive lineups from Mighty and Shaxi as well. And so for now, thank you everyone for watching today. Congratulations to Alutemu and Alden for making it through to the semi-finals, and we will be back tomorrow with more APAC Hearthstone Grandmasters. But for now, the rest of the day, Europe and Americas to follow shortly after. So just sit back and enjoy the rest of the day's fantastic Hearthstone action.
fist bump and he did it! Oh my gosh.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right for Myri's cards green! He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lambie with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
72 damage both times. Both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is Cards Green? Right for Myri's Cards Green! He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone Grandmasters over here in Europe. It is playoffs weekend and it's all come down to this with a World Championship spot on the line. I'm Raven and joining me of course is Sottle. How are you doing and have you missed me last week?
Oh, of course, Raven. That is the primary thing on my mind. I'm glad you brought this up because my main topic of conversation for this intro is going to be how much I missed you. Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I was a little bit surprised waking up this morning. I had to readjust myself to, we're sending someone to Worlds this weekend. Like, it's happening already. It does seem to have snuck up on us a little bit. We had the little break for the Masters Tour, but because of the shorter season of Grandmasters, it really feels like the hype has come early this time, and now here we are in playoffs with 8 players vying to be the European region's first representative to the World Championship this year.
Yeah, and of course, this year we do have alternate routes for players to get to that World Championship. But for all the players in the playoffs right now, they'd like to finish that up a little bit earlier in the year, right? Not have to worry about the other ways they could potentially qualify and just get it done in Grandmasters. This is going to be the overview of what's going on this weekend and how playoffs works. It's going to be 2 dual elimination groups, and we'll basically work our way up in a similar fashion to sort of the previous weekly tournaments we have in Grandmasters to get ourselves to that final, and the winner will be going to the World Championship later on. And we are going to be back in Conquest format, Sottle, and I know obviously we had the Masters Tour last weekend in Conquest format, but for Grandmasters we've gone back to the original GM format from week 1.
We have indeed, and I'm a very happy boy because I believe even now in Conquest we've got all the way to playoffs, and I think we're finally seeing a little bit of the old STSFN coming into Hearthstone, which has been missing for quite some time. We'll talk about what on earth that means to those of you who have no idea when we actually get into Yala's lineup in a little bit. But yes, general Conquest overview, which makes this kind of thing possible, is that each deck has to win in the format. Therefore, if you can target one of your opponent's decks and make that deck individually weak in the series, you really increase your chances of winning because you can just isolate that weak point and bully it throughout the series. And I think we're going to see a little bit of that throughout the weekend, as we already have over in APAC.
Yep, we have seen some brave players attempt to try and beat up on the dominating class that is Druid so far. But as you said, if you had a chance to watch Asia Pacific this morning, it would seem pretty successful to me. So maybe we have finally got to that point, just as rotation's going to happen with a new course, new expansion, and all of that. We're just about seeing players maybe get to that point where they can truly get those good win rates against Druid. Checking out here for the prize pool, of course, there is a little bit shorter because we only have 8 players, but I think most importantly, Sottle, is that first place, and not even necessarily just for the prize money, but for the fact that it gets you to Worlds, which then will bank you even more prize money.
Yes, I mean, that first place prize pool does already have last place in Worlds as a bare minimum baked into it, which is, an order of magnitude higher than that. So these players are playing for a lot in terms of prize money with that factored in, but again, most importantly, they're playing for the right to be at the World Championships, for that opportunity to be a Hearthstone World Champion who, even this far into Hearthstone's competitive life, even though we both feel like old men now with how long we've been doing this, there still are not that many people who can call themselves Hearthstone World Champion, and that's really primarily what these players are playing for.
Yeah, 100%. And it is going to be brutal for these players as well. They've done a lot of hard work to make it into the top 8 to reach playoffs itself. But now it's going to be pretty simple. It's not necessarily single elimination all the way through for these players as we start to take a look at the groups and see what the placements, what the impact the placements have had on how the groups are formed. But this is the final chance in this season, right, for these players. Once they're out of this, they're done.
And Yala here, clearly, Understanding that it's best to not be stuck in your ways. When you're an older member of a community, it's best to still be able to look at the younger members and see what you can learn from them. And clearly, he's been studying at the altar of Gabby this time around, Raven, because he knows the real secret to success is sunglasses profile pictures.
Well, I can't even argue with that as well, with the recent results from Gabby. So we'll see if it pays off for Yala. He's going to be going up against Superfake, though, in that initial match. I do just want to point out the reason the bracket looks a little bit wonky is based on placements within top 8. So the top 2 players get effectively a free win, and the 7th and 8th place get a... it sounds bad, but a free loss. Whether you want that freebie or not, like we could talk about that later. So here the outcome is Fury Hunter leading the pack here at the top of the standings after 3 weeks of Grandmasters, gets his win, so he's automatically in that winner's match for Group A. And then J4, who just, I think, scooped in at 8th, I believe, if my memory serves correct, is going to be in that loser's match. So for J4, it basically is a single elimination run for him, as he's already effectively taken 1 loss.
Yeah, J4, I believe, even had to play a playoff game. No, it may have been Seiko and Floki that played that playoff game to play for seedings. J4 did manage to sneak in that bottom position, which, as you mentioned, it's a rough spot from there. You do kind of have to go straight up undefeated through the bracket. That is the position that Floki now finds himself in, with Psycho having the matchup against Bunny Hopper instead, and then Blaze waiting for the winner of that in the advantage seeding position from finishing in top 2 as he awaits in winners. This will be the bracket that we are focusing on tomorrow, with Yala and Superfake kicking things off today. But I am really, really excited about this bracket in particular. I think there is a good eclectic mix of lineups, players, and playstyles in this group that's going to make this one really, really interesting to see play out.
Yeah, and just the biggest standout for me, and it does look pretty simple, is the fact that Blaze having the buy into winner's match. Like, Blaze is a dangerous opponent, just normally in a fair fight, right? Whereas him already having that 1 step forward, just making it so that if he wins that winner's match, he's done, like, already through to that top 4, is such a big deal. And I think for Blaze and for Fury Hunter, of course, it gives them such an advantage. If they just get that 1 match, they're just done. Easy as that. They don't have that risk of being, like, straight away dropped into elimination, then having to win, like, back-to-back matches.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, Psycho and Floki did play that playoff match. They could not be split on tiebreakers, so they had to play off a match off stream for seedings, which you can now see just how important that is, yes, right? Because if the result goes the other way, you can flip their positions in the bracket, and that is a huge, huge deal indeed. Of course, all players will be first and foremost thankful that they are just here, though, playing on this weekend, because there are some fantastic players. Our recent Masters Tour winner, Gabby, chief among them, who are just not here. They did not make it through. It was a brutal, short season of Grandmasters that led us to this point, and really the cream had to rise to the top quickly, as we saw from Superfake and Blaze, for example, just absolutely hammering through the early weeks of Grandmasters and really securing a spot early on.
Well, I think we've got to that time sort of where we can start talking about the first matchup of the day, which is going to be Superfake versus Sunglasses Yala, Cool Kids Yala, I suppose. And this is a big deal, although we're sort of talking about these sunglasses maybe more than we should. The lineup here is huge, and why is that, Sottle?
Yeah, so if you're watching APAC, you will have seen this a little bit. This is essentially a quad aggro lineup trying to target Druid from Yala. It's a lineup that had a lot of success in the Masters Tour. It's one of the most popular lineups in the Masters Tour. But I said the word STSFN, the letters STSFN earlier, and I think what that means is save that stuff for Nationals, which is an old school fighting game community term for don't show people your tech in situations that doesn't matter, right? If you're playing in a local with a prize pool of $25 or whatever, there's no reason why you should bring out your like game-winning matchup knowledge or your insane punish for a particular situation or your incredible spacing that you figured out. Let that tech go undiscovered until it really matters. And I think that's what's happened here in this series, because Yala and Alan have heavily refined the quad aggro lineup to the point where even though before we were saying, Druid probably still wins one of these, right? Like, I understand Druid's unfavored, but it's Druid, it's going to get there. Whereas this extra refinement that's gone in from Yala and Alan, I think really pushes this lineup over the edge now to the point where it's probably favored to just run straight through Druid, which is massive considering everyone's bringing Druid, right? You're just going to because it's Druid.
I'm just really glad that's what the acronym meant, because when you started off saying STF, I was like, where's he going to go with this? But anyway, Super Fake here is going to be bringing that Weapon Rogue, the Brute Demon Hunter, the Druid, of course, which will simply be the focal point of this matchup. And I believe he has had his Mizaki Mage banned away from this one. And I will say before we get into it, as we take a look at this Druid from Super Fake, that he's been very impressive. And for, I'll be honest, a player that I personally didn't know too much about before, you know, he was getting to that point where he was making it into GM. He's really impressed me. This is one of those things where it's like, oh, I wish we just had like the 7 weeks of GM this time, because I really want to watch players like Super Fake and Fury play more.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. He was very impressive when I saw him, you know, being successful in Masters Tours, which he is incredibly successful in Masters Tours. It goes without saying, since he was promoted to European Grandmasters, that you're going to get to that point. But he's been a real breath of fresh air coming into Europe GM. And now you see Yala, a previous World Championship runner-up. It really did feel like his name was on the trophy during that 2020 World Championship. He was, I think, maybe undisputably the best player in the world at that point, and he really was the player with a bunch of hype going through. He had a lineup that was just working, very similar to what he's doing now, a supreme hard target lineup, even though it was targeting in a different direction. It was working out great for him, but then he just fell out, just that one hurdle short of being the world champion. But I think, for me, over the Grandmasters era, which is now, of course, rapidly coming to a close in Hearthstone Esports, Yala is the MVP, and I think I would take some convincing to get away from that opinion.
I mean, just read those, like, what, 4 points on his screen there? It's kind of ridiculous when you look at them all. It's like, considering the amount of time that's been sort of crushed into. But take a look at Yala's Face Hunter, not a deck we've seen him on too often, but a very interesting build of the deck itself as well. Is bringing the Blademaster Okani as well, so I'm excited to see more play of that card. I think, although people went one way saying, oh, well, because if it dies, its ability goes away, so the card's probably bad. I think that was a bit of a weird take, because the fact you make your opponent react to it one way or another makes it powerful, at least for me. But also, when we look at these, the King Mukla in there, the one Voracious Reader, the one Ramming Mount, like, not your standard Face Hunter list you'll be used to seeing, but has some really cool tech to specifically, as we've mentioned, push Druid out.
Yeah, I don't mind the Okani, again, just in this exact sort of situation. Yeah. It's why my highlights here are Trolg, Mukla, Okani. In a situation where you're going to be ahead on board, Okani is a very Lotheb-like card, right? Where you can just put it on the board to lock out a situation from your opponent. You know, that Scale of Onyxia that might be coming down to punish you, even the Bloom Scale of Onyxia that might be coming back to punish you on the other side. That can't happen if you just drop the Okani and say counter spells on the other side. Likewise, against like a Fell Demon Hunter in the same position, like maybe it's only Jace that beats you and you can jam the Okani counter minion. It's that kind of Lotheb lockout situation that aggro decks do generally really like to include one copy of in their deck, particularly when the meta is kind to it. And I don't think the meta is kind to it overall, but Yala doesn't give a single hoot about the meta. He just cares about Druid. That's all he's doing in this tournament. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
And also, who knows, the meta might be nice to it going forward, right? There's going to be a lot changing soon. But for now, let's kick off the first match of playoffs here over in the European Grandmasters. Super Fake on the top, on that Druid Yala, on the teched Face Hunter on the bottom. And it really is just up to Super Fake, right? As he needs to get this Druid through. I think once he gets the Druid through, we can then talk about the, the rest of the potential game plan. But for Yala, he's not going to make it easy for him.
Pouch on one already, even before we have transitioned into the gameplay here, and Super Fake already considering the relative merits of Pounce versus Innovate here. Does end up picking the Vate, though.
There was even an interesting point on that turn specifically. Taking the 1/1 can be useful because if they want to then play Trog on 1, you can just hero power trade it. So it makes them normally, if they have a buff, they have to hold it for turn 2, play the Trog coin buff. But it gives you just that little bit of sort of pressure to make Yarla think twice about just dropping down a Trog.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Weirdly, a 1/1 minion is more effective than a 2 damage removal spell against Trog in that position.
Though Yarla could have chosen to go a little bit slower and maybe even calling out Mukla, but I do think calling Neophyte, stop any particular shenanigans this turn, have a pretty much guaranteed biscuit unless that spell was exactly pounce, right? To land on, and then going straight into that Mukla looks very smooth opening for me.
Yeah, as it turns out, the pounce would have been the absolute nuts here for Super Fake, but I do like this curve. Plays around Lunar Eclipse first and foremost, lands Doggy Biscuit, starts smashing a whole load of damage through. You can follow that up with a 5/5 into Warsong Wrangler, and this is already looking like a monstrous amount of damage going through in the first few turns for Yarla.
It really... Oh, all right.
Hello.
Calm down.
Hello.
It really is, and you see already the difference that the tech cards make. Yes, the 2 cards that have been played so far for Yarla aren't particular tech cards from the deck, but this, right now, this just snapshot of this board state in a more standard Face Hunter list is recoverable from Druid because it's Druid, right? You need, get that Guff down early, you get a Scale of Onyxia, and then suddenly you're actually ahead somehow because that's just the way the game is. But the Mukla into the Okani potentially just stops so many options to be able to answer this. It's brutal.
Yeah, normally Face Hunter does not follow this up with a 5/5 on
Exactly.
3. Which is a big problem. And even then, like, the Neophyte isn't necessarily 100% of the time going to be included in the list either, right? Which, although it didn't have an impact there, it certainly could have done against Lunar Eclipse, for example. So you are starting to see how this plan comes together.
Especially now, even with this this type of ramp, which has been not the strongest ramp from Druid, of course, but you see that Okani coming down next turn, unless there's exactly like Innovate Gale now, Okani then just it gives your opponent so many more issues, right? So strong. Fails though, there is double Moon Touched Amulet, which he could just commit now to kill something off. Because the problem he's got is he can't, like, Amulet hero power and still Moonlit, for example, right?
Right. I do like the idea of holding on to 1 amulet, though, just because it gives you a way to use solar eclipses if you draw them or get them from Moonlit Guidance, which it doesn't really have right now. It makes sense to me. Ooh, that's complicated the decision tree a bit here for Yarla. You now obviously would potentially be able to get double value off Warsong Wrangler, although quite often Warsong Wrangler is played for Wolpertingers in this matchup against Druid. But even then, Blademaster Okani to, maybe protect a 5/5 here. This is that scale turn, right? So that Lotheb effect I was just talking about a few minutes ago is now in play.
It's also a very strange interaction in this deck between Mukla and Okani, right? Because you give them a spell probably to just burn for 1 mana. But at this point, again, it would have to be like Banana, Burn, Innovate into Scale, which I'm guessing Yarla's pretty confident Super Fake does not have, because you probably would have seen it last turn.
Right.
And I do like the Okani here as well, because I think even with the Rhino in hand, Wrangler into Wolpertinger's next turn probably feels a little bit better. Okay. Right? Rhino just feels so slow.
I mean, this is interesting, right? Because if the scale is coming out here, only 5 of them can be traded off into the board, which means then there are minions left for 2 juiced rhinos to be able to attack into on the following turn. Well, I suppose 1 to attack into in the following turn, and then 1 on the turn after that, if we want to be technically accurate, which we do here at Europe Grandmasters.
And very likely the second one will die before that happens anyway, so it's like 1 trade you would expect to get, which is a good amount of damage. Range that I'm looking at Glowfly there.
Yeah, wouldn't have hated it.
Yeah, scale coming down this turn, no real surprise. Super Fake needs to stop the damage as quickly as possible. But as you said, this was the plan for Yala with the Rhino. It's to push 6 to face. Oh, it's a good trade though with the 2 bananas, isn't it? The 2-1.
Yeah, I think if your opponent is going to spend 2 mana on bananas, that's fine. And also that kind of solves that problem you were talking about before, right? With the cheap spell being available to pop the Akani if you want to go with that later. I think the damage is just too efficient here, right? 6 damage for 5.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Rhino hitting face for almost any damage is always worth it. So, solar bananas here? Really punish the Mookla play.
Straight up photosynthesis going down.
Already. Oh, 3. A little bit awkward to do everything I wanted to do, like the solar moon touched, like bananas and a capture cold tooth. Wouldn't quite fit.
Best in Shell has to be at least somewhat tempting. I mean, all 3 of these cards have a lot of utility. Important that Yala played the correct Rhino, by the way, so Super Fake does not currently have knowledge that that second one is in hand, which is a big deal.
The Battle Rage is interesting now. I was even looking at Luna. Just to potentially, like, he would have had 6 mana, so he could, like, still Luna, Solar, Moon touched, and then trade with the minion because the Luna would have done 3, and then still had Capture Cold Tooth to get to the Kaz.
Sure.
The problem now is having the Kaz is good, but like, is Super Fake expecting to play it next turn? Because I think that's a very grand assumption.
Yes, agreed. He did get to play double Cold Tooth Mine this way, though, which guarantees him the other copy of Scale of Onyxia, which is very, very nice for him.
I just think that if he'd got the double, the Solar Moon touched in last turn, it would become very likely he could play Kaz this turn. His next turn, sorry.
Okay.
And just get those treasures and win some games. Ooh, this is tricky. Hand's kind of a little bit fat, isn't it, mana-wise? Is Rhino adorable here?
I have no time for games.
Yes, he can roll Demon Companion, see if it's anything useful. That is not bad. And we'll have to think, whether he wants to deal, what, 5 damage if he goes adorable?
Interesting. Okay. Take spell. Take the adorable, push the 1, build up the board state.
And spell's great, right? Because, play Kazakus. This was my whole point from earlier, right? Yala's like, by all means, play Kazakus. Like, you play that 8/8 and pass, and I'll kill you.
The Super Fake does have Solar to burn here to still be able to drop a Scale to clear the board. Which he does start with.
Oh, he has the same issue though, right? Can't trade them all off.
Yeah, but this is the big difference, right? Is now Super Fake does not know about the other Rhino because Yala played the correct one on the previous turn, so it might still be very tempting. And in fact, he'd just die, right? To Rhino Quickshot in that situation?
Yeah, of course, Big deal. So, either like the double armor, but again, that's the problem. What does armoring up get now? And I think this is the potential trap. I mean, it helps we can see both hands, but I think this is the trap that was fallen into where the armor for the Moon Touch could have been used earlier to just get that wiggle room.
He's going for it now. I honestly really expected he was going to scale and lose there, and I would have you know, also called it one of those situations where you just make the right play and die for it, right? Like, honestly,
I was even
felt
looking
like
at best
Scale
in
was the
shell.
play to go for. Okay, sure.
Yeah, this is tough. It's a lot of armor gain now, though. And now I wonder if Yala just never plays this Rhino, plays like Barak hero power, and just has the spells. Because there's still aim shots, right? Like, there's so much damage still left in the deck, I think.
Yeah. There's still aim shots for sure.
He still threatens damage. Oh, Biscuit aim shot. Okay. He still threatens damage through a Kaz turn.
Yes.
And if it's scale, I guess they can all die now. What's that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They can all die through scale, so it is a bit of a, you know, shame for the Rhino. But now, if he just drops Biscuit on one of these, like
Exactly.
it's still just winning, I think. And now he has aim shot, quick shot, hero power next turn.
I really like the Biscuit, right? Bring the breakpoints up to 15 health. Ooh, he's going to be Adorable instead. Adorable Wall Patina does do something very similar, I suppose. Yeah, this makes sense as well in terms of playing around scale. $16 health now on the board in awkward breakpoints of 1s. Which you now see Super Fake doing classic finger maths, trying to work out.
Yeah, and like as always, the lack of guff in this game has been such a big deal because Yala isn't even particularly afraid of Kaz plus draw one single treasure and hope, right? It just can't happen this turn at least.
Turtle time, finally. Trying to put up a wall, trying to buy some time.
Let none survive.
Rhino Biscuit can come down here. Whether do you buff the Rhino, or does it create more efficient breakpoints to like just use the 7 attack that you already have on the Rhino?
Yeah, I think the Rhino just clean kills if you played it.
It's just whether, because like the damage is never wasted, right? Even though the Rhino just has Rush, because that damage is going to end up going face anyway with the Biscuit, and it's just whether like protecting the Rhino further is worth it by giving the health buff or not. Which the answer is honestly, I'm not sure. But this does seem to make more sense just in terms of creating clean breakpoints. Preserves more health on the board because you have to trade with less of your 1/1s, which is a big deal for Scale of Onyxia number 2 as well.
The only thing I think to consider here is he's made a minion with a lot of health. In case, is there a way Super Fate could get Vampiric this turn, right? That was the only... It's a stretch, don't get me wrong, but considering, like you said, the amount of actual damage pushed is always the same regardless of what minion you put it on. I wonder if it would have been maybe, like, for a nitpicking to go for a different minion, but it's still a big ask.
The thing is, if you want to nitpick with Kaz treasures, like I can immediately counter that by saying he's made a minion with more than 7 health, so that if there's a 1 draw into Book of the Dead, he's now better off in that situation. You know, like
I think that's less likely.
Well, I'd love to hear you justify that one.
I won't.
Okay, good.
Either way, Yala's made a horrible board for Super Fate to try and deal with here, right? Like, this is unfun in every way.
Yeah.
Ale that he should know is there, right? Because of the double
draw. Yep.
Yeah. And he's not seen a bloom, I guess, right? Because does he know if he picked high or low? He doesn't, right?
He doesn't know, but I think if your opponent's playing double... What? Yeah, I think if your opponent's playing double mine in 1 turn, you know they're probably going to do double high because Akazan and Scale.
And especially, like I said, not seen a bloom yet, right? So why wouldn't bloom have been played? What went wrong here?
Well, he made a mess, right? Because he's left the Trogs alive and then cast spells afterwards, as opposed to just doing that while the board was full or killing the Trogs. That's not great, is what that is.
I'm sure this was all part of the plan. Yala can't develop any more minions now.
Oh no. Oh, this is so huge as well, and you can see on the look in his face, like, he's not comfortable in this game by any means. But it was a winnable Hearthstone game up until a point, and this is the Druid. This is what he needs to win with in the series.
It was winnable because he did get Guff, and he is starting to lean towards that mana where you can go Kaz, draw a treasure, play it, maybe win, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the big deal now. He's going up to 13 mana. He'll have 5 mana knocking around after he's played Kaz, so at worst spends 2 to draw a card, and there's 3 left over.
Victory is in my grasp.
And now, if he does hit Book off the Kazakhstan, it does go into the deck at 14 mana, which means it does draw off Mine High. Ooh! Hello. All right. Let's see. What have you got? No.
Drugs! Ancient Reflections. So, yeah, if he gets Book, there's no consideration for even if they're bad, choosing certain mana costs. But these are all really low and quite bad so far.
These are 3 pretty awful picks so far, yeah. Higher quality of card, but still not the ones he wants. Oh no! Is there any out? Was there, like, I think that's 15 options with 0 outs off this card draw. What? Nope.
Staff of Scales was now, right? Oh no, he couldn't draw it in play. He couldn't draw it in play. Yeah, you're right. Wow, okay, well, that did, there were glimmers of hope there for Super Fake, but Yala is going to take game number 1. So first step completed, first win over the Druid done, 2 more to go for Yala with the Priest and the Paladin. That did look in parts winnable though, right, from Super Fake, and I think, maybe not even that specific game, but this is what I've been saying for so long about Druid is, yes, there are certain decks that do well against Druid, Shadow Priest being the first one that really jumps out to me, but Druid is always Druid, right? Right now, where it just has the sheer power to just overwhelm even decks built to beat it. And that, I think we saw that in this game. There was opportunity, right? I think against other decks that work in a similar-ish fashion to Druid, Yala would have won that like 5-6 turns ago, because there's just no other deck that has the capability to do what they did. But still, Super Fake lost it, and the first test was failed there, and he really does need to get that Druid over the line. But instead, he's going to jump over to Rogue.
All right, taking a little break from the Druid train for now. I believe, I didn't follow Alan's journey 100% of the way through, but I believe Alan lost every single game to every other deck that he played against, and just 6-0 Druid to go through from his position.
Quickly checking.
We'll see
Correct.
if that ends up being the case this time around as Super Fake switches over to the Weapon Rogue. We haven't really talked much about his lineup, but his lineup's kind of a little bit out there as well in comparison. He has Mizaki Mage Weapon Rogue, which, potentially gives some alternate routes for the aggro decks to win for Yala's Druid. Obviously, the Mizaki Mage is banned. But Weapon Rogue, if they're not going to draw all of their cloaks, can struggle with the same sort of aggressive Trog curves that beat up on Druid. So I do think Yala has a lot of opportunities to maybe sneak out a cheeky win here that isn't even really factored into his lineup strategy too heavily.
Yeah, 100%. We do see that Yala's going to jump over to his Paladin for this game. So Paladin versus Rogue, very different matchups than the one you probably see the most, which would be Quest Rogue and Libram Paladin. This is actually just the buff Paladin, like the aggro Paladin, whatever you want to call it, going up against the Weapon Rogue. Are there any big factors? Because I think normally the Quest Rogue versus Libram, I think the Quest Rogue has a decent matchup because of the bounces and the insta-kill options, whereas this is a very different ball game here, Sottle.
It is indeed, yeah. Particularly, I think moving over to Paladin here, Yala's just kind of hit a good cue with the way it's panned out. Having aggro deck plus Lightforge Carrier going up against Weapon Rogue on the other side is pretty insane, right? Because not only does Superfake now have to resist the threat of, you know, giant 8/8 buffed Wind Fury minions just killing him on like turn 5, turn 6, but he also has to deal with Trogs, Cult Neophyte, King Mukla. Oh, sorry, I hadn't even looked at the screen. Incredible. But on top of all of that, even if he does stabilize, his ability to even kill his opponent is then in question because of Lightforge Carrier on the other side as well.
And honestly, is this just full keep coin double 1-drops here for Yala? And then follow up with the rest? It looks very strong.
So if you full keep, you coin double 1, Superfake probably daggers, kills the Peasant. Then you play Cold Neophyte. And then Superfake plays Swine Tusk Shank and kills the Trog or the Neophyte. It's not that good against a Shank start from the opponent, I will say.
Yeah, it can definitely be. It could definitely generally be dealt with here from Superfake because we can see the Shank. But would the mulligan really improve it if he mulligans like? Because you'd only be mulligan the Peasant, right?
I expect so, yeah. I mean, you could probably mulligan Neophyte and Peasant, maybe, if you wanted to get really aggressive for it. If you wanted to look like... Because the counter-argument is, you have Trog in your hand, mulligan for Noble Mount, right? Like, that's the counter-argument, which I think is very reasonable.
Like, he's going to go Coin Mukla, which is the other way to play the hand, of course, right?
Yes,
Coin Mukla and then go Neophyte Peasant, which doesn't have the weaknesses that it would to the dagger.
Yes, and because of the curve that I described, where you just kind of have your board cleared up quite efficiently by a dagger and a Swine Tusk Shank, I do like this way of doing it just that little bit more. Well.
And Yala leans back. Really not Coin Mukla here?
Yeah, I don't think it's Neophyte, because your opponent kept a card, which, you know, already there are some other cards that you might keep with Rogue, sure. But if you're keeping any cards, it probably means the odds of having a Swine Tusk Shank in your hand are above 50-50, I would say.
And also as well, weirdly enough, the bananas are pretty much useless, right, for Superfake for the majority of the game, so he would just be sat with 2 cards that he can't really play in hand. Oh yeah, get the big boy out. Superfake's going to be sick of bananas so far.
I mean, Superfake will be sitting there being, oh, Mukla, how you betrayed me. Remember when we had the good times back in the Mage days a few weeks ago?
I created you, Mukla. You've turned on me. Well, there's Noble Mount. And again, I kind of like the Noble Mount, because with the Shank, you're expecting poisons. And, you know, one of those is immunity. So why not just give your Mukla Divine Shield and drop the Peasant?
Options.
That becomes incredibly difficult to deal with, right?
It does, yeah. I'm just looking at the long-term curve here, because obviously if you go with that, then probably your plan is Delinquent Neophyte, and then you're trusting your deck off the top from that point, because I don't think this Peasant is actually going to draw a card. Because to my mind, the Okani is probably a card that you want to use to try and disrupt a turn that they have to cloak on, right? Where you... Because normally those cloak turns are very crucial, even if you don't get exactly the cloak because they play around it and do other things first. Normally, if Rogue is going to beat aggro with Cloak, Scabs, they also have to efficiently use the other 2 mana on 6 alongside the Cloak to do something that progresses the game plan. They do that again on 7, right? Or else they just don't end up getting there quick enough.
Did go with the Noble Mount, and it is going to be a problem for Superfake. He does get his trade in here and kills the Peasant, which again was expected. But with Yala having, what, effectively 2 more draws, right? Because he has this draw and the next draw. if he goes double 2-drop here, or Okani, I guess. So he still has 2 more draws to fill out the following turns. It's the Blessing of Authority, and now I think the 2/2s look even better because he can just Authority the Delinquent if he really needs to, right?
Authority plus Delinquent, yes, of course.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I suppose arguably you could do this the other way around as well, right? You could use the Neophyte to disrupt the Cloak turn next turn if you really wanted to, but I like this more because A, this loads up more power straight away. It means if Superfake does not play around 1 damage from the opponent, then he's going to be dead, and that would mean just casting Cloak right now. And if he casts Cloak right now, that's all he can do this turn, which is a huge, huge deal. So 6 power instead of 2 power, I think, is really the defining decision here, because Neophyte and Okani can both be used to be very disruptive to that Cloak turn.
It's just horrible, isn't it? What does he even do?
Yep, dead.
Great analysis, Sol.
Thank you. Trying to work out if there's really any reason why he should kill a minion here, and I kind of agree with him. I don't think there is.
Yeah.
1 damage.
Ooh.
Is it Okani here? Your opponent would play a banana to pop your Okani and then play Cloak, right? Is what they would do. Are you winning in that situation? Probably.
I think so. Like, it's the other option is to just Blessing and leave it stealthed.
The thing I don't like about not playing Okani here is that your opponent can go Cloak Swindle or something along those lines, right? Potentially even Cloak Deadly Poison Cutting Class, I think, is a thing that works as well. So you're allowing them to get more card draw for the second Cloak, which they absolutely need to win the game. So for me, if my opponent's going to cast Cloak this turn, I want it to be the only thing they can do to minimize the chances.
To make him try and eat a banana and then cast the Cloak.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I guess the thing is, those bananas are always going to be there, right? So the Okani's always kind of limited. I guess it's just not limited on exactly 8 mana turn, because then you can force a block on these scabs. And maybe that's the reason why, right? If Yala feels like, well, one, this still feels like winning, but also if he waits till his turn 7 to play Okani, he knows that his opponent cannot play scabs.
Wait, why? What? I'm confused. Why can't you play Scabs?
Oh, sorry, it won't work, will it? I'm being an idiot.
That is neither minion nor spell, Raven.
What is it then?
It's a
There
hero.
are only those 2 things in the game.
It's that thing that Bonnie Tyler needed all those years ago.
Either way, Superfake does have a Cloak, but it's not looking fun, is it? And I think he does just have to Cloak Swindle, right? There's just nothing else for it. He can't even consider trading a minion because he only has card draw, right? On the
So with less talking, more thinking thrown into this, I actually don't hate what Yala did here, even though it sounded like I initially disagreed with it, because there is a Silverleaf Poison on the weapon from Superfake. He burned a card immediately at the start of the turn, which means to efficiently draw cards... All right, we'll get into that in a second. But to officially draw cards there, he had to dump cards from his hand first, which he couldn't do, right? Because he needs to combo Swindle. If he plays Cloak, he can't attack with the weapon because he's already played Cloak, so he can't draw the card with the Silverleaf Poison. So actually, the stuff I was describing about efficient card draw wasn't really the reality because Superfake's hand was so full to begin with. So yeah, I actually don't mind at all what Yala ended up doing, because it led us down this garden path where Superfake's like, oh no, I need hand space. Dump the bananas, get them out of my hand. And now he finds himself in insane amounts of trouble against this Okani.
Okani's time to shine. Like, what's even the draw now?
It's swindle
It's
to
got to be
pop,
Cutlass.
trade Cutlass into
Yeah,
second
into exactly
cloak.
Cloak.
Yeah.
Ugh. And it's...
Oh, prep cloak, runner now, I suppose, is also now an out. Yeah, none of that. None of that.
Ouch. That looked unfun there for Superfake. It was a kind of funny back and forth with the bananas versus the Okani, which I don't know is a sentence I didn't think I'd be saying today, but there we go. And Yala goes up 2-0 so far, and that win was not against Druid, so even getting a little bit of an, not an extra win, because that's not how the series works, but...
He's won 4-0.
Yeah, whoa, extra points. You understand what I mean though, right? It does feel like a bit of a bonus win when you're hard targeting one class, you face a different class, and you still grab a win out of nowhere anyway.
Yeah, and now just Shadow Priest remaining for Yala, which honestly, beautiful. Oh, gold star for whoever put that one together. Yeah, now you have Shadow Priest, which honestly has much the same situation. These are 4 remarkably similar decks that Yala is playing in the lineup. So it means that Brute Demon Hunter, sure, we could have said that this potentially was going to lose to the aggro on the other side with only really Soul Shear to be used as removal. Brute's now very expensive, so it's very rare that you get a double, triple Brute board down very, very early in the game. But the fact that the Priest is now remaining is almost irrelevant. You could have substituted the Priest out for the Face Hunter or substituted the Priest out for the Paladin, and the matchup spread remains largely the same across the board, right? Like, it's just a good-looking series for Yala overall.
Yeah, I will say, if we're talking about Druid specifically, I do think the Priest is one of, if not the strongest deck against Druid. The Face Hunter does have ways of falling over a little bit, which can be a little bit rough, but I think Priest is super strong. But yeah, the Brutes, I've been jamming some Brute Demon Hunter to just sharpen up on my skills the last few days, and all the Face Hunters and aggro decks have come out to play because I decided to play Brute. And yes, winnable, but you do have to do some pretty ridiculous things to win that matchup, right? And I think certain builds are better than others. We see for Superfake that, you know, he's got all the basics in there, but cards like Lion's Frenzy is just a miss, basically, right? Because that's not going to really help him in any aggro matchups. And there are a few other ones there as well. But take a look at Yala's Shadow Priest. Good old Mookla's in there. Double Traveling Merchant, double Crossroads Watch Post. Are you sensing an anti-Druid theme yet?
Yeah, it's anti-Druid. There's a splash on Demon Hunter as well. There's a splash on Rogue as well. And guess what? Superfake has all of those decks. Like, it's so disgusting. When Yala saw decklist submission come through, I think he would have literally jumped out of his chair. And yes, I know this is Yala we're talking about. I still think that's what happened when he saw the lineup on the other side. His position is that good. But yeah, going back to the Demon Hunter build from Superfake, Bunny Hopper has done something fairly interesting this time around with his Demon Hunter list, where he's cut Lion's Frenzy Broomstick for some anti-aggro cards, Sigil of Silence going in for Bunny Hopper, for one example, which means the decks that will be being used to target Demon Hunter, the aggro rogues, Quest Rogue, aggro Paladin, all these decks that we're seeing from Yala. Sigil of Silence is actually a very useful card that could give him a decent swing in a lot of those matchups, but Superfake is doing no such thing on the other side. This is just straight up, streamlined, linear, focused brutage coming out from Superfake. And really, he's just going to need fast quest completion into fast brutes. Like, that's really going to be his only way to interact with this on the other side. But that is a Crossroads Watch Post, Raven, which could just be so disgusting in this matchup.
Yeah, and that's the biggest sort of jarring effect I had when I went from playing a lot of Fell Demon Hunter to over the last few days playing Brutes. It's like, oh yeah, I have like no removal.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot. I just can't kill any minions. So yeah, it's going to be
you
difficult with that watch
see-
post. Go on.
Did you see the in the Masters tour we cast someone who had a list that also just cut the soul shears? Like,
Oh,
they had
didn't see that one.
There was literally zero removal in the.
It was
entire
literally
deck.
just, I need brutes. Exactly.
just brute me, dude. There was
Yeah.
nothing else to it.
Ooh, okay. Void Touch Attendant for the opening here for Yala. It's important to note as well, we're talking how much of a bad position Super Fake's in. This is not an elimination match. This is to get into the winner's match to face Fury Hunter. So even if Super Fake loses here, he will be down in the elimination match, so he has one more life left. And honestly, Sol, I've seen worse openings here for Super Fake.
It's okay,
Not
yeah.
the worst, yeah. Whereas Yala's opening is not great.
I mean, this play is just resigning yourself to defeat here, though. Like, if you get void touched on one as Demon Hunter, you hero power them in the face and assert dominance. That's what you do. It's very tempting.
I would have tusk pierced face actually. But...
I guess that works too, yeah.
I have the answer for the Trog, which again is a card that can snowball a little bit out of control.
It's so much damage already.
Yeah. And now there's Mukla.
Oh, it's just
And again,
24 already.
although doable, it can be awkward to move these bananas around your hand, right? If you're trying to outcast things. It's like,
Yeah, true.
I have to buff my opponent's minion or hope I draw a Sigil Runner.
Oh.
Not bad.
Card. Actual Hearthstone card.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest missing elements here, or one of the better openings, and maybe even best opening, is like the Philosophy Spirit Jailer opening, is something Super Fake would have really liked to see, I think.
That's very true, yeah.
It's really tricky though, isn't it? Because I'm honestly wondering, does he have to kill Mukla? You know what I mean, though, right? There's Soulshare Mukla, Soulshare's Hero Pass Swing on the Mukla, because yeah, he kills the Void Touch, but the Void Touch is currently worth what? I'm gonna say 3 damage because I'm not talking about the Hero Power. But the Mukla's a 5/5. What's his plan to kill that, even if he kills Void Touched? All right,
That's the plan to kill that.
that'll work. Got to be worth a coin, right? Oh no, he won't need it. He won't
need to.
Won't matter. Won't matter. Yeah. I was thinking if he can kill both, but he can't, so it's fine. That was a great victory there for Super Fake, honestly. I think without that, we're going to get real tough.
Unlucky!
minute.
Raise dead Trog Mukla!
Enjoy these bananas. Enjoy drawing cards with these bananas, or enjoy... imagine the glide potential here, Sotto. You glide into 4 bananas. Can't wait.
My name is Dr. Yala, and I've diagnosed you with low potassium. Enjoy.
I get it, Super Fake. It's just
I do
they're
as well.
like, what am I supposed to do?
Admit a different lineup is honestly the answer to that question, right? Like,
The problem is, he just got, right? Like, it's just what happens when these lineups, like, clash in such a way that it looks so one-sided. It doesn't happen all the time. It's relatively rare, honestly. But when it does, oh my, it looks miserable, doesn't it?
it's just... What are you even do?
And I think the worst part is as well, even if he was Fell Demon Hunter, let's just say he had Fell Demon Hunter, well, that probably gets banned instead of Mizaki, right? So he's still in a rough spot.
Absolutely.
And the Void Touch is still alive. They're like, keep summoning more minions to attack.
I mean, you literally have to soul shit.
Yes,
now, don't
okay.
you? Now you've gone down this line.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's not good because you've just made a board full of Trogs in replacement of it, but you're going to spread the Trogs that wide, you are absolutely going to have to deal with that Void Touch Attendant.
If you think about it, these Trogs just add more damage than the Void Touch did anyway, so it's a...
At the start of the turn, yeah.
Yeah, at the start. 4 bananas, and it's just ruining me, honestly.
It messes with Demon Hunter so much as well. Like, Mukla's kind of a good card against Demon Hunter because you already talked about how it messes with your ability to outcast sometimes, especially when you're in a very minion-light deck, which most versions of Demon Hunter are at the moment. But also, when you consider Glide, you just end up shuffling a bunch of bananas back into your deck, right? Which
I said that earlier. Imagine the Glide into 4 bananas as your result, and you just sat there like, for God's sake.
It's such a disruptive card against this deck in particular. You know, not to mention the fact that it's also just a 5/5, which is quite disruptive in its own right as well when your deck plays no removal outside of Soulshare.
Oh, Neophyte here. Voracious Reader fits the curve, but it won't actually do anything.
Giga Neophyte, Raven. Like, this is the card that Super Fake absolutely does not want to see right now.
Like, no, now my bananas will cost 2. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, on top of everything going wrong, the inflation's hitting Super Fake's bananas right now as well.
That's right,
Everything's simply costing more. Done well to still be in this series. I think I would have tapped out.
Just Alt F4, go do literally anything else in the entire world. Yeah.
Again, Super Fake isn't going to be out if he loses this. He's still in with a chance. It's a more difficult chance, of course. I think it's important that, you know, this is one of those series you just lock away in a box and never look at again, right? You just try and forget about it. It never happened. And then you just move on. And I think it's important that in his next match, he does just that, right? He doesn't worry about it. It's happened. It was one of the most unwinnable series, it feels like, from my point of view right now. So just forget about it.
And the very good news for Super Fake, as we are resigning him to defeat in this series a little bit prematurely, but if he then moves on to that lower bracket match against J4U, we can actually start to talk about some of the things his lineup is doing as opposed to the things that it isn't, because that is a very, very different series over on the other side.
Yeah, so he can deal 15. So Super Fake would be 100% reliant on soul fragments, right?
Yep.
Because otherwise it would be a hero power to the face. We can see, of course, there's Hexen to even steal a Brute if needed. There's Wriggling Horror for more damage. There's just simply Mr. Smite if that'll do the job as well. There's so much damage that Super Fake needs to like make 18 Brutes and draw 100 soul fragments.
So I think the only real decision here is, yeah, exactly this. Whether you want to sacrifice your 2 damage face for 2 damage on the board, which he's doing here. I think this makes a lot of sense because now he has a 6/4 Mukla that is out of range of the, I believe, 1 remaining Soul Shear in the deck. Still the exact same scenario that Raven was describing. 2 damage sacrifice for 2 damage. Ooh. There's a fragment. That's a Spectral Sight off the top. That's a fragment.
The board is full as well.
Okay, this is huge. All right, Brutes could happen here. This is certainly a Brutable turn. He's already drawn 4 cards this turn. Gets that Spectral Sight down to 1.
He just wing now. I don't think he wants to spend 2 mana on Lions, does he?
It's 2 mana draw a card, though, because it unlocks the Spectral Sight. No, it doesn't, because he'd draw the Peddler off the weapon as well, in which case, yeah, I don't think you can do it.
Okay, he's got to double jump instead. Oh, glide the bananas away, go.
I mean, I almost hope he doesn't hit the Monster Brute board here, because if he then dies to this perfect monster curve into Najak Hexen on the other side, like, I don't think we'll see Super Fake again.
Ever. The mental game will be destroyed. It doesn't look like it's getting there, right? Yeah, the quest proc isn't even a reduction, so there's no chance at making anything big happen. There's the concede. And there is honestly taking nothing away from either of these players, but I'm happy to say the easiest series of Yala's life, no doubt. It felt like, at least watching it, right? Like the lineup just did exactly what it was built to do, and not even just against Druids at all. It beat everything.
Yeah, I think, another way to put that is through no fault of his own, Superfake just kind of did everything Yala wanted him to do, right? Not only did he bring Druid, he also brought a zero removal Demon Hunter, incredibly spell-based deck, and a Weapon Rogue, incredibly spell-based deck, all of which are targeted incredibly heavily. Even outside of that, like, Yala almost was probably looking at Superfake's lineup saying, do I have to ban a deck? Can I just leave all of them up?
You know what?
Okay?
I will take those 4 wins, actually. It's like that
exactly.
bonus win, I'll play it.
He ends up banning Mizaki Mage because, yeah, sure, First Flame, Rune Door, Fire Sail, they're all cards that can actually interact with his deck in a way that nothing else in the lineup really does, so it does make sense. But even then, if he has to play against Mizaki Mage, I'm sure he's absolutely fine with that as well, with, 4 Muklers and 8 Crossroads Watch Posts and 8 Neophytes and everything else that he has available. So we are going to see Yala move on against Fury Hunter. It'll be very much the same story. Fury Hunter's lineup is better against Yala, but he does still have that crucial Druid, which is going to need to find a way to get a win. Superfake versus J4U later on, though, is a much more robust series, I would say, where Superfake might just have an opportunity to make something happen in that one with what his lineup's actually trying to do. However, then he will, I will imagine, also become the biggest Fury Hunter fan in the world, because he absolutely... No, hang on. He needs Yala to win and make
he
it
wants
out
to play
of
Fury, right?
Fury Hunter to lose. So yeah, he needs Yala to do his thing again, drop Fury down into that lower bracket, because if Fury pulls off the upset on the top and he ends up playing Yala again, like... for Superfake's own mental health, I do not want him to have to play that series again.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a rough one. Already, though, we do have our first match already done for the day. We're going to work a little bit differently today because the next matchup is Yala again versus Fury Hunter. And because he's just finished his match, we're just going to give him 5-10 minutes just to get ready, go and grab a drink and refresh himself. Maybe he doesn't need it after that quick 3-0, but we're going to give it to him. We're going to go to this break now while we get ready for that first winners match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more Hearthstone. Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters. We are already getting into our second match of the day. Yala, coming off the back of an incredibly quick win versus Superfake, is now going to be facing Fury Hunter in the winners match for Group A. The winner of this will just go on straight to Sunday to that top 4 spot, with only a couple of wins away from potential World Championship spot. But this match should be at least a little bit different, Sottle, as Fury Hunter doesn't quite have a lineup that's as weak to Yala's targeting strategy.
No, he doesn't. First and foremost, he actually has some decks that can win games of Hearthstone here, which is important. Quest Rogue, his own buff Paladin. He also has a Rally Priest, which, you know, just through power of Elic Mount in a timely manner or something like that. Generated cards can tend to get there. Condemns, Soul Mirrors, that kind of thing. Obviously, when you have access to the entire library of Priest cards at any given moment, then the world is your oyster. So you can pick up some wins with other decks. That's important factor number 1. Important factor number 2 is what exactly Fury Hunter has done with his Druid, which I think is very, very smart. And we will get into that a little bit more as if and when that Druid comes into play. And I think that is very much an if rather than a when in this series, I'm sure.
Yeah, we are going to see the Quest Rogue banned away from Fury Hunter and the Druid banned away from Yala. So we know those 2 decks are out, which means Yala's going to kick things off with the Shadow Priest. Felt like mere seconds ago we were watching this deck, Subtle, but we are here once again. Again, just to highlight some of the key cards there, the Neophyte, the Okani, the Trog. Also, as we have quite rightly seen, the Mukla and the 2 Watch Posts. But I believe this is going to be going up against Fury Hunter's Aggro Paladin, which, you know, some of these cards don't quite have the same level of strength in this matchup as we saw in some of the others, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think one of the big misses for this version of the deck now against a Paladin on the other side, against other board-based matchups, is that he's missing Tour Guide, which is a really, really big miss, because fighting for board against Paladin, if you're able to do that successfully, then you're still in very good position, right? Because you'll eventually reach that point where Paladin just has buffs in their hand that they can't really use because you're keeping them off board with the efficiency of your minions and your hero power. But I think Tour Guide is really one of the biggest assets in being able to do that. So we take a look at Fury Hunter now with his debut season of Grandmasters under his belt. Fantastic Masters Tour record, right up there to the top, towards the top, I believe now in 2nd place overall in terms of lifetime wins in Masters Tours, only behind Alutemu.
I do have a question for you though, Sato.
Yeah.
I think these decks are named from the sheets we fill in you this week. And I know you don't like one-offs in decks, but Highlander Rogue? Look, come on. He's got a few one-offs. Let's not be extreme about this.
Okay. In my defense, he did call it Highlander Rogue himself on Twitter, so I am just following his lead. He called me out. He's the one that woke up and chose violence and said that he submitted this list with a bunch of one-offs in Rogue just to annoy me. So, you know, in that case, I am going to use my phenomenal cosmic power to troll him back on broadcast.
I apologize to all of the, you know, the bright-eyed viewers that are like, oh, a new Rogue archetype. I can't wait to see this. What could this possibly be? It's Quest Rogue with a couple of one-offs. Highlander Rogue now, whatever. We are going to look at the deck he's actually going to be playing, though. Now we're done messing around. It's going to be that buff Paladin, and like I said, it just has a bit more game versus the Priest, but with how brutal the early game is going to be, I think one of the biggest impact cards is actually going to be the potential of that Samuro. Actually, even with just one attack, the high health and the potentially sweeping AoE damage, even if it's low, could be a pretty big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Blademaster Samuro against a normal Shadow Priest is borderline essential in some of the iterations of the matchup, because Shadow Priest with the high health minions and the efficiency of the hero power and the wriggling horror buffs and everything like that in the early game is usually just a little bit too effective at keeping the opponent off the board. But in this case, I think Fury has the extra advantage of Yala's just a little bit more inefficient in the early game. He's playing like Peasant instead of Tour Guide, for example, which I think is a big whiff in this matchup. So with the fact that he might just even win board in the early game, combined with the fact that he then has that backup of cards like Blademaster Samuro, I imagine he feels like he's in a decent position here, and I feel like he's in an even more decent position the fact that he has been given the benefit of going first, Raven, which is such such a big deal in these kinds of matchups.
Yeah, it really, really is. Especially because Paladin just needs those minions to stick to try and land some buffs to really help out that early game. Yala's mulligan, though, isn't too shabby. We could talk about whether coin double one is a thing, especially as we can see in Night of Anointment. But the fact that one of those one drops is a frazzled freshman, like that one does not go down easy against Paladin, right? Its high health total is going to be super powerful against some of the early threats from Fury.
Yeah, very much agree. But this is why going first is so important, because now Yala, even though he can go coin double one, Fury Hunter now has the base to build from that he can theoretically interact with that. Yala, I believe, now just taking a look at exactly what could have been drawn from this one drop in terms of how many of them are actually playable immediately and would therefore challenge his Trog, because outside of Hand of Adal and Noble Mount, a Trog would be safe to land here in this spot.
The iron mine is mine.
Gonna go for it as well. Gonna coin out anything else though. Go for freshman, right? Makes sense. Yeah. I was just about to ask you, is it with this hand, is there actually any real drawback to not coining that out? It lines up so well versus most things, and his turn two, he's got options for turn two regardless of what he does, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now Fury's got the same problem but backwards that Yala had, is what can he play into this board, knowing that even if Yala has the worst hand in the world, he can just hero power something next turn, right, to defend his board. This 1/4 is going to trade very nicely with a Night of Anointment without any buffs, so not a fun turn two here for Fury at all.
Drawing the clunkier spells as well off these Knights of Anointment. Ooh, second Trog. Could still just end up being a Twilight Deceptor turn, though. Problem is, you really... Do you want to deal with the Trog? It is scary, but you'd really, I think, like to go face with at least one of these minions for the purpose of the Twilight Deceptor.
Well, I was kind of thinking that because it's still a whole turn away from Samuro, what if you just hero power the Trog and double trade? Like, what actually stops you then going face next turn? There's still options for Deceptor, Peasant, and so on.
True.
It feels very slow, but my worry against Paladin, as always, is just letting them have minions to buff, because I feel like that's when things are going to spiral. Yala's going halfway and actually just going so wide on the board versus Furies that he... even a buff, well, there's only one attack going to come out, right? So even with some kind of buff that's going to go down, well, two of the minions are Trogs to begin with, only which one can die to an initial trade.
Yep.
So I guess that's just the best all-round way to do it. Trade the two small ones and go wide again.
It is, yeah. This is just kind of the better version of the play you suggested, because this develops power immediately, but it also plays around buffing, right? There's two ways he can play around buffs. One is to clear the board. Two is just to have more Trogs in play than Fury Hunter can possibly deal with before playing those buffs. So I like this a lot.
Bounty pickup, just a little bit slow.
Now this turn, I don't hate the hero power.
Yeah, hero power and maybe... Where's the raised dead though, right? He only lost the peasant?
Yep. I think you can hold here.
Well, do you ever double trade, raise dead, play either Deceptor or 2/1/1s again?
Well, if you double trade, raise dead, and play two Trogs, you've just wasted all those resources as opposed to just hero powering the 3/2, right? Like, it's essentially the same thing. You've just spent
I mean, maybe
to do nothing.
Yeah, maybe you can just trade and then just go face and do the Deceptor.
What is it? The iron mine
Okay, now. Yuri. Yeah, nothing too great, is there? I think he would have loved a noble mount at any point in this game to at least try and make something stick. Canny might just be the player out of Canny into minion, I imagine, here. Just hope the high health is enough.
Yeah, I do like this line that Jarl ended up on, by the way, kind of halfway again between the two plays, where he guaranteed getting the peasant instead of the other trog, which did improve his position, right? Because he got to land a peasant on board uncontested, which is a huge, huge deal for him. But this is an awkward spot now. The exact type of minion that you would love to ignore is the aggro deck, like just let the 2/6 do its thing over the course of several turns. But it's also an insane shape of minion to just land Blessing of Authority on a following turn.
Oh, yeah.
Hardcore race you from that position. So really, really tough spot to be in, even before you consider the basic implications of how Akani's going to disrupt your turn.
Yeah, the Okani to counter the potential spell on your opponent's Okani probably doesn't play out too nicely, does it?
No, not
in this
really.
matchup anyway.
Hasn't number 2?
Yeah, Jarl looking like he's just okay with being as wide as possible and saying, yes, again, you have 1 minion, 1 trade, but that's it.
Fury just needs a Blade Master in his life. Yeah, Orc Merchant's interesting. Blessing of Authority obviously allows him to create a huge threat on board, which I do kind of like, because even if it gets ignored, you can then hold the bridge on the following turn, right? Which is a big old swing.
Oh, it's really tricky, though. It doesn't feel great, though, does it? Even though it's a solid plan. He could go wide. He basically has a kill with this Orc Merchant. I think that's what tips him over the edge, right, for this play. I guess the plan is, if he can starve Jarl of card draw, Shadow Priest, a deck that always had kind of bad card draw, then the Blessing can potentially like solo the rest of the game, right? If he just stays even or wins board back for just 1 turn.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was such sadness, so I don't want to do fair things.
I don't. I mean, I kind of like the, what does it end up being, a 10-14, right? You spread the ball full of trogs. It's still not that much damage overall. Void Touch Attendant is obviously terrifying. I concede that point, obviously. But then the hold the bridge 1 turn lifesteal on the following turn, like almost just allows you to just straight up go face the next turn with the lifesteal, and then you're kind of 2-turn racing your opponent from that position. Like, it really didn't seem that bad to me.
Versus this Paladin, I imagine it's Spell again, right? Like, it wouldn't be the play you'd make versus the Priest. He knows the spells, there's double Knight of Anointment, right, has been played, and none of the spells have, I believe.
That's right, yeah.
The light dims, but predictable.
Oh.
It did take minion. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really surprised.
I mean, you can kind of reverse that logic, right? If you know your opponent has 2 spells in hand already, then there's a pretty good chance that if you counter minion, they might not be able to develop at all this turn. And of course, you do have the trogs on board as well, which kind of incentivizes wanting your opponent to play spells in that spot. So it does make sense. Jeez.
Well, it could be playing Warcraft 3 with the amount of peasants he's making here.
I do not understand that reference.
They're their workers the human faction uses to like gather wood and gold.
I see.
You make a lot of them normally.
What is it?
Are they going to make room here, I guess, is the real question. Sacrifice face damage.
Seems fine, right? Because again, he's saying, well, okay, you can trade one. How do you kill the other? Without Blade Master, of course. So then he just, Yala guarantee himself that little bit more card draw.
Is it ever? Is it ever, Raven? Is it ever? You do have 9 damage, that's all I'm saying.
Don't be ridiculous.
I refuse to even bring it up, but I'm just going to say you do have 9 damage. If you know, you know.
Correct decision, Yala. Correct.
Okay.
I feel very unfun this turn, but still.
Oh!
There he is. Team
Get
Blade Master.
out.
The heal and the sort of semi-clear. Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Yala just said oof as well.
We could have just done all of this 2 turns ago. It would have been fine.
Oh, we wouldn't have had Blade Master. Well, we wouldn't have had, oh, sorry, Samuro. Now it's going to get awkward, isn't it? We can't say Blade
Oh,
Master.
true. It's like SI all over again.
Yeah.
A fine purchase. A fine purchase.
It is finished.
Again. Oh.
Okay.
Game 1 goes to Fury. Looked like, that was a close game, and you saw both players kind of lean on what the decks were doing, right? Yala fighting to go wide, Fury trying to keep up. The buffs landing for Fury were huge when he could actually get to landing them. But the Samuro coming off the back there, just to the double whammy of the huge heal backed up by the AoE. Because even if that was just one big minion, yeah, it was still looking rough, but you'd still think, okay, well, it is still just one single minion per at a time to deal with. But yeah, the Samuro just sealed the deal there. Fury Hunter with a big game 1 win, honestly.
Yeah, huge for sure. I do think this series is going to have a few more of these little back and forth matchups. Where honestly, I think any non-Druid wins that Yala picks up in this series are going to be a lot more impactful than they were in the previous series. It's easier to say now, of course, that series did always feel like a bit of a foregone conclusion between Yala and Superfake with the way that the lineups intersect. Which if Superfake runs into it again, he's going to have to pull something ridiculous out of the bag, and he's already done that several times during the season, so I'm not going to put it past him. But now, as we move forward against Fury Hunter, yes, the Druid is still the big banner matchup in the series. It's that Fury Hunter Druid that we really want to see appear so we can get into the meat of the series. But all these little interactions that are happening around that in the series are a little bit more back and forth, to and fro than we saw in Yala's previous outing.
Yeah, we are going to see Yala jump to his Face Hunter right now, and then he is going to be going up, I believe, against Fury Hunter's Priest. So a bit of a strange matchup, honestly, because, Priest has, or I should say Rally Priest, it has those games where it can feel a little bit slow to start getting the piece of the puzzle together. It doesn't run a ton of natural removal, but the Sethics themselves generate all the tools you could ever want to win pretty much any matchup, if you can get there. The flip side of that, in the positive for the Priest, is sometimes you can just play a Bloodweaver and the Hunter might not be able to kill it, and then suddenly you start to snowball, and Hunter just doesn't deal with like a couple of big minions very well at all. So again, this is a bit of a tricky matchup that I think will rely on the Fury Hunter's ability to just get hold of, let something stick on the board, maybe exactly a Nazmani, and get those reductions down.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes you can just go coin Sethic or coin Nazmani and there just isn't really enough damage left on the board. Or there is enough damage on the board on the other side for the Hunter, but they just kind of feel like they have to trade it all into the minion anyway, which is still kind of a victory for you in that position. So those delaying tactics can be huge in the early game, but Fury Hunter is absolutely going to need to get hold of those minions as a matter of first order. But double Holy Smite in the opener does give Fury a lot of potential for stalling this out for a few turns at least.
And no one drop for Yala as well is pretty horrible. You really don't want to see it, especially when you do have the biscuit turn 2, right? Just landing turn 1 and then dropping a buff on it straight away. And you can win a lot of games off the back of that opening.
Oh, it's not a good hand, is it, for Yala on the other side?
I think with Ramming Mount, though, he has to play the Neophyte and just say, well, I hope this sticks. So he can drop Ramming Mount on it. We can see, of course, it will be answered by a fully mana-utilized turn there of the Holy Smite for 2 mana.
Needs to be a playable minion for Yala, and it is not.
Just a hero power.
Is it just hero power? You could throw out the aim shot here just because you have a fairly expensive hand, which also contains a quick shot right now.
Yeah, it's true, it's true. My worry is this early with a hand this bad, do you ever think you might need it to actually kill minions? And I know maybe killing minions forever is not a good plan to have as the hunter in this matchup.
Right.
But I think it's very, very scary indeed.
All right, Yala's hand is actually going to start doing some things now.
Ukla go!
I mean, Rhino is one of the absolute MVPs in this matchup, right? You talk about the need to kill minions. Rhino is absolutely the best way to be doing it. Ooh, hits the feast discount straight away off the coin, which is massive. Even then, this is just a 4-7 against a 7-6.
Yeah, reductions aren't going to help. You can go a little bit higher with Devour.
Oh, insane. Wins the 50-50.
Yeah,
the
such
gift
a
and the Holy
big
Smite.
deal. It just
be able to get that clear. And that means the Rhino can't interact, needs Adorable Infestation to go alongside it, does not have that option available.
A big problem though, right? Oh, okay, big problem. That was me speaking like an idiot. A potential problem for Fury is that this is great that he's landed this Nazmani and that the Rhino doesn't kill it. It's got to feel safe as a 4-8. But the follow-up still needs to be there, right? Like, he has Gift of Luminance, which is nice, but without Sethix, it is just a 4-8 a lot of the time.
That's true.
That's an upgrade. Probably.
Well, Renew helps. I was saying earlier on, the Renew can open up all of the doors here for Priest. There is also Shard of the Naru, which, with a Divine Shield and the Death Rattle on this Wolpertinger, couldn't be ignored either.
Has the potential to take a very high value spell here and potentially discount. He turns it into a minion here instead. Burning Blade Acolyte, Fishy Fly. Oh, okay, sure.
Oh!
Just play now the Shard of the Naru and then play Burning Blade Acolyte, get the heal out. He's playing for value as best he can. He knows his hand is gassed out. So yeah, his goal there was to duplicate the Nazmani's on board, go fishing with the Renew for something high value, which he then got with the Call, picking up Burning Blade Acolyte, which although it's just a 1-1 for now, is going to be representing a much bigger threat in the future.
The only strange thing that might occur here, and I don't know whether it's actually would be good or bad for Fury, is the Raise Dead potential with this Acolyte. It's like, on one hand, you'd be like, okay, well, more taunts, great. But on the other hand, you're like, it's 5 mana. Like, if the Nazmanis get cleaned up and then you start getting Acolytes back, like...
But I don't think it's the worst thing in the world because, like, Fury's ahead right now. The problem that he has is that he's gassed out, and if his opponent has, like, a Barak hand on the other side, right, he's just going to kind of lose on value. Like, playing a 1-turn delayed 5-8 is probably going to win the game if he can do that every turn from this point, just because he needs things to do more than anything else.
So painful the way the board was built there for Fury that Yala just didn't have a... All right. He didn't have a great option, did he, right? It was just, he has to kill the big Nazmani, which means he misses a lot of damage from killing the 1-1s. taunt activation there with the death rattle. Ray's dead now. Okay.
Gets 2 discounts, gets an opportunity to be able to play another Nazmani here if he wants to.
Oh, it's filthy.
He does hit.
Could he just take the heal?
Is the heal important? Is it more important than another 2-5? Like, I just want another 2-5 in play.
It's only 1 mana. You could get it in play next turn. But yeah, did choose to go for it, make himself a little bit wider on board. And now it's just, ugh. Again, the Rhino is it's done a good job, but it's not done its best work, has it, this game? No. It's killed an Asmani, but done 0 extra damage. It's now killed that taunt, 0 extra damage. I'll have to see the Ray's dead. That was what's going to be in hand for Fiori. He wants to remove the Sethic, because again, like I said, without the Sethic, you have to start just creating win conditions, and it gets pretty difficult. But the Acolyte going to do a long way towards helping with that. Activates the Insight as well. Not playable, of course, because of the Neophyte, but I don't think Fiori Hunter cares that much.
Not particularly, no.
Well, that's interesting. I guess, again, it just doesn't overly matter, but I was a little bit surprised he used the heal on himself and not the Nazmani there.
Hungry, aren't ya?
Okay, it's about the highest value draw you're going to come up with. Insight draws a Sethic. Rally does revive both in this spot.
No targeted spells, though, is there?
Nope.
I wonder if he just... I guess Fiori's just going for the plan. I'm too stuck in just general Rally Priest mindset, as opposed to...
playing minions and winning. Like, that's what he's doing.
That's what I'm saying, as opposed to you're playing versus Face Hunter, so just have more minions than them and you'll win.
Yeah.
I've been too deep down the rabbit hole, sort of like, if I wait, can I play 100 mana in my next turn? And this just, you don't come back from this. Yet again, this Rhino, although a little bit more buffed, is still not really going to do a lot of work.
Yeah, and even to your point, right? Like, oh, next turn I'll be able to cheat 100 mana. Like, that's still true here anyway, right? Like, he's still going to have all these minions. The solution in both those spots is drawing a targeted spell, which he would need to do anyway, right? So there's no reason not to load these minions up preemptively. Oh. He doesn't. Oh, no, he does. Shadow of Devour. Why do I always blank that Devour is a targeted spell? It's just not in my brain.
You're an idiot.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I was even half gonna then, off the back of what we were talking about, was like, was it Aid Station that turn? Give everything 2 more health for 3 turns in a row?
No, this is lethal.
No, I think it was the Aid. It's because I said the Aid Station. Yala was like, oh, if you turn that down, it must be good. It's over. And yeah, game number 2, just go into Fiori. And that's kind of what I was talking about, right? Where the minions were stuck early enough and Fiori just won on board, right? The Acolyte helped a lot with the extra taunt. But just the fact that Nazmani came down, he buffed it, Hunter's like, oh, wait, I can't deal with that problem, and it just snowballed from there. And I think Yala did what he could. He did get good work from the Rhino, but when that Rhino by good, it means clean trades. It's not winning good, is it?
Yeah, and still, I think Fury did a lot of very smart things during that game, navigated a difficult game quite well. He got very fortunate early on, fairly fortunate early on, where he won a 50-50 to discount the Holy Smite, which was night and day difference between how good his turn ended up being. But there are basically 2 routes to sticking minions in that game. The first is just the coin on 1 or coin on 2 of the relevant minion, and they're just not able to compete with it. The other one is to wait until you're able to do minion Gift of Luminance in the same turn, right? And then that extra Divine Shield just becomes too problematic for the Hunter to deal with on the other side, which is more of what we saw that time around. But enough of the Priest. Let's talk Druid, Raven, because Fury Hunter has been a clever little boy coming into this one because he has predicted the aggro target strategies. Again, quad aggro was the most popular lineup in the Masters Tour last week. Fury Hunter has looked at that data. Fury Hunter, a man who once said to me that the reason he wins more than other people is that he trusts the data and other people don't. And that he's come to the conclusion that if he's going to bring Druid, he needs to give his Druid maximum chance of winning aggro matchups. So you saw there in the deck graphic, double Iron Bark and a Bog Beam he has made room for in this deck, which could be a huge advantage going up against some of these decks from Yala. I will say, Yala's tech is so extreme, so far down the line with, you know, Crossroads, Watch Post, and everything else that he has thrown in there, that I still favor Yala's decks against what Fury Hunter is doing with the Iron Barks and the Bog Beam. But I think Fury has a chance in a way that arguably Super Fake did not in the previous series.
Yeah, and I do think it's just really funny that when you see decks that are tech this hard in for a matchup, like any mulligan, you think, oh, that mulligan's great. You know, like every single one, even this, which looks like a very wonky mulligan, you just look at Okani, you look at the Watchtower, and you're like, wait a minute, is this just good? Even though it looks like a generally terrible mulligan for Shadow Priest.
Just butterfly meme. You draw the worst 4 cards in your deck. Is this a good hand?
Already wondering now whether this is a 1-drop coin into horror.
Does that just ruin your curve too much, though, is the question?
Yeah, but still.
And is it...
But
is it
how
worth
likely...
slowing down Watch Post also? Like, this is kind of what I'm looking at, is you just do this into coin Watch Post. I just want to land Watch Post as early as possible and see what happens, essentially, because I feel like the game ends, is what I think happens. I'd like to test that theory if at all possible.
Only 2 real choices here for Fury, whether he wants to ramp or whether he wants to hero power down. I imagine the 2-1. There's some discussion about you could preemptively hero power the Void Touch just in case you draw a Luna, but...
Luna or a Bog Beam, remember, as well.
Or a Bog Beam, yeah. He only runs 1 Bog Beam, right?
Yep.
Yes,
yep.
yeah, 1. It's a tough one, but I think when you're Druid and you've been offered ramp and you have a scale in hand, hard to turn down.
I agree. And also, you know, when you're one remaining not expensive card, like Solar is weirdly an expensive card, right? Because you need something to go with it, which costs a lot of mana. So the one card outside of that dynamic in your hand is Iron Bark, which it still incentivizes you to ramp up that mana so you can get it down to 0. So, yep, I like it. Fury doesn't. He's having a bad time, but I do think this is the right play.
I think the plan will just be get to scale, hope that does enough, and then Cenarian Ward Iron Bark, right? I think that will be the go-to plan for Fury. Whether that works, we'll find out, of course.
Good enough to not Watch Post.
Coin Okani?
Well, I think because he drew Trog, I was wondering whether 1-1 into Watch Post next turn is ever better, because you also have Void Touched, right? So instead of putting a 0-0 on the board, you put 2 minions that can actually attack and use the Void Touched thing, but Watch Post is still Watch Post, and I am still gravitating towards that. Because I'd love to know how Druid deals with it from this situation, because even the classic answer of Bloom Scale on 5 mana, like, is that even enough? You'd have a 6 health minion, a 3 health minion, and an 8 health minion to deal with. So no, that doesn't even clear if you coin one.
Oh, whoa, you said deal with the Watch Post, Subtle, which I believe it would do.
Okay, sure, but deal with the board is, I guess, what I meant, even if that is what I said.
Oh, well, here we go. You're getting your wish. This one's for you, Subtle.
Let's go.
Or is it? Switch to Blade Master Okani.
I mean, they both do similar things, right? Like, Okani stops those punishes I was talking about as well, but I don't know. How do you beat this?
That's the secret. You don't.
You don't. Mm.
I mean, I think this is like a 360 Iron Bark one of the minions and concede. Because the problem is, if this was exactly a ramp turn, you'd be like, okay, I can see a plan, but it's not. So next turn, again, unless it's exactly Bloom or Innovate, it's just no plan. You're just dead.
Yeah, I think this is all you can do. Hero power the 2-1. And even then, like if you draw Innovate, right? Like Jarla's going to spend this turn playing every cheap minion he can in his entire hand, right? For sure.
Or even to an extent, Okani now, because he knows that the big problem would be something like maybe exactly Innovate or even like Bloom Cenarion next turn. So does he just play Okani for spell?
I still think even in that situation, it's better to just have 3 minions in play, right? As opposed to no.
I guess with one being the Trog, yeah.
Yeah, because then I mean, even then, like even if it's not a Trog, if you just play 3 Wisps this turn, right, and then your opponent is gonna go Bloom Cenarion Ward, you've just gained 6/6 in stats from them playing Bloom Cenarion Ward from the Crossroads Watchpost, which is insane in the spot, right? Like I feel like just jamming minions is just a better solution.
Yeah, Ray's dead. Filling up the hand and now filling up the board pretty nicely. Your Hunter's card is not any kind of mana cheap.
Ah, yes.
I don't know who Fury's trying to convince, but it's not working on me.
I don't even think he's bothering trying to convince me.
He is looking pretty gosh darn dead.
You can't even deal with really any of this board except the Wriggling again, but the Wriggling would do 3. And there's another, what? 9 damage coming next. Plus a hero power for 12. Not technically dead, right? 12 this turn.
A Voracious Reader, that is indeed a Voracious Reader. Probably one of the fastest turns we're ever going to see Jarla play. Blade Master go. A spell. Is it ever for minion? Like Bloom, Vate, Onyxia? Does that ever stop you? I don't think it does, right? And that's the absolute best case scenario. So it's spell. Spell stops that anyway, right? So it doesn't actually make any difference.
And like even if that was the case, by the time you've done that, the whelps don't kill anything.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's just a 20/20 at that point. Yeah.
Did get the Innovate to burn. Pretty good, like sick draw actually.
So you have to kill everything except the watch. Well, ideally you'd kill everything except the watch post, right? It's your best chance of staying alive long term.
You can kill everything but 1 and taunt, right?
True.
If the numbers add up that way, which they probably don't.
You can go 1, 2, 3 into here, 1 more into the Trog, taunt the last one. Yeah, this makes sense. And you're dead.
Game. Yeah, because he couldn't kill everything. Yeah, he needed to try and block 1. Wasn't enough. Jarla takes a victory there over the Druid, and I think we are in the series now, right? Fury Hunter got 2 great wins on his first 2 classes, but of course, it's all about the Druid with Jarla in this lineup, and that looked pretty grim. Honestly, pretty grim. The opening hand was good enough. The watch post or the tower like did the work that you thought it would, I think. So yeah, it was just a tough one for Fury. Couldn't really get anything done, and Jarla takes his first step into just going straight into the top 4 on Sunday.
Yes, indeed. Now he has to do it 2 more times, though, and this is Druid that we are dealing with on the other side. But the story with the other decks is incredibly similar. Fury scrapped and grinded, tried to do his best. He was playing minimum spells, but I think Jarla had this plan mapped out the whole time. Fury was trying to do nothing for as long as possible, and then because of that, Jarla knew that he wasn't really likely to see, Vate scale or Bloom scale or anything like that. in a situation where he had the watch post and trogs down anyway. The one turn it was going to happen was just straight up on 7 mana, right? Which is where he then slammed the Akani, as I predicted would be one of the fastest turns you ever see Jarl play, and it absolutely was. And that's just what this lineup does to Druid as a rule, Raven. He's now going to move on to that buff Paladin. Trogs again, Mukla, the MVP of the previous series, is coming back out to play. But this is, even in the vanilla deck list, like the more standard version that we're seeing some of the other players run, this is a bespoke custom deck to beat up on Druid, I would say.
Yeah, and you can mainly tell that, especially with the delinquents as well. But look at that opening. I mean, have you seen anything more beautiful, Sol, than that opening for an aggro deck against Druid?
The only thing I've ever seen that's more beautiful than Iron Deep Trog, Raven, is Derek Brown's Togwaggle cosplay.
It's true. You know, yeah, you viewers, you want to know what the best thing about this as well? They're all neutral cards. You can put this opening in any deck.
And he has.
Oh, the delinquent?
I wouldn't hate throwing the delinquent. Like
3 twos is probably a bit much, and Neophyte exactly is so strong, right?
Yeah. I think if one goes, it would be the delinquent. Oh my goodness. Double Luna on the other side for Fury with double Guess the Weight as well. If there was going to be a game that Druid gets out of this series on, it could very well be this one.
Does Yala play around this by coin Neophyte?
He might, because he actually, from his perspective, he saw a 2-keep, right? Like, we know the second Luna is a card that was mulliganed into from Fury, but I believe Yala saw a 2-keep on the other side, which highly suggests that Lunar Eclipse was one of the cards that was being kept. So I really like coin 2 into 2. I think this makes a lot of sense here over the Trog. I think this is excellent mulligan recognition and a great read from Yala as to what the situation is.
Yeah, and just backs up, well, if you're going to keep 3 2-drops, yeah, why not coin one out? Like, Trog is always better with a buff, especially Noble Mount, right? So there's no actual major rush to play it on turn 1.
Absolutely, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, now it's tough, because again, the Neophyte does a good job this turn, but double ones... tricky, because in a perfect world, he would Anointment into the Noble Mount, but then he couldn't play it, so he'd then do that next turn. But that involves him floating like weird mana right now when he has 2 Cult Neophytes in hand.
Yeah. Weirdly, 3 mana on Druid is usually the turn where Cult Neophyte doesn't do that much. There's a, 1 of Wild Growth and that 1 of Bog Beam that it can interact with specifically on this turn, but it will still get Lunar Eclipsed if it comes down here. However, I still think you'd be happier your Cult Neophyte getting Lunar Eclipsed than your Iron Deep Trog getting Lunar Eclipsed, which is what would happen if you went with the double ones play. But Yala is going to go for it here. Okay.
Now we're going to see the double Lunar Laser.
Big deal as well, right? Because weirdly, not I imagine a scenario you ever really consider, but Cult Neophyte plays around exactly double Lunar as well in a very weird way.
Job's done.
Fury's Guess the Weights are not going particularly well right now. That is 0 for 2 on the other side. Also, the bad news that his next draw is going to be Cenarian Ward here, which is not really a card he wants to see at the moment. A long way away from Solar Cenarian, even though that is one of the potentially game-winning options.
Ayala's done the buff as well, not gone for the Neophyte this turn. Kept the curve smooth. I imagine it's likely to be double Neophytes next turn, but this just makes this this 5-2 very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because it suggests he's once again most interested in stopping those big potential scale turns coming back the other way, which does make sense. But there's a couple of ways you can do that. You know, you can do it by just blocking the turns where it will happen, but you can also do it by blocking the turns where they're going to ramp into it. And I think this being the potential overgrowth turn, there was a lot of merit to Occult Neophyte there, but I think first and foremost, Yala just spent his mana efficiently, right? Which I think is the most important thing he can do with the hand he had.
Yeah, and I like this delinquent into Neophyte, because double Neophyte on the potential Guff turn isn't really the best thing you can aim for. We can see, of course, that the overgrowth was picked up, but now Fury up at that 8 mana, he's just like, please, don't let this go wrong.
I think he just wants to see no blessing, honestly.
Yeah.
Because next turn, at a bare minimum, like if he draws Bloom, which may also be what he's praying for here, he might just win this game and win this series and find himself straight through to the semifinals. If he doesn't draw Bloom, but his opponent does not Blessing of Authority him, he has Cenarion Ward Ironbark, which is, you know, potentially good enough in that spot. But he has now seen that Blessing of Authority, and that is not a Bloom off the top.
Get a Bog Beam, though, so he can... Oh! Oh, 50-50. No! He got it.
Spoilers, but I think it might have gone well for him. Oh my goodness!
It's
That's
so
just
insane.
game!
What is Yala supposed to do against a 15-17 taunt that if he doesn't actually kill it and leaves any minions on the board, it's going to start chomping them up and gaining all those stats back? Fury Hunter rewarded for the Ironbark there. Got away with it. Got a little bit, you know, a little bit of a sprinkle of luck to help him out. But it's done it, and Fury is going to go to the Sunday top 4, still in, with now an improving chance of getting to the World Championship on this first attempt. What a sudden, shocking ending to the series, Sottle. But like I said, the Abomination was a huge deal, but the actual Ironbark was arguably even bigger because it removed chances of Smite and of, you know, just Smite plus buff, Carriel even, potentially getting him there, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Ironbark was absolutely huge. Like, obviously, the Abominable Lieutenant, is that the right name of the card? I'm not sure. Was insane. It was the best possible outcome. It was about the only way I can think of that he could have interacted with the massive stealth minion on the other side. But yes, you are absolutely right. First off, what did he use? He used a Bog Beam that cost 0 to remove 1 minion and increase his odds. Then he used an Ironbark, which gave the minion taunt and played around Lorinda's favorite out of somehow surviving for 10 turns against a 15-17 on the other side of the board. Playing Carriel, buffing your Mr. Smite 6 times with your hero power, and then just OTKing from that point, which is obviously super relevant, and you should talk about that out all the time, I think. That Ironbark really did put that final seal on proceedings, because the option to just play 4 or 5 minions every turn, if you could possibly find a way to do that, just somehow to spread wide on board every single time over and over again, which is going to be hard enough to do, and just let one get eaten and just keep going face and try and get there with maybe a Mr. Smite at the end. That was entirely removed by the fact that the minion was given taunt at the end. So absolutely insane outcome for Fury Hunter, and he now finds himself sitting pretty on Sunday, Raven.
Yeah, I mean, his camera spoke for him there. You saw how excited he was at getting that outcome and basically securing that game, securing that series. So an absolutely huge win for Fury. Yala will now be down in that elimination match a little bit later on, but I believe we are going to be going for Superfake versus J4 in that first elimination match. Before we do get into that, of course, we are going to go to a quick break while we make sure the players are good to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters. We are back here for the Grandmasters playoffs, and we've got our first elimination match coming right up. It's going to be J4 versus Superfake, and the loser of this will be out. Their chance of making it to the World Championship this season is going to be over. But Sottle, we've talked about Superfake so far, but what's been going on with J4? What's his lineup look like?
Yeah, so J4 is packing a Rally Priest, our first Burn Shaman of the day. He also, of course, has the obligatory Druid, and he also has a classic Fell Demon Hunter as opposed to the Brute Demon Hunter on the other side. So in a nutshell, I think this series is going to be a more enjoyable experience for Superfake than we saw previously. His own kind of weird text lineup with the Brute Demon Hunter, the Mizaki Mage, that kind of thing, I think is going to find a lot more favorable matchups against the style of deck that J4 is bringing than it will do against Yala's Hyper Aggro. Of course, the elephant in the room now is who's waiting at the end of the bracket for the winner of this matchup. So even if Superfake does succeed here, he is still potentially in a world of trouble.
I wonder if Superfake, like deep in his subconscious, just doesn't even want to win. Because he'll just have to play Yala again. He's like, I can't go through this. But yeah, the lineup and this matchup itself will be interesting because it is going to be that Demon Hunter of the Brute variety versus the Burn Shaman. And as we take a look at J4's record overall, what do you make of this matchup, Sol? Because to me, even at surface level, it feels like the way the Brute Demon Hunter's built with no real AoE, no real healing outside of fragments, it feels like they're just kind of going to be sat around waiting to die with their brutes potentially getting frozen.
That is true, but they can go very, very fast. Burn Shaman does get there. They do a lot of damage. But it does take them a little bit of time to set up. I think if you play a non-Wild Paw Cavern game as the Demon Hunter, you sometimes have enough time. Like, even if your brutes do continually get frozen, they do still stop you from taking face damage. Even in some scenarios to the, like, 10-10 minion that's just come down and frozen your board. Like, sometimes that just then has to attack into a brute the next turn. So you can then use that time to just, like, you know, leverage Lion's Frenzy and just try and do the Blythe thing and shove a bunch of damage back into your opponent's face to end the game. So I do agree with your assessment. I think I would probably rather be on the Shaman side of things here, but Brute Demon Hunter is a deck that continues to surprise people. It's in fact the highest win rate deck overall in the regular season of Grandmasters in the Europe region, which is insane. 13 wins, 3 losses overall, 81% win rate with Brute Demon Hunter in the regular season, which is absolutely insane. I think a big part of the reason why it is just slowly gaining in popularity just a little bit.
Yeah, there is the potential X factor as well for Superfake that if the brutes, although potentially frozen, do soak up a lot of damage, as long as he doesn't die, there is a chance that he can go fast enough that Kazaka-san is a factor, right? And then that can mix it up a little bit if we get into one of the more of those grindy types of matchups that Burn Shaman can perform very well in, but maybe not versus a Kazaka-san.
Superfake deep in deliberation about whether he wants to try and go real fast here. Decides he does not. With certain hands, much better hands than this one, you can coin that sigil on turn 1 and then get a quest completion straight away on turn 2 with a Spectral Sight, with, you know, double jump tradable, something like that. But you need some kind of indication that that is going to work out in the scenario. Superfake just going to try and go a turn slower here, load up the sigil, load up the Tusk Piercer. So that is already 3 draws for 0 mana next turn.
Yep, he does have, if he really wanted it, the Acrobatics already in hand, or could start off with the Studies just to see what's going on there, if he can fish out any more card draw from the Discover. J4, though, he's going to do a bit of card drawing himself, or at least card cycling.
Ooh, sigil number 2 for 0 as well is going to catapult him through this next stage of quest as well. I think he just draws and plays the tradable. No, he is going to use the Acrobatics. Interesting. Next double discount here with the Brute. It goes down to 3. You could theoretically play a Brute here. Okay, he's going to decide not to. I kind of liked it, honestly, because you had double Illidari studies to get double discount. If either of them hit Spectral Sight, you can then play Spectral Sight for 0 mana. You swing the weapon, that's another draw. That Brute already costs 0. You can then play that Brute, coin Soul Shear to draw 2 more cards, potentially. But I suppose then, if you're not hitting another Brute, that's kind of counterproductive, and it's probably better to wait this one additional turn to pop off. Sure. All right.
Especially
myself around.
Good job. Especially because he's not seen a Caverns, right? So
Oh.
he might not really deem it necessary to rush that fast.
I mean, if you're going to give me a 0 mana 6/7 to play, I'd say that's always necessary.
What about 2 0 mana?
Ah, and see, now we reach the real crux of the issue, don't we?
Now we're bruting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Need the card draw? Not really, right? You can just take the philosophy. Yeah, absolutely. Double jump, wants to see Spectral Sight, does not see Spectral Sight, so he's going to have to use the tradable here. And really, really hope to hit card draw. Yeah, okay.
Could he Soul Shear tradable? Is that ever worth?
Yeah, it's an option for sure. I can see what you're going for. Oh, that's the juice. That's what you wanted to see. 0 mana Brute, double philosophy, duplicate, 3 Boulder Fist Ogres. Let's go.
Now this is Brute Racing. That's insane. And also, most importantly as well, coming down the turn before a Snowfall Guardian can come down. Without the aid of a Bloom, of course. That's always a bit of a caveat.
No coin Soul Shear, which was an option. Just chose to left the 3/2 up.
Zapper double landslide. Gets him some way of the way there, but not really enough. So do you think now he does have the Bloom? Like Bloom, Snowfall, and wait for a little bit more spell damage to go off with these landslides?
I still like the clear, I think. Ideally, you'd love to like Bloom, Snowfall, and then AoE the next turn.
Yeah.
With the Snowfall on board, but the mana just doesn't really work out for doing that. So
yeah, it gets a little
clear
bit.
that board on turn 5. You clear that board on turn 5.
A4 still has the 1 Wind Chill in hand as well, so he's got some form of cycle because the rest of his hand's looking a little bit slow.
Yeah. So Super Fake is just going to drop the Glide here, get as many cards out of hand as possible. Get himself down to 2, drop that Glide, finish the quest. He is going fast. This is ideal. He does still have that 1 remaining Brute in the deck. There it is.
Yeah, that 1 remaining Brute, you saw it.
Is so close. Could try and trade into a fragment specifically, I suppose, if he really wants to, but I think using the hero power is probably a bit more responsible.
Ooh, multicaster pickup here for J4. Only done nature, right? We could just wind chill. And multicaster probably seems worth. If he wasn't overloaded, we'd be talking much more about Frostbite multicaster, but gotta do what you can do.
Yeah.
I imagine we're also not going to see a... Wait, we are going to see a Bloom. Okay.
Yeah, this is what I thought. Like, when the Primordial was drawn, suddenly, like, that was the Arcane that he needed, right? Which is kind of interesting in this spot, just to get the full juice.
Yeah, for me, it was he used the Wind Chill, and he is expecting, I imagine, to see Kurtrus this turn. But now he... Well, okay, he couldn't Snowfall as a response, but he has Bloom again, so he can if he really wanted. Oh, wait a minute. How effective is like... tough because Kurtrus is just right there. But like Bloom, Mutinous, and then McCall with the Mutinous as well, and just start chomping.
Just infinite parrot until you get there. Yeah. My fear is that you then...
Cards, we can see the Brute, but even just chomping like tradable minions is useful.
To an extent, yes, because they do extend damage at the end of the deck for Lion's Frenzy, right? Because you can just loop 2 tradables back and forth with each other for a whole bunch of damage. But they are still, functionally thinning out the deck because then Superfake doesn't have to trade them back in. I do feel that if you just start like munching minions, you are probably going to lose to Lion's Frenzy in the meantime from this point. Like, within 2 turns, I think Superfake can do 30 damage with a Lion's Frenzy from here, I suppose. And you wouldn't really be interrupting that at all, right? If you spent 2 turns playing Mutinous and Parrot.
Yeah. A tricky old turn, this one, isn't it? There's a lot of options, but none of them seem strictly the best. Obviously, Bloom into Snowfall's fine, but it just floats an awkward manner.
It's the best he can do, though. That Sigil Runner off the top, it was. That is a very good start to proceedings. Followed by the double jump. Would not mind a philosophy here. Does find it, okay. Gives him rushable 7/8s at some point during the game, which is some point during the turn, sorry, which is a very big deal.
I was going to say, some point during the game, technically true, but...
Yes. All right, there's the Razor Glaive.
Oh.
The Superfake now has his deck if he wants it.
Probably waits with the Razor Glaive until he goes for Lion's Frenzy, or do you think he could go for Lion's Frenzy now?
I think he's going for Lion's Frenzy right now, right? Like, he plays Razor Glaive, he could have played 0 mana from the right-hand side of his hand, traded the one from the left, and then played 0 mana from the left-hand side of his hand as well. That's already drawn 4 cards, so he'd now have 4 left, because it draws 2 more than he's drawn in this situation. Like, I think he always gets to the bottom of his deck with the Razor Glaive play, honestly. Alright, there it is.
Yeah, just a smooth, 15 damage, a couple of Brutes, why not?
Yep. And then Broom, trade in the Broom, play the other Brute, I would imagine. Okay. He's not doing that. Oh, okay, you can trade.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did.
Sure,
yeah.
I think, obviously this is a smaller board slightly for Parrot or second Snowfall, theoretically. But I think trading the Broom, pushing 2 to face is still superior in that situation, right? And having extra damage on board, just because that might be relevant. You have 4 cards left in your deck and a Lion's Frenzy left to win the game with, Like, that could end up being important. Obviously, you can reset to Kazaka-san at some point.
He also still has Silence, right? If he gets frozen, he can just attack with the Kurtrus still.
Wait, with what, sorry?
Librarian in his hand, right?
Can Librarian do friendlies? I didn't even know that.
Wait, can it not? Maybe not now. You've scared me. I've only ever used that card to trade, so...
No, it's just Silence a Minion. It is just Silence a
Yeah,
Minion.
okay, I thought so. Okay. Put me on the spot there, friend.
That is a good point. So in that case, everything that I said is nonsense, and this was deliberate.
It's the one
right?
space.
Because he wants an extra board space instead of having the board full, which he could have still traded off 1 Sigil Runner and the Broom, and then push 1 face with the other Sigil Runner.
Yes.
But he was super hard roping at that point, so I'm not even going to be critical. Of
Not good enough.
Like that anymore.
It's like... Oh, wow. Glaive with Spectral. Because now he has 2 slots to mess around with, right?
I'll never stop
I
searching.
mean, not that he needs it.
Cards.
So if you trade... Yeah, this is lethal, right? You can just trade back and forth until you have the Librarian in your hand and 2 mana left to play the Librarian. And then you Librarian the 7/7. Because you'll get 6 extra draws, so your weapon will deal 9, and then you unfreeze the Kurtrus, and then that's 16 total, I think, right? Pretty sure.
I think so. This, I believe, is not lethal.
It still very well could be.
Wait, how?
Well, he can still draw cards, right? Can't he? Oh no, his Razor Glaive.
Oh,
is in play.
yeah. I was like, oh, you worry a bit about the silence thing, but I really don't see this one.
Yeah, I thought his Razor Glaive was
Yeah,
already
yeah.
in play, in which case he can just play 0-mana minions to draw cards, but obviously it is not.
Problem here for J4, even though he, arguably got away with it that turn. Not like he has anything really set up, does he?
Not really, no.
And now, never mind the Lion's Frenzy, there's just 10 Kazakus treasures in the deck, many of which can just kill him.
Yes.
And he knows for a
And-
fact there's ways to tradable to more than one.
Well, he also knows that he hasn't seen the Razor Glaive Sentinel, right? So, like, Super
Yeah,
Fake
so
can
it's just
literally just
whatever,
play his
yeah.
entire deck. Like, if Super Fake picked cheap treasures from J4's perspective, then Super Fake, like, Jay's just probably sat there going, oh, he can play his entire deck just sequentially off the top with a Razor Glaive Sentinel, which, yeah, he kind of can.
Yeah, J4 doing a good job, though, of clearing up as much as he could, throws the Kazakhstan, gets to push 10, like, he's doing a good job, but already the death grab is there.
I see it all.
Yeah.
Chomp chomp.
Yep.
Chomp chomp.
Sure.
I can't look at this card the same again, after having to fight very large ones in another game recently.
And nasty as well.
Yeah, they don't mess about.
You look like you love a good deal.
Distant Peddler Glide. Okay, sure.
Wait, did he? Did he just miss it again? Because he could just silence the Kaz.
Yeah, he didn't have a guaranteed way to keep drawing cards from that point, though, right? Because his
Yeah.
right-hand card was the Exerciser at that point. Okay, he finds Book of the Dead. I do think he's made his life a little bit more difficult than it's needed to be in a couple of spots. But in the end, those double books were in there, which is all he really needed to find. And that is going to be a 1-0 for Super Fake in the end, off to a much better start than we saw previously.
Yeah, he got to play, 100% more Hearthstone in that one game than he did in the whole series, I think, against Yala. So, yeah, off to a good start with that victory. J4 still in with it, of course. Important to note that J4 does have his Druid available. It was the Demon Hunter that was banned out from Super Fake, so that's going to be an interesting point to get to as well, because J4 is running the usual ramp/Kazakhstan Druid. So, let's see what they are going to be queuing into next. I believe Super Fake is going to be on his Weapon Rogue Sottle, and J4 sticking with the Burn Shaman.
All right, sure, I can see it. Once again, this is a matchup where Caverns makes the world of difference. Caverns is a card that is almost impossible for Rogue to beat if it comes down with Bloom. Very difficult to beat if it comes down on curve. If you just don't see it, like J4 did that game, then suddenly they have a chance, because the rest of the deck is just about slow enough, I would say, for Shaman and for Rogue to be able to interact with. They can happily resist damage for quite a long time, make an educated guess as to when spell damage plus burn is going to kill you. And once those cloaks come down, Shaman really struggles to interact with that. So as long as that weapon can keep swinging, which is of course the important factor for Caverns, not just the amount of pressure that gets developed with the 3/4s, but that consistent freezing of face is where the real problem comes in this one.
Super Fake already looking tense. This mulligan. Options of keeping poisons. Again, though, I do often oversimplify mulligans, I think, where I just go, well, none of those are Shank. Get them out of here.
Raven, I don't think that's oversimplifying things at all.
Okay.
I think that's just the deck.
Yeah, I just wondered if it's ever, if anyone generally ever considers, oh, well, a poison could be worth a keep, maybe even if it's not specifically for the Shank. Maybe not in this matchup.
I mean, I think there's weird positions where you can keep Silverleaf. I think Secret Passage is sometimes a keep as well, but in terms of the contents of that hand in this scenario, I think Hard Digging or Shank does make a lot of sense.
Lady Vash coming down here. No doubt will be sporting a Naga title in the near future.
Oh. Oh, really? This makes sense.
Another happy guildie.
Not a thing I knew or had ever thought about, but now you say it, I see it.
Say what you see. Not a bad opening. I think if J4 wasn't going to get Bloom Cavern, then this is good, right? Just solid minion pressure early, some form of damage with Frostbite, and now the Overdraft. They're probably going to be traded, of course, but not terrible. Super Fake, though, got his shank yet again.
Yes, indeed. He says, hello, beautiful, because this hand is now coming together so nicely. Prep Silverleaf, Coin Deadly, Cutting Class and Secret Passage now for insane amounts of card draw. And now Super Fake will just be saying no caverns. He's dodged the Bloom Caverns, that's step one. And he has now dodged caverns on curve as well. We have a game.
I really wish in that previous sentence, Sol, you'd said Sinister Strike. Because you would have just been naming cards in the hand for Super Fake. It would have been great.
I mean, you did tell me to say what I saw earlier, so...
That's true, that's true.
It's following instructions like the notoriously obedient person I am.
A4 just doing what he can, using the Parrot to just draw some more cards. He is piecing together a reasonable amount of damage, but as you mentioned, although Cloak isn't in hand yet for Super Fake, I feel like Shaman's very obvious when they have damage, right? Because they're holding a lot of cards. Like, what could they possibly be? And you're expecting burn spells, you're expecting maybe 1 or 2 spell damage minions. So then I imagine, like, next turn, if Super Fake has Cloak and doesn't win the game, he will probably look at playing it maybe, just to be ultra safe if he can set up some form of 2-turn.
It's turn 4.
Ridiculous.
Look at the size of this weapon. It's turn 4. The one thing you do have to be careful with as Rogue in this matchup, which is why I think from an outside perspective, Rogues will sometimes appear to be over-trading in this matchup, is if you leave big boards up on the other side, J4 could perhaps do a thing where you just go face with all your minions and then you find a Frostbite breakpoint, right? With all these stats that you still have in play so that Cloak cannot come down on the next turn because of the spell aura. And then because all the minions have been left up on the other side, that just locks out the game and represents immediate lethal, which I think is why Super Fake, even with this insane a start, is just paying a little bit of extra respect to that board. But now he's going to be going into that 6-mana turn next turn, which means that Cloak plus Frostbite Aura will still be playable.
No passage. Not passage. Cloak, I mean. Of Extortion, though. Could start off with trading the Cutlass and then the worst case, just Extortion stab, I guess.
I think he'd play Silverleaf over the Extortion, maybe. Okay, if he's doing this, it does not look like he's playing the Silverleaf, sorry. Alright, just gonna be efficient.
I think he's scared of just potentially dying, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I suppose I'm considering it unlikely that you die if you just Extortion and don't Wicked Stab, but yeah, sure, I can get on board with this. I think there's two sides of a very similar coin, right? Because you can say, I'll take a small risk of dying immediately to leaving 1 extra minion on board. You extort the 4/3 to remove the biggest threat, and then you play Silverleaf Poison, which gives you more card draw for finding Cloak for the...
Yeah, that's fair.
Right.
Here, though, no spell damage minions in hand for J4. No Bloom to try and help him out as well. Just have to go like Totem Wind Chill here. Could start with an Overdraft instead if he wanted to. And by that, I mean traded, of course.
Yeah, there is still that Frostbite option to think about, though, right? Because, yes, if Cloak is in hand, then it's playable. If Super Fake would need to go digging for it, then that sometimes becomes a problem.
You can still do those things and still Frostbite, right?
Yeah.
Jamming it to face.
Interesting.
He's just making Super Fake have Cloak, at least in his mind.
Yeah, well, no, so this is really smart, right? Because now, by getting that damage done already, he's now potentially in a position where Brukan can end the game, right? Whereas if the Cloak Scabs train started now and he hadn't done that damage, he'd never find that breakpoint to be able to get there with Brukan at the end of it. So this makes sense.
And even, let's say there isn't a Cloak, he still has more options now, right? Because Serpent Shrine would get the job done and so on, whereas he wouldn't have actually had the mana beforehand. Swindle, Scabs, Stab.
Weapon swing, still has draws. 6 cards left remaining in the deck. 2 of them are Cloak.
That look like a Cloak.
That looks a lot like a Cloak. Lethal setup for the following turn as well, with just those 2 Sinister Strikes that he has in hand. There you go, Raven, just for you. Sinister Strike, Sinister Strike. There you go.
Hey, the rest.
Blackwall Cutlass, Garrot, Rostrot Viper, Silverleaf Poison.
I want you to say Silverleaf Poison like that for the rest of the day.
Silverleaf Poison! Of course, the other thing to factor into this J4 play, which I really like, by the way, I think this is super smart just to dunk all the damage to the face, is that he gave himself a Bloom out immediately as well.
Yes.
With the 6 mana going into this with the Brukan, which is a great out to set up for yourself.
Yeah, I think it was just good. Here, though, there's Vash Prime not quite going to cut it. Where were you earlier? That's my question, Zapper.
True.
Didn't get taunt. If Sottle has done his little maths correct, like Super Fake's going to take the game. Perfect. Going up to 2-0 now. A big win, and I guess if there was one thing that was going to cheer Super Fake up and, you know, get him ready to potentially face Yala again, it would be the way this series is going, Sottles. Now he only has his Mazaki Mage to take a win with in this series.
Yeah, Mazaki Mage, a deck that was looking like a real terror of the competitive meta back in, what, like week 2? I suppose from previous Masters Tour before the GM season and the first 2 weeks of Grandmasters leading up, like, that was the meta where Mazaki Mage really felt like it was preying on the things everyone else was doing. People were banning Druid, and then, you know, Mazaki Mage just tended to get a win over the course of the series. But things have evolved rapidly since then over the course of our short season. And now there are a few more decks that are a little bit more hostile to that Mazaki Mage on the other side. But I would say J4 has got a lineup here which is a little bit more akin to what we would be seeing in, say, week 1 or week 2 of Grandmasters. So I would once again say that Super Fake's Mazaki Mage here is in relatively good standing in the series overall.
Yeah, it's looking quite good, isn't it? Especially when you consider, I'll be honest, I've not played it tons. I've not really ran into it too much on ladder, but like the Mazaki Mage and then Priest matchup, which is what we're going to have, it's going to be pretty interesting because Priest can do incredible things, but Mazaki Mage has freeze, and if they can gain some time, well, enjoy your massive minions. If I just OTK you, it doesn't matter, right? So it's going to be very interesting just to see how both players go about this. Also, a factor that it's not a natural inclusion, but the potential for gaining a devolving missiles as well for Super Fake is a big deal too.
Yeah, no, devolving missiles is exactly the point I wanted to lead into, because when I was doing a little bit of fake lineup prep for this week of the tournament, Mazaki Mage is something I looked at, and then I was staring at the Rally Priest results from the Masters Tour last week and was thinking, if you bring Mazaki Mage, are you supposed to just have devolving missiles in your deck instead? Which is, something that I did very much consider, but J4 has done no such thing.
Interesting as well, right? Because if you go into the meta expecting it's either people bringing the good decks or people potentially going aggro and targeting Druid, well, one of those involves buff Paladin as well. So, like, suddenly devolving starts to look even better, right?
Yes.
Then we're going to see the minions in the deck, basically, which is Sethic and Nazmani, along with a rally there. So J4 probably going to be relatively happy to just throw these out.
J4U is just mulliganed into the key cards graphic for the deck, pretty much.
And again, with the knowledge that there's no devolving, J4, well, extremely unlikely to be a devolving, J4 can play like this, right? Because I think if you were against a deck you knew had it in, you wouldn't necessarily just play out on 2.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember way back in the day when this deck first started popping off with the likes of Zanananan, right? Like, those degenerates that just played this deck in top 10 Legend would claim it was favored against everything except devolving missiles.
Except the one card, not the class, the card.
Yeah. That was the one thing that beat the deck, so...
Yeah, I was running into some animals on ladder the other day playing Priest where they were just putting devolving in like Ping Mage and stuff. And I was like, well, you've been playing against Priest a lot, haven't you?
Yeah. All right, threat check number 1 and 2 has been passed from the Mage here, but guess what?
There's only 3, 4, and 5 left.
Yeah. Raised dead as well, looking for a shot on the Renew, does not find it. Okay, fine.
Already having Multicaster and a Mozaki in hand. Likely that, yeah, the water's going to go off. Rain Freeze, not a bad pickup. Super Fake doing a good job of, excuse me, cycling through the deck pretty quick, as well as just not letting J4 run over him with a strong turn, but wow. Okay.
You can rally here, you'd have 1 Sethic, 2 Nazmani. So I think, honestly, it's better to just play the second Nazmani, because then you have 2 mana to play with, right? To just hit all of these cheap tools.
Right.
He is going to commit the Sethic straight away, which I think is worth at least thinking about, because then that's just another 1 mana card that you can keep in your hand at discount. We could think of the ones that you want to immediately hit off the first procs.
And also with no buffs, like yes, we're staring at another rally in hand, but with no buffs reduced and playable yet, the Fire Sale might just be good enough, because I think if Super Fate can just kill the Sethics, can deal with the rest.
Yeah, it depends on, of course, which cards get generated, because there are ways to turn straight up Nazmani hands into good hands, even with this version of the deck. Obviously, that's the primary difference between this version of the deck and the Malagos Pure Miracle version of the deck, is that the Sethics are a lot more mandatory in this version, I would say, because the other version has Draconic Studies, it has the Mali to get you all the value that you possibly want anyway, or that kind of stuff, whereas this relies a bit more on Sethics to keep refilling. But if you know that you're in a no-Sethic situation, you can always discover Burning Blade Crusaders or whatever that was in the previous game for Fury Hunter. But that's it, that's the one, thank you. To give yourself additional value in those sorts of hands.
Even looking now whether Ping with the Siphon on the Sethic is worthwhile. It's a little bit rough, but it hits some very good cards that you could have cheap, right? 1 mana Cram, 4 mana Mazaki, the Multicaster being cheaper as well. Not the best, but it's definitely not the worst. Maybe it sets up for something a little bit better the turn after. Could still just go Fire Sale and say, you know what, there you go. the Sethic's dead and then just hope that there's not enough value this turn. Up. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's a 3. I didn't realize.
Yeah, he's already played one.
Yeah, yeah, I just didn't see it. That makes way. I was gonna say if he left it up, I'd be knocked into silence, I think.
Yep, super fake with the correct reaction to the situation that a additional rally has also been found in this spot. That's 9 cards have been drawn from J4's deck, by the way, so far this game.
9 cards drawn, 100 played.
Yeah. Oh, Gift of Luminance. The golden ratio has been achieved, Raven. Triple Nazmani, double Sethic is usually lethal given infinite time. However, of course, you don't actually have infinite time, which makes it a bit of a problem. But theoretically, this is infinite cards, infinite mana from this point.
The forbidden triple Sethic. You only hear stories about this.
Focus Will, Void Shard the face.
Not the best generated cards as of yet, I'll be honest.
I think we're still waiting for 6 more to appear than just based on the cards that we've seen played so far, though.
I'll wait and see, but just in general, in this matchup, Condemns, not what you're after. Holy Novas, meh. Even the Spirits isn't great.
But you can see here, I think this is the end of the turn just based on timing. Oh no, okay. Traded Shard, okay.
I'd love it if somehow that palm reading got played this turn. I'd just be like, how?
Well, even then, like, he had the opportunity because he has... Well, I suppose he silenced the far right Nazmani, but if he still had 3 active Nazmanis, he could have just played the Shard for 1 mana, which would have given him a decent shot of getting the Apotheosis down to 0. Plays the Apotheosis, that's then another targeted spell that gets 3 more, blah, 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 blah. So you can kind of see how it just spirals out of control from that point.
Hey, now Superfake gonna go dig in with Arcane Intellect. Oh, it's gonna pull him out of this disaster though.
He's gonna need Flurry as a bare minimum. Does find it, okay. But yeah, it was always gonna be something like... I mean, it's way too much mana to begin with, but you'd need to, like, Fire Sale First Flame to clear up most of the other stuff, and then have Flurry to be able to finish, and that requires having played Incanter's Flow at least once over the course of the game, which, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, and I think that just left exact lethal on board anyway, without the Apotheosis or anything further J4 could grab. So that means J4 is not going to get swept in this series. He's at least going to get that 1 win with the Priest, and it just looked too difficult. It was just too much. The having the natural minions to be played into Rally, into Raise Dead, into Rally. That's what you want against a deck like Mizaki Mage, and also against most decks, right? You want that relentless pressure, whereas the decks where, or the games, sorry, where you don't draw the rally or you just don't get one of the 2 minions in the sort of cycle, those are the games you can struggle a little bit more because you give your opponent more time to set up or react.
Yeah, he's now going to move over to the Kazakhstan Druid, which is generally the matchup that people were tending to ban out when they had Mizaki Mage lineups overall previously in Grandmasters. Things have changed a little bit in Druid, of course. The Druids have reacted to Mizaki Mage not being as common in the other side in competitive lineups. So there is a little bit of wiggle room available for the Mage in this one, but generally a very tough one to get across the line in because of the sheer size of the threats that can be generated and the amount of armor that can be consolidated fine on the other side. But Superfake, nice to see that he has remembered he is a Europe Grandmaster after all and found that Incanter's Flow in the opening hand.
Yeah, J4, though, would be a great hand against an aggro deck, and not quite what he's after against Mizaki Mage. The overgrowth does save it a little bit, but the double Luna and scale, not great.
Guidance picked up is interesting. Not really going to impact his plays for next turn, I would imagine, unless he found, like, Feral Rage, for example, that he could then just spend 3 mana on.
Overgrowth? Yeah.
It's the only viable choice, yeah.
You know what he could do with his ramp? Some more ramp.
Right. Gets that Ignite dunked into the face. This used to be one of the weirdest possible plays that you can make with Mizaki Mage because, you know, stacking your deck with cards that you don't necessarily want to draw until you're getting lethal is a weird thing to do. That all changed with the introduction of Multicaster, where if you have the opportunity to spend 2 mana on playing a fire spell on turn 2, that's probably a pretty good thing to do, particularly when you're then about to go coin flow into Multicaster to follow that up.
Especially against a deck that doesn't play many minions, right, in the early game.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not like First Flame's going to have great targets early on. You don't really want to dump 4 mana on a fire sale. So, yeah, the Ignite works really well. Multicaster is going to be coming out from Super Fake.
Oh, boy. Simply lethal.
Yeah, I was going to say. And even the Brain Freeze, right? Like, I think easy initially to be like, oh, well, Brain Freeze. Like, there's no enemy minions to target. But people have very quickly worked out that you just go like Mizaki Brain Freeze it, right? And just go for it that way. It's fine. You can do that and not die. It's absolutely no problem.
Yeah, honestly, the Brain Freeze being in your hand is kind of the best place for it to be, even though it looks like an awkward card, because you don't want to be drawing the Brain Freeze after you've already played 6 cards from your hand and then the cram session and drawn your deck, right? That's when it can then become a choke point in terms of not getting enough spell damage through.
A4 does appear to have 100 mana though, which always helps when you feel like a bit worse off in the matchup.
Sure does. Oh, me oh my.
And maybe less time warming the hands up, Super Fake, and more time playing some cards. No, he's not going to pop off this turn, of course, but probably going to set things up, right?
Yes, I would expect so.
With those mana biscuits costing 1, is it ever worth using the mana now? Or do you think because they effectively gain you 1 mana anyway, it's always worth just juicing the Mizaki a bit more?
Yeah, I was trying to work that out. There was a thing he could have done where he just played the mana biscuits with some of his mana this turn, and then he would be able to actually go Mizaki, Biscuit, Springwater all in the same turn, and then get all that mana back from the Springwater, pop off from there, and then dump hand cram session. Maybe could have got there at that point. But he's just choosing to use the Springwater straight away this turn to give himself more long-term options, which I do think makes sense overall. He's a little bit short of being able to find any kind of Siphon mana setup with the Primordial Studies. The only one that's possible is too expensive in this spot.
Oh, just going to use a Biscuit. Going to trade the initial mana refill from the Biscuit to spend an awkward 3 mana Arcane Intellect to draw the reduced cards from the deck.
Okay.
I don't hate it, but it feels weird to see a Biscuit used up. Here he is.
Here he is.
So really, J4, I imagine he's, as is often the case, but especially in this matchup, just looking for direct damage. Yes, he'll take board if he has to, but the board is not what you need. You just need anything that pushes damage to the maximum.
He got Embers and Pure Cold back to back. He actually got Embers and Pure Cold in the same pick, and then was then offered the Pure Cold immediately afterwards, which is fantastic for him. But really all he needs is Embers if he's going to live from his perspective, because he has Bloom Solar in hand already.
Cheeky Spyglass for his own Mizaki lethal.
Oh, sorry, he's fake Guff as well, isn't he? So the 12 mana play is not available in this.
Right. Fake Guff.
Stupid bait Guff, honestly.
It's regular Guff, not hero Guff.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 if he can find something. Ideally, he wants something that costs 0 from the Primordial. And then Cram Session, and he's out of mana. So he would only have 0 mana spells be able to be playable off the Cram Session, which I don't think is good enough because he would need to play the Ignites and so on, the Ignites and Runed Orbs that he would draw in order to get lethal at that point.
And I believe both Ignites are currently 1 mana because he played one for 2 and then we've not seen any since.
Sounds right, yeah.
He needs 1 more turn.
Agreed. Yeah, dumping this Brain Freeze makes sense to me. There's no guarantee that he'll be able to weave a second one into his turn on the following turn. Having that first Ignite is a very nice draw.
That fire sale traded? Yep, makes sense. Oh, J4. Been given the one that's probably least impactful, you would say.
Yes. I imagine Hawley can really do here. Impact the game significantly. Well, it's difficult, right? Like, your instincts might say Solar Moon touched in this spot, just to be able to gain the armor and then stay alive. The problem then is you're not threatening lethal with like an Embers draw off the top if you do that, which means that you're then giving your opponent 2 more turns, potentially.
Overgrowth Solar draw.
Well, what do you want to hit in that situation?
Well, I'm not 100% sure what he picked. I'm guessing. I know he picked. He could get cold, right?
He has Embers and Pure Cold in there, yeah.
Yeah, so he could hit cold. Couldn't play it, but yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah, the Kaz is gonna die, isn't it? He's got no expectations of that Kaz living.
Yeah, the Kaz is going to die, which means if Super Fate can just land any type of minion on board, then this is not necessarily a guaranteed lethal setup on the following turn. But obviously, from our perspective, we know that that is likely to be a formality because Super Fake is juicing right now. Uses the Siphon mana to get discounts, which makes sense because he has double Cram Session in hand already, which means he can basically get infinite Ignite Chain going from here. So just juicing up the amount of spell damage does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was just looking like, whoa, use that brain freeze, use the brain freeze. But yeah, he does get there, draws 7. That's gonna overdraw.
The other Siphon. No, it's perfect, right?
Perfect.
Oh no, it did burn one. Okay. Which is not a good one to burn either.
Yeah, well, it could have burnt an Ignite as well, right? Which again was why I was worried initially. Okay, second flame. Kind of weird to see that. +1 spell damage for +1 spell damage. They'll have another Ignite, but they're going to cost 2 now.
Yeah, he just has to dunk them to face and now hope he can get there with Ignites from the following point. He was just deliberating over whether he could use the Cram Session for +1 spell damage on the 2 extra that he had and then potentially like draw another Ignite back again, but without killing himself with the amount of cards that Cram Session was going to draw in that position, which is super hard to work out while that rope's burning in your face. Be thankful that you're not playing against Alan while that's happening, or he would also be spamming emotes every 3 seconds while that's going on because he's an absolute legend. But yeah, Super Fake now in a position where there is some real counterplay available now for the Druids to be able to get themselves out of this game.
Is there anything that Resizing Pouch could do for J4? Because I think even if we talk about, say, Cenarian Ward, getting to 8 mana feels difficult. Or getting to 9 mana, right?
Yeah, it would be like Resizing Pouch for self Alexstrasza, but then you wouldn't kill the Mizaki, so that's probably out.
Probably just going to play the Wax Rage, I imagine. Maybe value the hero power.
Yeah, is gaining 1 ever relevant?
I feel like no.
I feel like not working it out and just hero powering. That's what I'd do in this situation.
I would have not. This is the difference. I would have not worked it out and played Wax Rage.
Okay, good.
Been like, this does 5. Like, let's go.
Six cards left remaining. Multicaster draws 3.
Problem is, though, what does he clear? Because he won't want this damage to be left up, right? Unless he can just kill him.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. First things first is, can we murder our opponent this turn? And I think the answer to that is yes, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I was going to say, he can start with some card draw, right? Like, for example, he could trade 1 Fire Sale.
Yeah, interesting that he went for the cram session first, because one of the remaining cards is actually a Primordial Studies, which could have potentially found, what, Lab Partner or something in that spot. Yeah, you see Primordial Studies, Refreshing Spring Water is still there. And then Runed Orb and the Ignite. Oh, he has the Hot Streak as well. He got his whole deck, which means that the Hot Streak Ignite is going to be able to get that job done, because they are juiced enough, even without the spell damage, to get there. Very, very nicely done in the end for Super Fake. Did come up short on the previous turn with the Mizaki Lethal, which gave J4 some potential to clap back on the other side. But that is good enough to give Super Fake a chance. A slim chance, it needs to be said, at revenge against Yala, but a chance nonetheless.
Yeah, congratulations to Super Fake for that win. You can tell a bit of a better mindset for this one. It helps when you are winning. I just want to say J4 is going to be out of it now. He is done. He came in, I think swooped in at 8th going into playoffs, so he did have that auto loss. A little bit rough for him, I think, but also I think he did a great job to just make it to playoffs in general. We know how competitive it is in the European region, and when we've said like the likes of Gabby not making it to top 8, I think if you get in over a player like Gabby and a few others, you've got to be pretty happy in general. Got to suck to not make it further into playoffs and not get that World Championship spot, but there can only be one Sottle, one of the times today where Highlander is going to be the correct word to use.
Yes, indeed. No more Highlander Rogue for the day, at least, because Fury Hunter has found his way out of the group. We are now back right where we started, and it is double jeopardy time for Yala and Super Fake. And honestly, Raven, what do you even do? Super Fake has one of the biggest uphill climbs I can remember seeing in recent Hearthstone history. We've seen Yala, to be fair to him, loves these situations. When it comes to high-profile, high-stakes, do-or-die matches, Yala pushes the boat out. We've seen this with the 8 weapon destruction lineups, or even in some cases like 16 weapon destruction lineups, and like double ooze, double sticky finger in every deck being hard target lineups for both playoffs and then the subsequent world championships. And this is a plan that makes sense. Like, honestly, I think this is one of the reasons why Yala is so successful, because over the course of 4 weeks or 8 weeks in a Grandmasters season, you just have to do fine on average, right? And then you're going to make it to playoffs because you're going to get a chunk of points every single week. So going for a lineup that's just fine then makes sense. When you get to playoffs, it doesn't matter if you're the second best player in playoffs. You're going home with nothing. You're going to get some prize money, but at the end of the day, you're going to be sulking that you didn't make it to the World Championship, like J4U is right now. So that decision to just go all out, like Yala and Alan in APAC have done here with this insanely teched anti-Druid lineup, trying to achieve the impossible task of bullying Druid out of the tournament format. It's, in my opinion, the way to go for Conquest format in a high-stakes matchup like this. From Super Fake's perspective, I think the correct way to frame this is, if he does something to get his way out of this, oh my goodness, we will be celebrating it, because he will deserve every commendation in the book if he manages to make his way out of this series.
Yeah, put it simply, if Super Fake somehow beats Yala coming up next, the match will just go down in Hearthstone history as a ridiculous game or series of Hearthstone. But for now, we are going to go to a break and give Super Fake, yeah, that was the player who just won, Super Fake just 10 minutes or so just to, get ready for what is going to be maybe one of the hardest matches of Hearthstone Hearthstone he's ever going to play at this point. So we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back with the final match of the day. It's going to be Yala versus Superfake again. Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters. We have our last match of the day for you guys, and it is going to be Superfake versus Yala once again, Subtle. Do you want to, for anyone who may have missed it, do you want to describe the theme/story of this matchup?
Yeah, sure. It happened once already today, and Yala just absolutely bodied him through no fault of Superfake. I think Superfake played pretty well. I think Yala played very well, but the way these two lineups interact is just incredibly unfavorable for Superfake. Yala has gone for a hard target Druid strategy. He's taken the quad aggro lineup that was successful in the Masters Tour, and then himself and Alan from the APAC region have built layers on top of that with additional tech cards like Mukla, like Crossroads, Watch Post, Cold Neophytes are everywhere, Trogs are everywhere, Blade Master Akani is everywhere. Super teched aggro decks, particularly to punish Druid as a matter of first order, because basically everyone is bringing Druid to this tournament, and that makes sense, particularly in the Europe region. However, on top of that, then Superfake has come into this tournament with two other decks, Brute Demon Hunter and Weapon Rogue, that also just kind of accidentally fall over against exactly the same cards that Yala's put into the deck against Druid specifically. So Superfake has about as difficult a possible series as I can really remember ever seeing in competitive Hearthstone at this point, because it's not just one deck that has 3 20% matchups and has to win one of them. It's one deck with 3 20% matchups and then two decks with 3 30% matchups.
Right.
And like they all have to get a win over the course of the series. Like they are in real trouble. Superfake is going to really have his wits about him. He's going to have to get super creative to find a way out of this series.
Yeah, bans are going to be the same with the Druid gone from Yala and the Mage gone from Superfake. This time, though, we are going to kick it off with the Priest versus Rogue matchup. And although Superfake did kind of get destroyed at the first match of the day, I will say that a lot of Yala's openings were incredibly strong. There were some of the better openings, so there is a chance that let's live in a world where this was post-Mulligan, right? Like, Superfake can win games based off the back of basically Yala's openings being bad, which didn't really happen in the first series, but you can always hope. I think in Superfake's position, he will just be hoping for not only some the stronger earlier game draws for himself, but also he just hopes Yala kind of trips over a little bit, right? And just doesn't quite get what he needs to sort of throw out those super strong curves he was doing earlier in the day.
Yala taking his time over the mulligan, as he is wont to do in this situation. Cult Neophyte, I would imagine, is being held on to. What? Okay. Oh my goodness, I thought he'd like lock that in. I was about to lose my mind.
Just like, I'm going to give him a chance this time.
Yeah, tell me about it. But yeah, that to me makes sense. Cult Neophyte, nothing else.
Keep a cool head.
Oh. Don't you trade that cutlass.
Yeah.
Okay. One coin, one. Set up for the Wriggling Horror on the following turn. If you miss... No, okay, he's going to hold on to it. Okay. Wait, no, he's not. He's Yala. He's going to play a minion, and then he's going to stop and think for 60
Too used
seconds.
to casting other people. Yala's going to wait and decide. He does hold on.
I kind of like the coin double ones here. Obviously, if there is no Cutlass or Extortion or whatever on the other side, you get to land the Wriggling Horror, and that might as well just be game at that point. But even if Blackwater Cutlass does come down and deal with the Trog, you still have the backup plan, right? Being able to curve into Cult Neophyte perfectly. Made a lot of sense to me.
And also just the fact that you've made them use it, right? Like that turn 2 has to be awkward, right? If it's just Cutlass trade, that's still like a bit of a negative. Whereas now, Superfake does have some other options. I mean, they're not much better, but maybe now he trades the Cutlass, and that's what Yala wanted to wait for. But now he can go Trog Coin Horror, right?
That's true. Yep, it's fair enough. Ooh.
Or...
I still feel like Trog equals Trog.
Yeah, I thought, ooh, two 5s look pretty good, but I'm like, but Trog.
Yeah. It is close.
But how does Superfake actually kill this? Did he kill it in any way apart from summoning another Trog? Trying to think, but
SI7 Extortion is the one out, right?
Extortion, yeah. That was it. I felt like there was something, I just couldn't think about it. But still, for an exact, one card, right? I think this was really strong because even if the bigger one's killed, it's likely to leave a second one.
Yep.
So
Already.
many options.
Downward spiral may begin.
Yeah. And so it begins.
It just feels bad, right? Like we've all been there where even if it's just a ladder game, you queue a game and within the first 2 or 3 turns, you're like, I was born to lose this game of Hearthstone.
Yeah.
But this, for Superfake, he's probably thinking that, but it's the whole series. Like, there's nothing he can do.
Yeah. I've searched my whole life trying to find out what my purpose is on this planet. And now I know
And it was
to lose this series.
Yeah, it was to get absolutely destroyed. Oh. I must lose so someone else can win. That is my rule.
I wonder.
It really is just the stark weakness of the deck, isn't it? Like, no plunderers. Just nothing to actually make up removal. Apart from the weapon swing and a couple of, there's Wicked Stab there that you can use next turn, fine. But by then, is it just too late? I feel like it is.
So many options.
Yeah, as of right now, the hand is a little dry for Yala, which maybe that just creates the 1-turn window because at the very least, Superfake is probably going to need to find something to do on turn 5 that doesn't involve playing Cloak and stays alive. And then look for that Cloak, Scabs train going into 6, 7, and 8. But on top of that, he also has to solve the problem of having a, so far, completely unbuffed dagger.
Oh.
He has to make a mess of. And still dealing 30 damage or 29 damage to Yala in the spot, which is going to be extremely difficult to do.
Really interesting turn there. Choosing to take the... kind of extra damage, and use the mana then, whereas instead of using like a 2-mana stab this turn, have kill the Neophyte instead, and then try and recover from there.
I do think that makes sense, and I think it's actually a pretty good spot from Superfake. Obviously, it's not going to happen because he got hit by the second Neophyte exactly, which is a big problem, but as I was saying, like, he needed to have a good turn this turn, right? Like, get some poisons down, draw some cards. He needed to do weapon rogue things this turn so that he could then have a chance of going Cloak on 6, Cloak on 7, Scabs on 8 kind of thing. So allocating that turn to dealing with the Trog so he was free to do other things this turn does make a lot of sense to me. But yeah, I think the second Neophyte probably now just spells disaster for Superfake. All right. Finds the Cloak. Allocates the mana to dealing damage. He's going to have to do a lot of it over the remainder of this game. Oh.
Just dead. Well, he was dead anyway to Void Shard, right?
Yes, he was. Yeah, that's true.
He was just dead, and we get off to a fairly similar start. Not with the same classes, but definitely with the same rapid outcome of Yala taking game number 1 in this series. And again, it's honestly... it's not tough to cast in the way that we can't cast it, but it feels tough to cast because it's like, yeah, it's a terrible matchup. Yala's a very good player, Superfake's a very good player, which means if there's just one horrible matchup, guess who's probably going to win that game? Yes. It's so rough. And again, like, that was the Rogue taking a loss. You mentioned this, right? That a lot of the time with these target strategies, we always, oh, well, this game doesn't matter, that game doesn't matter, because if they, all they have to do is beat up this one deck.
Yep.
But with this lineup, the Rogue has weaknesses that we just saw. The Brute Demon Hunter has weaknesses, lack of heals, lack of some of the tech cards that can help out in aggro matchups. So it's not even like it's just the Druid. If Superfake can just steal the Druid win like Druid can do sometimes, he's looking great for the series. No, he has to win with the Impossible Druid and win with the other two decks that are struggling too, as he queues in Rogue once again, but now going to face off against Yala's buff Paladin. It does feel rough for Super Fake.
Does indeed need to dream the impossible dream, fight the unbeatable foe, except in this case there's 3 of them on the other side, which is a pretty enormous problem. Yeah, I mean, in the first series, like, we were kind of having our fun with this, right? Because it is just kind of objectively funny to watch matches that are this one-sided. Now that we're in lower bracket, we're in the qualifying match, we're in the decider match to get out and go through to the semi-finals. Now it suddenly becomes very real that this is a very enthusiastic debutant Grandmaster who has kind of got his world's chances on the line right now, and he's being faced with this on the other side. And suddenly the sympathetic side starts to come out a lot more because Super Fake is really up against it.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing as well, is he's done great this season. He just ran into the wrong person in his group, right? Yeah. Like, that's just as simple. You know, if Yala had beaten Fury Hunter, we would be talking about a very different matchup right now, and it would be a very, you know, potentially different outcome. But here, it's going to look rough. Super Fake does have weapon on 1, though, so this Trog does not look as scary. He has Shank, and he has Poison, so if it's going about as good as it can for now.
Yeah, and so delete the Trog, which you can do because there's already a Blackwater Cutlass on the other side. This is about as bad a hand as you can get for Yala with this deck, right? Like 2 Squawkers with nothing to squawk right now, and a Battlegrounds Battlemaster, which is not going to have any impact in the game and the next few turns anyway. So this is actually now just a little window for Super Fake to potentially squeak through a game unharmed here. Not got any better.
Yeah, Yala could go for double 1-drop and just say, well, you probably can't deal with them both.
Yeah,
which means,
agreed.
The peasant might draw a card, which Yala's in desperate need of right now, because he has a lot of 4-drops that do a whole lot of nothing.
Very much agreed, yeah. I think this is a sacrifice Trog to the peasant gods here, just to try and protect that card draw.
Because the hero power, it either gets ignored or farmed, right? Like, it's already dead. I feel like this at least gives Yala a chance to do something. He is going to hero power. Okay. Swing, just get that Shank equipped, and now Yala drastically needs something from the top here. Oh, was that Noble Mount? Ah, coin double 1 again here? I'm going to keep suggesting these ones I've played. Well, just because the stealth can't get attacked, right? So if he plays 1-1-drop, it's going to die, almost certainly. So why not play 2? Like, the punish, I'd say, would be what exactly? Blessing of Authority next turn?
Yeah, Authority is definitely a big deal. You could argue that potentially Carriel over the course of the game is something to consider as well, right? Because Coin Carriel could actually be a massive X factor in this matchup, particularly because Yala's plan A of play 1-drops, buff them, kill your opponent is not working out very well. I mean, what Yala's really done here is he's forgotten to play King Mukla on 3 for the first time in recorded history.
Yeah, I like this.
I still liked this last turn, honestly.
Yeah, me too. This is good as well, or at least we can see this is potentially okay, because the swing has to go into a minion, right? Which means these poisons get a little bit weirder, or not as powerful, should I say?
Yeah. Trog is actually low-key underrated against Rogue. I think, you know, it's talked about in reference to Druid, Demon Hunter, not so much in Rogue, but it's so annoying because even in this situation where you do already have Shank equipped, You want to play a Silverleaf Poison first. You want to play a Paralytic
Yes.
Poison first. You want to do all of these things first before you actually swing the weapon, and you just don't get to do that because Trog is Trog.
The other poison there for Super Fake, but the double Garrote, not great, but there is that secret passage, right? So even though it's not the best, I wonder if he just plays a Garrote here.
Is it ever worth going digging for your one of extortion from 21 cards with your secret passage? I don't think it is.
Gonna use the poison instead. Okay.
Righteous protect. Okay, all right. Well, there's some actual minions. Big deal.
And also protecting the peasant. We can see. No
Absolutely.
direct damage spell removals. These take a million hits to get through. Those two little 1/1s are so much of a big deal here.
It's just lethal. He's just played 2 1/1 Divine Shields, and the game has ended.
Cloak. It's okay, Sol. He's got Cloak. He can survive to kill the 2 1/1s. Oh, still. Surely he has to swindle, right? Like, this peasant has to die. Oh.
It's not going to. It's not going to.
Oh, no.
All right.
Righteous Protector's MVP.
6. Let's keep track of this, how much damage these Righteous Protectors are going to tank over the course of the game.
Yala would... Oh!
Ooh, thank you, peasant.
I'm that on the Divine Shield Righteous Protector. Oh, yeah, tank this. Holy right, he's got Squawker. Turn after, with hand. I feel like that gets slammed. As he just has Wind Fury next turn.
Yep.
Maybe for that reason, would you ever put it on not the taunt, I guess, right? Put it on the peasant or something? Because you have Wind Fury.
Yeah, I could see that too, sure.
Because, you know, there's that world, right, where it's like poison, any damage spell to pop the shield, and then you can actually somehow face tank it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Because Paralytic Poison's already in play as well,
Yes.
right? So,
Yeah, yeah.
big deal.
Yeah.
I think honestly what Yala is primarily considering here is like, okay, I have won the game unless Cloak Scabs. So what happens in Cloak Scabs world? Can I do anything to play around that? What's my best opportunity? The best opportunity is still probably going to be the Blade Master, right? Sorry, the Okani. God, yep, you're right. We're going to get into trouble. With the finding the Okani, which means card draw, which means protect peasant at all costs, which means buff peasant, right? Because you're still vulnerable to extortion if you don't buff the peasant in this situation.
Also in the world where, let's say that exactly happens with Cloak bounce.
Yeah.
The Squawkers will still have the authority buff, right? So you can insta-replay big minions if the game goes that far.
Yeah, true. The only other thing I was considering is like whether, say if you buffed the Divine Shield Righteous Protector in this spot, whether that meant it's going to be alive going into the Scabs turn, so that when Scabs came down, you just had a 1/1. You had a 1/1 Divine Shield taunt to then replay after the Scabs turn, which could potentially have then kept you alive, which was kind of interesting to me.
It's a deep game, isn't it? This Hearthstone.
Yeah.
They're gonna drop that Cloak.
Neophytes and Okani, that's the order of business here for Yala. Get cycling. That'll do. It's not a bad consolation prize.
Yeah.
You'll see there, Yala burned his Blessing of Authority buff as well, playing Hand of Adal first before he even set up a Squawker, which I absolutely agree with. Like I said, I think this board wins, right? Unless he gets second Cloak into Scabs from this point. He doesn't need massive extra minions, massive extra buffs from this position. Drawing cards with Hand of Adal, that finds you Neophyte, that finds you Okani, that finds you Carriel.
Yeah, just throwing out there as well, there is a single Viper in Superfake's Rogue, so there's a way to get through the immovable object. But still, that's just the one Viper. Still, what, 11 cards left after the draw.
Yep.
Y'all are just working out what he wants to do here. He wants to take an extra card draw with the Squawker, which I can definitely get behind. That Mook.
It is.
Ooh, okay.
Right.
Okay. Max card draw as long as he ends in cloak. Right?
I think so, yeah. Just trying to potentially live in Guild Trader world. Like, you could argue that maybe you spend this turn dumping the Garots in your deck and then you don't draw a Garot off the top next turn and you have Guild Trader in your hand. You've already spent the mana on the Garots. Maybe that's a weird win condition in some worlds. But I think spending the mana on the card draw is probably better, all things considered.
Snake.
18, by the way.
Weird, you just said a number to me and I knew exactly what you meant. Now I wonder, that Snake ever traded? Oh, maybe
Right.
not now.
Right. 22 is your final answer.
Not bad. Was that both or one? Both, right?
That was both combined, yeah. 22 damage between the two of them. And that was important, right? Wicked stabbing that minion because of exactly the dynamic I was talking about 2 turns ago.
Yes.
Superfake does not want to scabs, which costs him his entire turn next turn, and then bounce a Righteous Protector back to the hand. Yes, he can cheat some mana afterwards, but at that point he's already done it, and the Righteous Protector is back in hand. So he has to allocate that 2 mana to dealing with the Righteous Protector so it doesn't just come back again straight afterwards.
This is tricky as well, right? Because he could just carry all, which just looks like the best play. Could make him overdraw as well.
True, yeah.
You know what I mean? It is, I'm not... You might not go for the one-of, and you might assume Scabs is already there. It isn't better than just playing Carriel, I think, in every situation here. But it's got to... You've got to have glanced at it, right? And gone, 2 bananas, 8 cards. Yeah, Carriel is going to come down. And the small benefit here for Yala is we can see the Snake is there. But this next turn swing will do half, right? So it's something.
Yes.
It's got some use. And it's dealt 2 damage to face, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, as always, although this is the next draw's going to be burned, right? The Smite is a potential. You buff it a few times, right?
Very true. The only thing I think that was worth considering there was whether you could set up a noble mount in a way where obviously minions get bounced, but these 2 minions are going to die because they don't go back into hand. So if you were to put a noble mount on the last minion to die, you could have then had a warhorse left over on the end of the turn, which maybe you could have then landed buffs on to attack with. But I just don't think that's better than Carriel.
Yeah, and especially when if none of that happens, you win, right? If this does happen, your opponent's at 18. Is a 1-1 with a couple of buffs going to win? You know, exactly. Probably not.
Yep.
They lost the Vindicator, not the end of the world. But now what?
Now what indeed?
May the light grant you peace.
Still those neophytes available, right? I think that is the biggest impact that Yarla can have on the game from here, is finding a way to draw as many cult neophytes as possible. Okani as well is in there, but I think overall, we're at this stage in the game, with preps and so on, SI7 Extortion still available, I think having access to the cult neophyte auras probably does more than the Okani.
I'll say it again as well. Mookla could burn a card.
What is the best card that you could burn at this point from Super Fake's deck?
I mean, Wicked Stab, right? I was gonna say if you burn a Sinister Strike or a Stab or something or a Poison, like I don't know, you gain a 5/5. It's not like you spend 3 mana to just give them a banana, right?
Yeah.
And they get the Noble Mount down as well. Delinquent gonna go down there. Basically, Yala just trying to push maximum damage. Burns the Cutlass. This is just probably
enough.
All right, 16 just on board. Never mind the damage from hand.
Yep. As long as the Viper was going to be there, it was going to be game, which I think is why Yala was largely influenced by that Mukla, trying, I think, specifically to burn that Viper, if at all possible. From his perspective, would have been the one to go to. So yeah, Super Fake is on the board. He is starting the long, hard climb back into this series, and that is deck number 1 over the line with the Weapon Rogue. But there is still, in ascending order of difficulty, Brute Demon Hunter and then Druids to go in the series.
Yeah, and although we know a lot of Hearthstone players, and we know that a lot of this is, well, you either won or you lost, right? And if you played well, you played well. If you didn't, you didn't. But I will say, I'm going to guess there's just something in there, because I know it will be for me, with Super Fake is like, okay, I won a game. It's doable, right? As opposed to getting 3-0 twice by the same person on the same day when Worlds is on the line, right? That is a horrible story to tell people. Whereas if people push it now, he can at least say he won a game. It's something. Ugh.
And it did look like, obviously it was a very slow start from Yala, which is what allowed Super Fake that little bit of time in the early game to set up. But it looked like once that set up with the Peasant and then the double Righteous Protector came down, it looked like it was still very much going to be enough from Yala. But I think, honestly, the story of that is a very nicely played game from Super Fake, where he got a little bit fortunate as well, and then Yala just did not really hit the big tech cards that he's included in the deck, which would have been super punishing there, which in this case, double Cult Neophyte and Okani specifically. And that's going to have to be the scenario 3 times in a row now for Super Fake, or at least 3 times out of the next 4 from this position, so that he can find his way over the line, find himself in through with Fury Hunter to that Sunday bracket into the semi-finals, because that's 1 win on the board, but he is still a big, big underdog. But we are going all the way back to the start of the day, Raven, where if there was a matchup in that series which looked even remotely winnable, it was this one, Druid versus Face Hunter.
Yeah, again, I think the Druid versus Face Hunter matchup, although fine for Face Hunter, I'm talking generally, by the way, not these decks, is very winnable for Druid. They have a great way to recover a lot of health. Hunter, at that point, often, unless they're way ahead, often doesn't have the juice to really just push through, gains of 8 or 16 armor at a time. But these aren't standard decks where Yala has this teched out Hunter like the rest of his lineup to try and really beat up on Druid and force the pressure. Mukla being one of the key cards in that, especially against Druid, because it simply cannot be killed. It's so strong, especially on curve, of course. It's a big problem. So again, I still think it's the most winnable Druid matchup in this series, even with the tech cards, but the tech cards definitely help tilt it even more Hunter favored.
Overgrowth Kazakhstan is available.
Pouch
Super Fake. If he just wants to say he's going to put it all on the line. Yeah, I mean, this could theoretically be Pouch on 1, right? Try and find a Bloom and then drop the Overgrowth and then Bloom out.
Oh.
What is that on the other side?
I need to teach Yala how I need Yala to teach me, how to mulligan, because this is insane.
Raven, call the police, followed by an ambulance. Every emergency service, we need all of them right now. Even the Coast Guard, get them involved.
It's not for Yala.
No. Oh, the hubris. Yeah, just hero power it. This always works.
I really want him to just play the other one now instead. He could still just coin out Mukla, right?
He could coin Mukla, he could coin Ramming Mount, he could Trog coin Neophyte. I think those are all fine plays, honestly.
I think I coin Mukla and then Trog Neo next turn. At a base sort of level, obviously things happen, right, which can change that, but I just think getting the 5/5 hitting face every turn is super important.
Hmm.
And I think Neophyte Trog's always going to be a problem. Fowler was hovering Ramming Mount, I think they're okay. Super face like, not again. I thought I won a game. I thought I was gonna take it all. Trog. And this ramming mount is horrible to deal with because you kill it and then you think, oh wait, most of it's not really dead because it just comes back.
Yeah.
It's painful. You just basically take double damage a lot of the time or close to it.
What is the best way?
It has to die this turn, though, surely.
It's either that or pass, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, what is the benefit, right? You'd replace a 3/3 Trog with a 1/2 Trog and have the Death Rattle minion left behind. Like, does that actually give you any leverage?
Oh, with a 1/2. Wait, what? It summons a 2/2 ram.
Hmm? Yes, but with a 1/2, you'd get a 1/2
Sorry,
Trog
yeah,
instead of the 3/3
I thought you meant,
Trog
yeah,
plus the
sorry,
Death
I was,
Rattle.
I was like, Sol, know this card. I was really
Listen to
confused.
the words that are coming out of my mouth, Raven.
Yeah, so kill it, but it's just painful.
Yeah, this is the question, right? Like, is this better? Like, I get it.
wonder-
You've spent your mana, you've done things this turn, but are they things that really benefit you in the long run? I'm very unclear.
I was gonna even suggest, like, is this just a game where you innovate overgrowth and say, I am a druid, and believe, because. Like I said, that's the problem with the ramming mount, right? It's not like, yeah, Biscuit's a pain because of the high health it gets, but if you kill it, it's dead most of the time. But with ramming mount, like you said, it's just double the minions now. Now there's Mukla. Overgrowth has to be played anyway. Like, it's kind of just made a bigger board in a roundabout way, right?
Yeah. All right, probably neophyte time, right? If your opponent is ramping into 7.
You know, fight hero power, I think. Push the damage. This will end the game in 2 turns, right?
Yeah, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11. Put your opponent to 10, and you would have 12 in play plus hero power quick shot the next turn. Yeah, looks pretty good.
And again, this is what the Mukla does, right? And which is why I was so much talk about it with coining it out. Because the Mukla's the thing dealing a lot of damage this game.
Yep. Agreed.
If these were just 1/2s, I mean, we saw, was it the last week of GM when Bunny Hopper did the whole I'm going to let my opponent have 100 Trogs?
Yeah,
Actually
it was
won that
something...
game. I know it's a very different matchup because the Hunter deck wasn't tech like this. But
Yes.
still.
It was something that a series that I learned something very specific from, that I was thinking about watching people play against Alan's endless procession of turn 1 Trogs, where Bunny on the play went Vate, guess the weight, because he knew his opponent was going to play Trog, and then he just got to draw the guess the weight cards without duplicating Trogs, which I believe was something that was available as an option in a couple of the APAC games that was turned down, which I thought was kind of interesting, but... You may have noticed I'm talking about other people's games of Hearthstone as opposed to the one that we're watching, Raven. There is a reason for that.
Yeah, the one that we're watching might not be on for much longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, there isn't even double armor gain, is there?
What did I count last time? 17. 5, 7, 8, 9, 12. Hero power 14. Quick shot 17. Yeah. So theoretically alive? No, because even then the armor's just going to add 2 more damage to the board with the Trog, so you would still be dead.
Yeah, the armor's like -2, right? At all times, so... And again, that's one of the benefits we were talking about, you know, going back to another game of Hearthstone, of, well, if you make 7 Trogs for your opponent, you take in 7 to maybe 10 a turn, you know, depending on buffs or whatever, but you get to play any cards you want as long as you have the mana. It changes nothing, right? So you can actually try and improve the situation. But now, playing cards makes the situation worse. So it is Ward and a Feral, I imagine. Oh yeah, the reduction. Yeah, you can't innovate again. Yeah, of course. What's that? 19? What was the count, Sol?
Well, now it is 19, I believe.
Fake hoping he doesn't have it. We know he does, though.
Yeah.
Again, Yarla just running over Super Fake with this Hunter. And yet again, yes, the Trogs and the Neophytes and the buffs, of course. But Mukla, I think, has been such an impact on every game we've seen between these two players today, right? Just that big 5-5 with decks that just don't really play early minions. So those bananas are meaningless, right? It's not even a negative in these matchups. They just don't, it's just a 3-mana 5-5. It's crazy.
Yeah, honestly, it does really feel that way, is that the only way that Super Fake is really finding success in these games is when Yarla draws, like, the vanilla cards from the regular deck list, right?
Yes.
Those are the ones that he can beat outside of Trog, but when he starts drawing Neophytes and Akani and Mukla and all the cards that have been put in there, Crossroads Watchpost we saw being a game winner as well in the previous series. Yep. That's just when it gets into real big trouble territory, because even then, like, yeah, the Mukla was responsible for a good 50% of the damage probably in that game from Yarla, and then Cult Neophyte just being such a terror as well on top of that, even though Cult Neophyte is a more regular card in Face Hunter than it is in a lot of the other decks, let's say, but still having huge impact. This lineup from Yarla taking the risk, saying that everyone's going to play Druid and I'm going to punish that, and so far so good.
I'm going to ask you a question, Sol.
Yeah.
Like, only slightly off topic. Cult Neophyte is rotating. Would you, if you could choose, put it in the core set for this year? Or have you had enough?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind, like, introducing a similar, like, low-cost minion that punished spells in some other way in, like, one of the early sets in the year, but I don't necessarily think that, like, Cult Neophyte in general, those kind of tech cards, you tend to get sick of them over time, right? So even just the new coat of paint of essentially, like, this is the new Cult Neophyte, but it's a different card that you play around slightly differently.
Neofish.
Slightly different. Yeah,
Fish
sure,
with black
exactly.
sunglasses on.
Yes.
Perfect.
3 Cult Neophytes in a trench coat. It costs 9.
I was thinking about, I know fish foo.
I personally have had my fill of Cult Neophyte
Okay.
up until
Because
this point.
I do feel like Neophyte is on the cusp of an acceptable card to just be in the game, if that makes
Yeah, I
sense.
agree.
I feel like it's very strong, but not like this card is truly disgusting, you know? But here we go. Game number 4. The winner of this series moves on to the top 4. The loser is done. Playoffs, dreams, and hopes of going to the World Championship, for now at least, on hold. And the true...
Oh, no!
I was going to say, the true champion of the day, King Mukla, attended to by his 2 bodyguard Trogs.
Abject disaster, Raven.
I don't even know what to say. How does he keep getting away with this, Sol? That's my question. And you know what? Yep, it's going to get lunared, and Yarla's like, yeah, nice, whatever.
Radiant power.
And where does, I'm guessing, Super Fate goes low with this Cold Tooth, right? Because he has Best in Shell?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Mukla.
Is it, though?
That's 111 the turn after.
He also has 111 right now.
You also have 111 and a coin. 1/1 and bare mana. Hey, you could go 111 again. Trog after seeing a Luna. can't really argue with, can you?
Yeah, I think like this puts 3 damage in play as well, right? And you're expecting your opponent to play spells of some variety. If that happens, it's then putting 4 damage in play, so you're even barely sacrificing anything for playing Mukla, and it just gets a Trog in play and draws a card. Like, it does extra things over what the Mukla does. Yeah, I mean, also, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not going to count that out.
Maybe even sprinkling an emote. Not quite as big a deal as it was in the Rogue matchup, but the Righteous Protector does stop the Trog getting hero powered this turn, which, again, we can see it was unlikely to happen anyway, but still. Okay, this has to be the game, right? Where you just ramp anyway and not care.
Where you just say, I'm a druid.
Yes, I am a druid. I win games of Hearthstone because I am exactly a druid.
Okay, Solar Turtles is now available. It's a big deal. Yeah, Super Fake very much doing the thing. He knows there's buffs in hand, though, which is, of course, a problem, because it will mean that this board is going to start pushing more damage than he would ideally like it to.
Wouldn't be a lot more, though, right? Like +2, +1?
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, so obviously, like, Super Fake is doing the thing next turn, which is great, but hypothetically, he might just have to tank this whole board for 2 or 3 turns, right? In which case,
right. Yeah.
the buffs really add up over time.
That's true, that's true. Divine Shield Trog as well, always nice to see. So pushed him down to, what's that, 21? There is now many turtles on the board. This is it, isn't it? This is the hope.
Yeah, this is all he's got. Lines of Cenarian wards to follow up as well. Won't be able to follow up immediately because of the overload, but still, big deal. That hand would be very much appreciated right now. Yes, it is. Okay.
And this is what's always a little bit tricky. Like, how many Trogs does he want to trade away here? Like 3?
Yeah, I mean, definitely 2 you can get rid of, absolutely no problem. I think the third one probably goes down as well.
Or does he save that? Does he ever save the Hand of a Doll?
For the Blade Master?
Yeah. Oh, it's 2 turns away, though. That can't be right.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought it was like 1 turn away, but that's just not true. If it was 1 turn away, we could talk, but...
You make a 5 attack, you use that and the 1/1 and one of the Trogs to kill a 2/7. You then have 3 Trogs remaining, and your opponent, let's say they hero power, they attack with 1 turtle through the Righteous Protector, and then they have 2 turtle attacks to kill 2 more Trogs. You have 1 Trog remaining. So yeah, I think you only throw 1 Trog in from this position.
Yeah, you want, minus the buff Trog, of course, you want 3 normie Trogs left, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Then you always have probably a full board. And there'll always be something to trade them off into as well, right? Because these turtles will live, which is a bonus as well. You'll only be board locked if you want to be board locked.
Correct, yeah. So the final cherry on top here is whether you want to play Cult Neophyte this turn. You could sort of try and make your opponent skip their turn entirely by playing Cult Neophyte now, or you could wait until next turn to block things exactly like Cenarian Ward going into that 8-mana turn, for example.
Yeah, I think you wait as well, because the worst thing to happen this turn would be Guff to Yala, right?
Yes.
And that doesn't block Guff, so whatever. Like, if anything else happens, you're probably okay, because it's going to be minimal. Even if there's loads of card draw, right? There'll only be some card draw. So I really like the hold on the Neophyte this turn.
He did choose to trade 1 extra Trog, which means now if Superfake doesn't want to overgrowth, he can cut the board down to a single Trog, just the buff Trog if he wants to.
Do you think that was much of the reason why? Like, on 5 mana, there would have to be pretty specific draws to, like, be okay with the 2 mana being spent on the hero power as well?
Yeah.
Would that limit the turn even more, maybe? I don't know.
It would, yeah. Still throw in like a Moonlit Guidance, Feral Rage. Like Feral Rage and Moontouch Amulet are actually really important here if you think about it, right? No, actually no, because you'd have to get the hero power attack into the Righteous Protector first, so you wouldn't then be able to attack the Trog at the end of it. Noble Mount's pretty sick here.
Yeah, it gets a clean kill on a 2/6.
And I think you're going to float the mana and play Neophyte here instead, right? Because weirdly, it's the worst Mukla that we've seen all day for Yala because of the amount of turtles that are hanging out on the other side.
Kinda like it.
Really?
So, if he buffs and kills one, right? Super Fake would have to double banana, hero power the Trog, but then it's too late. Like, he can't trade into the Trog, right? So the bananas, even though they look good because there's big minions on board, it doesn't work. It just refills the board. Because now he can, like, double trade hero power. Oh, that's his whole turn and both turtles die. Oh, you slam that every day of the week. It'd already be on the board. Plays around Trog.
Does play around Trog.
Just play it,
No
right?
card
Get wand. Easy.
I mean, get wand, yeah. But no card draw, no solar, no moonlit. Nothing really
You're
that can
missing the
interact
key
with
point.
this.
He is a druid. It'll be fine.
True.
That's the only thing you need to tell yourself when you're in situations like this. I am druid and I win games of Hearthstone. Blade.
These are looking very not wand at the moment, though.
And there is just an 8/8 on the board though as well, to be fair.
Yep, that is very true. These are not good draws for Yala. He really wanted a buff to go alongside that Blade Master that turn, which would have allowed a bunch of damage to go through to face. The Yala is going to set up, but this is suddenly looking like Super Fake might be squaring up this series and getting that all-important win with the
Unplayable!
Druid. Oh, no!
Just... Oh, Overgrowth doesn't even do anything. Oh, that is horrible.
Is it still going to be good enough, though, next turn?
Probably. There's 12 damage, and there's no way for him to actually push more. 18 with Smite.
Mm-hmm.
And there's
You'd
more
be looking at,
health.
like, Smite into Carrier would be your back-to-back draws as Yala, probably, to get out of this one.
Druid. Forbidden matchup. Okay.
The other alternative, of course, is just to draw a Carney right now, if you're Yala.
Oh! Don't even joke about it, Sal. That would be so insane.
Oh, that's not a joke. I'm very
That would be
serious.
so
Raven.
insane. Imagine. And it's always spell, right? Against Kaz, especially, because like the minions, yes, some of them are strong, but not compared to.
Oh. Okay.
Does have Sammy to clear the Divine Shields as well.
Yep.
It's something, and Carriel, I guess, but maybe Carriel can actually clear more minions with the 2 damage.
Yep.
And then what order he does it?
You trade this, right? You absolutely trade this.
Because of Wind Fury, like Gnomish.
Yeah, no Michelle. I mean, but even the scenario that we're in, right? Like a Annoyer Horn and Super Fake just goes face with the.
Yeah, you're like, oh no.
And then suddenly you're just not even killing the 10-4 with your Carriol the next turn, right? And you just kind of die.
Oh yeah, Carriol. Then next turn, Hero Power Sammy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 1-1 into a 1-2. Oh, really? I guess you can value trade, but you value trade 2-4s anyway with your 5-3s, right? So why not just kill a 1-2 as opposed to doing this? I guess the AoE plus the weapon kills this 3-4. Yeah,
I
okay.
was wondering whether you trade at all.
Why wouldn't you trade? Because of the Samuro for next turn?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
And I know there are buffs, and the weapon's fine, by the way, of course, but I know there's potential of like leaving the minions up is good, but if Super Fate wants to trade with you, then, well, that's 2 minions for each one of yours, right? Which is really good. Whereas if you do some of the trades now, does it really change the outcome? Whereas maybe this extra damage goes face. Maybe Super Fake has to trade with you, which then buys you more time. I'm not super against trading. I just wonder where it's that usual thing where if you're that confident your opponent's going to make the trades for you, you've got to work out, is it bad leaving the minions up or not?
This is very strange to me. I struggled to vibe with anything that you were saying, and I'm very confused that Yala seemed to agree with you here, because all you're doing is letting Super Fate create a better case scenario than what you could do, right? Like, he has a deck full of treasures that can just interact with the, like, I don't understand. What if your opponent just draws Krabby off the top? Like, that's just worse for you than you having traded through your 2-4 in this situation. What if they draw Vampiric Fangs, which is exactly the scenario? I just don't understand what the upside is of not making these trades preemptively.
Could potentially push 10?
When? When are you going to push 10?
Next turn, when Super Fate doesn't trade and you Samuro clear the board and push 10.
Oh, I see. So your play relies on your opponent being stupid.
What? You don't always trade there. Look at this board.
You always trade.
So many taunts, Sol. You only lose to one card. And remember, for the sake of just one card, it never matters.
Ah, very true, very true.
Super Fake's loving it. He's back in the game.
He is loving it.
Feeling it. Oh. Okay.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge. That's guaranteed buff.
Literally huge.
He can guarantee the buff with the hero power here anyway, if he wants to, right? And save the Blessing of Authority.
Yeah, but he has the big minion now. We're looking at a Vampiric Fangs, of course, but
yeah,
he has the big minion that can punch him in the face next turn if he does it now, right?
True, yeah.
Whereas Blessing, if he saves it, it's going to be minimal 2 turns time before it becomes impactful.
Mm-hmm.
And every single turn that goes by, more treasures get drawn, which is the scary part, right?
Wow. Okay. Mine's Noble Mount. Very nice. But y'all are really greeding this Blessing of Authority now.
About the Vampiric Fangs.
Yeah, his Vampiric Fangs is going to be massive.
The soul read of, like, he can kill this next minion. I'll put out some bait. Oh, brilliant. He's got the bananas, and I think he's going to split them. You know what's very funny?
I mean, everything that just happened in the last 10 seconds.
I'm just waiting for Yala to potentially, like, I mean, will he be dead? And work out if he can buy another turn. That'll only be 9, right? No. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
9. So he can't clear. So you'd have to, like, Peasant Hero Power and then Samuro Blessing next turn. Taking what? 4, 8, 12, 14, 15 with Hero Power next turn?
Yep.
Okay.
He's chilling. He's absolutely fine.
Yeah. That's only a million damage on board. What could possibly go wrong?
Imagine getting your bananas out and still losing, Raven. All right, Wax Rages are a big problem, though.
Better than one big Samuro, though. That Samuro's big, Sol. Pretty big.
It is.
He has to trade into a 2-attack minion.
Yeah, one of the remaining cards is a Vampiric Fangs, though, remember? That is a problem. There is an overgrowth to
What if he
cycle
gets
as well.
his teammate, tag team partner, Blade Master Okami, block the Fangs?
True.
Like, really, he's trying to work out whether this changes timers, I guess. Trading or not. But surely you trade.
Yeah, I think so.
Job done.
Here it is. Oh! Okay. Yala's literally got, once this clear happens, he has 2 turns to win the game, right? Which probably
At
never
best.
happens.
At
Yeah,
best,
I'm on
yeah.
about like off base board, right? The 2 Wax Rages, Hero Power, plus something the turn after.
Yep. You gotta think, like, one of the remaining cards is the other Annoyer Horn, one of the remaining cards is the Vampiric Fangs. Both of those probably just end the game on the spot, and there's an
Banana
overgrowth.
Split.
And there's an
That too.
overgrowth to cycle. Yeah, that's true as well, yeah.
My blade seeks vengeance.
Casual 13-18 AoE clean. Yeah, Wax Rages are clutch though, right?
Yeah, the
If they
Wax
weren't
Rages
there,
is
like this
insane.
game probably goes to Yala. Oh, never mind. Chomp, chomp.
GG. Honestly, easiest game of Super Fake's life. I don't know what we're worried about.
Only coined Mookler. Okay, well, pretty sure now. Don't like to call it too early, but it feels like Super Fake might be onto something this game. Oh, Delinquent, not going to cut it. Squawker is Blessing of Authority. That's a concede. Super Fake gets there with the Druid. And that means it's all going to come down to game number 5, which is going to be Paladin versus Demon Hunter? Yeah, versus Le Brutes. Bit more of an awkward
Brutes.
matchup, right?
Indeed, yeah. Once again, big minions coming down. There is a broom in Super Fake's build of Demon Hunter, so it's possible that if it, like exactly this kind of mid-game board is hanging around that you just saw there, like a couple of 5-attack minions, couple of 1-attack minions, that Super Fake can just have a massive brute turn, pop off, rush the brutes into the 5-attack minions, take some value trade, and that's enough to get there. However, that is a very specific pan out. And outside of that, Brute Demon Hunter does not play Immolation Aura, does not play Fell Screen Blast, it does not really play removal outside of a couple of Soul Shears at all. And it is significantly slower on average at getting to big Kazakhstan win conditions than the Druid is. So it's going to have some difficulties, but if there is one of those draws that we saw from the Paladin earlier from Yala, where it's just a handful of 4-drops not going anywhere, then suddenly Super Fake finds himself on the cusp of the impossible, Raven, as this did not look like a winnable series from any angle, and now suddenly Super Fake is a single good brute draw away from winning it, going through to Sunday, joining Fury Hunter in the semi-finals.
Now, also, this is the 3rd game in this series that Yala's had to play Paladin. It's basically lost the 2 games that Super Fake has won. So really big deal there that this is the, maybe the worst deck. And I'd probably agree with that, honestly, overall for this strategy. I think the Paladin's the potentially the worst overall as a deck. Maybe not in the specific matchups, but yeah, it's going to be a tough one here. Demon Hunter going to be there for Super Fake. Not a bad opening. Do you think he's worried enough to just keep this hand? Soul Share specifically, I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, this feels like a decent anti-aggro hand, right? Because you have the Tusk Piercer, you have the Soul Shear, you can start picking apart minions from your opponent fairly well. However, I don't know whether, one-for-oneing a few minions over the course of the game is really going to end up being good enough. Because to my mind, like what Superfake needs to do is just Turbo Quest, get some brutes down as early as humanly possible. Ooh, this is one of those hands, Raven, on the other side. This is exactly one of those hands that I was just talking about.
Superfake's powered up. Oh, the Spectral off the top, not bad.
Yeah, awkward turn to draw it, though.
It is, but do you think because of the way the matchup is, you just take your 2 cards and be happy about it? Like,
Very possibly,
it doesn't need. You don't need to pop off every turn, right? So, like, do you just want more options? I mean, Fake decided no. He wants to get the Tusk Piercer equipped and get it swung already. But I do just wonder if having more options is just better, and the Spectral Sight doesn't have to combine with a quest turn.
Well, this is kind of what I was alluding to previously before. Before Yala's hand distracted me, as it just did again. But yeah, so if we're dealing with like Fell Demon Hunter, for example, then I can imagine this being a relatively good situation to just play Spectral Sight, because then you're closer to Immolation Aura, Talented Arcanist, Fell Screen Blast, yada yada yada, and you can potentially anti-aggro your way out of the match. You can't anti-aggro your way out of this matchup with Brute Demon Hunter. It's just not possible. So I think what you do need to do is get quick quest completions, and then draw brutes, make big brute boards with philosophy and so on. That's personally how I feel like the matchup is going to win. In that case, having Spectral Sight still for a quest turn in hand is probably beneficial.
I was picking up the pace a little bit. Noble Mount, always fantastic as a potential just minion to stick around, receive some buffs as well, and start pushing some damage. And Yala going for the double Divine Shield approach here. And to put the pressure. And again, like, as you mentioned, right, no Immolation Aura, so these Divine Shield minions just won't die. Even the Soul Shear require Hero Power and Soul Shear to be able to deal with one of these things.
Oh, but Raven, that is an active Acrobatics Aura with the Soul Shear and the double jump. Can even still fit the Hero Power in and proc it. I guess the issue is if he Hero Powers, he's not going to be able to cast Philosophy, although now he is with the Illidari Studies being able to come down. Oh, if he gets bruted here, Raven...
I mean, just throw that Soul Shear out there. Do it now. You have triple Philosophy.
You can't Hero Power, right? You need the mana, I think. Acrobatics. Oh. Fragment! Okay. Fragment!
Okay.
No. Spectral Sight? Sigil... Okay, he's going to Sigil Runner instead of the Spectral Sight. This makes sense. No!
That would have been insane. Still gets a couple of Spirit Jailers out, so it's not the end of the world. It's fine, but it could have been game-winning. And Superfake knows it, right? Look at his response. If he had hit a Brute there, I think the game just ends.
It did, yeah. 100%.
A weird turn yet again, right? Just Protector, not bad. Maybe combined with Hand of a Doll on one of these 2 minions to push more damage. Being double Soul Shear now, right? So other than attacking and obviously generating something, there's nothing left, right?
And Broom as well is the only other.
Oh, sorry, Broom.
I guess you have to think about.
Broom.
Yeah.
True. Mm-hmm. But yeah, generally, there's not really any spot removal left, so...
Is there a weird play where you can just Akani for minion this turn, and then, like, your opponent doesn't have brutes in hand? There's very few other minions that are going to get played here with Sigil Runner. Like, essentially what I'm trying to do is stop Kurtrus from happening over the course of the game. That might seem a little bit ambitious.
The problem is, though, Superfake will play a spell. See that, and then throw down any minion he possibly can, right?
Yeah.
That's the... I mean, again, it's not lacking in value, that in of itself, right? But the odds of it actually stopping Kurtrus are minimal at best.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, gonna chuck the philosophy into the tester. Gets blocked, but now the spectral is open up. Just glide. Oh, spectral does the same. Okay, sorry, I thought he was one more away.
Yeah, he's good with just the spectral. Could argue it's just more efficient to use the glide anyway.
Got the mana, wants new cards, wants to play Kurtrus next turn anyway. Puts the spectral back in the deck. Oh, wait.
That's playable because of the soul fragment. Yep.
You just play it, right? Because you can trade the 5/1.
Yep, looks good. If you wait, it's probably going to be 2 turns from now. Like, I think if there was a chance that you could Philosophy Brute next turn, you would wait 1 turn and then just try and go for Giga Brutes next turn alongside the 7/7. But I feel like you're waiting too long to make that happen, personally. Ooh, Super Fake disagrees, though. He's going to hold.
Brave.
Okay. Yala considering whether he ever holds on to Blade Master Hand of a Dial combo, but I don't think you do. I think you need pressure right now. Your opponent is looking to spend 5 mana on Kurtrus next turn. You need to be able to shut that down as hard as possible. Yeah, I agree with this.
Peasant Protector. Just scrap the hero power, I think.
Yeah, looks good.
Does have Smite sitting in hand as well. Although he's only just starting to deal, relevant damage. The fact that he just has it, healed back up.
Oh, stop! So many soul fragments. Oh my goodness, and Crimson Sigil Runner off the top as well. That's a bad draw, though.
Yep. Still though, more fragments. Get them in.
Yep.
Was that Authority? No, okay. Fury though. I have a suggestion. Hold
Is
smites to the face.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of...
I mean, why not? Why not?
Yeah, I was considering Battle Master as well for the same kind of reasons.
Okay, the parrot got Hand of a Doll. Drew the Blessing of Authority as well. So the power is there. It's just time now because as soon as Kurtrus is down in this deck, you may as well just give them their 15 cards that are left. Reduce them, do what you want.
Oh, the broom is in hand, Raven. Forget about the fact that was the worst Illidari studies I've ever seen in my life. Oh, this has actually started getting a little bit awkward.
Yep. I actually thought he would have Skulled that turn, honestly.
I think it's just too much mana commitment. Okay, one of those brutes was green, so he's getting 1 back at the very least. Here come the fragments. Petrosite is going to go in the middle.
Oh, Lion's
Does have
Frenzy.
Lion's Frenzy, though. But if he doesn't get the broom back, the very underwhelming Lion's Frenzy. Okay, you can use the Royal Librarian, sure, that does make sense.
I'll never stop searching.
Oh, Spectral Sight from the right as well.
He also played Tusk Piercer, then Lion's Frenzy, right?
Stop searching.
Yep. We'll draw 1 more card if he needs it. Get him up to 14 attack total, I believe, given no more soul fragments. Yep.
Plus the 7 from Kurt. Not a great way to stop this, is there? Has Super Fake done it?
He needs the other Righteous Protector, but even then, there's still the Broom left remaining in the deck, I believe, for Super Fake.
He could draw into a... Oh, my brain's gone blank. Lifesteal buff.
Yes.
That
True.
could help. Either way.
Although, no, actually, he only plays one copy, right? And it was jammed on curve with the Stonehearth Vindicator. He just doesn't have it left.
Yeah, you're right. He only plays one. Yeah, I thought, yeah, someone's got to make the cut for Mukla, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, that's a big deal. And at this point, like I said, once Kurtrus comes down, you may as well let the Demon Hunter do what they want, because they can. Nothing really that I can even, outside of Righteous, carry... Like, Carrier won't work because it's already too expensive.
Yep. Like, it has... Righteous Protector is the only out I see, and even then, there's 6 cards left remaining in the deck, and one of them is a Broom. Like, I'm just not seeing it. I think after all the hype, Superfake might have actually found a way out of this series.
Yeah, what... He has 1 card draw guaranteed. He has... There's Broom. He'll need to get the damage. That's not card draw.
Oh no! Disaster
Not card
Raven!
draw. Wait, just play Chasm, win. That's what Druids do. Try that.
So now he needs to Broom into the 9/3.
We'll just have a little peek.
Wait. Against... Okay, get rid of Smite.
Oh, I didn't hit the Battle Master.
He gets rid of Smite. He can play Broom Brute. He can put the Stellina into the 9/3, Broom into the 6/1,
Yep.
and Brute the 5/2, I guess?
Yep. But now the Broom's gone. So now Righteous Protector lives if it's drawn from Yala.
Also, does Superfake even swing, right? Surely not.
Oh, I don't think so.
I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm going to press the buttons on. Glaive Sentinel, that's what he was really missing, right?
Yep.
Obviously the Kaz is in hand, ignore most of the other stuff. 2 Soul Fragments potentially as well, which makes sense.
Oh, it's a Divine Shield minion, but not the one he's looking for.
Does have... What does Knight of Anointment even draw? An idea? Essing, Bubble Mount. Nothing actually good, because it doesn't draw more cards, right?
Yeah.
I guess Blessed of Authority, just make another massive Trog, right? And just
Yes. Absolutely.
say, well, there you go. Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe you could argue like Noble Mount would have been okay to do the value trade with the 5/2.
Yeah, I think he was fine whichever way it hit. I think Blessing of Authority is the better option. I think the deliberation now is whether you buff Trog value trade push 5 with the Squawker, or whether you just straight up trade the Squawker to have maximum size Trog sat on the board on the other side. And I think it's buff Trog value trade because there's no removal left in your opponent's deck at this point.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to Kazakhstan you and draw cards from this position, most likely.
It's a face swing or it's a nothing, isn't it, to kill the Trog? So the health doesn't even necessarily overly matter, right? If they're taking that much damage, that's probably enough anyway.
Yep.
5 getting pushed. Okay, so that's 2-3 minimum. Now there's the Peddler.
But Peddler now only draws a
Fragment.
Fragment, a Sentinel, or a Brute.
Oh.
So he can't draw a card that activates Kazakhstan. He can't draw a card that draws cards.
Pleasure doing business.
You can do this and play Kaz. Hey, you can do this, play Kaz, get the
Yeah.
Fragment.
Yeah.
That's 4. Draw the other one, that's 5. He's 1 mana and 1 damage off.
He would need to hero power. Even if he drew the entire deck, he would need to hero power.
My hunt goes on.
Oh, this game. What a roller coaster. I don't think Superfake can do this. Needed to put in more time watching the Bly's tapes. I think Yala thinks he's okay. Now he's worried. I'm joking. As that's all the mana. There's the fragment. That was right, and it is just the brute. Okay.
Oh, brute costs 1. Are you kidding? No, that's so disgusting. Why does it cost 1? Oh, that is the worst thing in the world. Super Fake was so close to being the impossible kid, and he just was not able to get there. Yala's lineup went from like 90% favored to looking like he'd lost the game to Brute Demon Hunter. There was just no card draw left in the deck for that second charge of the Lion's Frenzy. So close. What a series in the end. If I was wearing a hat, Raven, I would take it off to Super Fake right now, because he made that one so much closer, so much more entertaining than it looked like it was going to be to begin with. Huge congratulations to Super Fake for everything that he's achieved so far, but it's Yala, like I said, to me, the MVP of the Grandmasters era, and here he is again.
Yeah, Yala's made it to top 4 now, an incredible achievement, as we have weirdly enough come to expect from Yala, I think, rightly or wrongly, whether you should ever expect that from anyone, but he does keep putting in the results, and it's incredible. But I do agree, I think Super Fake had a fantastic series this time round, especially just coming off the back of the first series of the day, where, honestly, he just got dumpstered. It wasn't even particularly his fault, but Yala just dumpstered him, and that must be tough to come back from, right? So he came back, he played super well, and to get close enough, I didn't even think it would be remotely close. I thought I'd already be having my tea right now, because I thought it would just be 3-0 again, done. But to get that close, and basically what? Very roughly speaking, a card draw away from winning that series, roughly, right? Maybe 1.5 cards away.
That's the thing, though, with Brute Demon Hunter, right, is that you could be driven mad now going back through that game, looking for 1 damage, 1 card draw,
Was there a gap?
Point of inefficiency, one moment where you just did something wrong, which meant that you drew 1 less card, soul fragment, whatever it would end up being. Sure, Bly's, if he was watching, he'll be able to tell you what it was. But I think overall the message to take away there is that, you know, Floki gave it everything and absolutely got to the point that we didn't think was even possible leading into this one, which was to bring it down to such a close matchup in the end. He's been a wonderful addition. And like you said, the first series, Yala just swiftly and delicately deposited him in the bin, and it was just over. And then Super Fake just clawed his way out again, found himself a bunch of bananas in the meantime, refueled with potassium, and looked like he was going to be able to get there in the most improbable of circumstance. So what a performance, what a first day to playoffs, Raven. But finally, once again, congratulations to Yala for just doing what Yala does and being one of the very, very best players in the world.
Yeah, it's been a great day 1 here. We've had pretty crazy things happening across Asia Pacific and Europe now, and I have no doubt that later on Americas is going to be the same with TJ and Lorinda, of course, so make sure to check what goes on over there, because again, there's a lot on the line. It's playoffs weekend, a lot of wins to be had, and that 1 chance for each region to put their name on that World Championship spot. But for us, we are done for the day. Thanks a lot for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow with some more European Hearthstone Grandmasters.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right for where is cards green? He got there!
Oh.
Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lambi with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right, but why are his cards green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lamby with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to America's Grandmasters. Today is Friday, the first day of playoffs, but the very last Friday of America's Grandmasters that you will ever see, which is insane. But nonetheless, I'm TJ, and this is Neil. And Neil, how you doing? You excited for playoffs? You looking forward to a weekend of Hearthstone?
Yeah, I feel like I've got a shout out. I seem a long way away from you, but yeah, I'm going to work that out shortly. Fantastic watching the previous two regions. I got to see most of those earlier today, finishing up with that crazy Yala match right at the end there. Obviously, we're going to have the same sort of lineup coming into this in a minute, of course. Super Fake Fled, all that going on today. If it's anything like we just saw in Europe, this is going to be one heck of a weekend, TJ. And like you say, it's my first time casting a last time of things, so I don't really know how to go about it. But here's the overview, TJ. What's going on?
This is, in fact, the overview. So how the playoffs work for Grandmasters is the 8 players that earn the most points throughout the regular season get split into 2 dual elimination group brackets. Today we're going to be playing out one group, and then tomorrow we're going to be playing out the second group. The first and second seed players got a bye in the first round of each groups. We'll show you that in a visual once we get to those actual brackets. And then the player that got 7th or 8th seed starts off the group with an automatic loss. The top 4 on Sunday will meet in a single elimination final bracket, similar to how we do it during the regular season of Grandmasters. And then, of course, the winner of the playoffs gets that also coveted spot at the World Championship. And we're going to be playing Conquest. Back to the bread and butter of competitive Hearthstone.
Yeah, I can't believe we're getting World Championship competitors ready already. It's gone so quickly. I think Sottle's echoed that thought. Or I'm echoing his thought, one or the other. There's the Conquest of which you were speaking. 4 decks per player, 4 unique classes. You know all this, right? You saw all this last week at the Masters Tour. Everybody bans one from their opponent. You play the best of 5 with what classes are left. You can't win the same deck twice because you're trying to win one with each deck. And then TJ just explained, it's a dual tournament, top 4 Sunday. Yeah, that's the rest of the sheet.
Yep. Great explanation, as always, Neil. Fantastic. And, I think things have evolved quite a bit, right? Seeing the giant sample size of matches and lineups that we got to saw at the Masters Tour definitely shaped players' views of what to do coming into this week of Grandmasters, which I think is very cool. We also have one new card with Akani, Blade Master Akani being thrown in there, which has changed some things, right?
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, I do think it's... maybe brought Druid down a peg. It's just another card that's in sort of these board-based aggro decks arsenal that they can use to stop an already razor-thin margin of victory that the Kazakhstan Druids actually get in some of those matchups. But Neil,
What have they done?
help me make sense of this.
I don't understand.
What does it mean?
So you get $1,000 for turning up.
Okay,
And you win
easy.
$500 if you advance to the next stage, and $500 if you advance to the next stage.
Okay, easy. Okay.
And then you get another
Then what
$500
happens?
for winning. And then there's $133, which is a really strange amount lying around. And then all the 3 winners of all the regions play for the extra dollar.
This is actually $2,633.33 repeating. We just
So they
rounded
play
it
for the
down.
extra cent.
Yeah, they play for the extra cent, just to make sure. But yeah, it's like you're getting, just to simplify it for us, right? You're getting $133 of your world's money now.
Like
You get it up
early,
front.
yeah.
Yeah, you're getting it early. And then maybe down the line, once the World Championship happens, we're going to give you an extra $133. How about that? Is that a good way to explain it?
I don't think there is a good way to. The only way I can explain it is that Abar got sick of us doing the $500 thing every 2 years, and just went, you know what? It's the last chance I'll get. I'm just going to add $133 to the first prize to make it impossible to describe.
It's $133 of his own money that he used
he just
so we wouldn't do this. Well, there you go, Abar. Your money's wasted.
Failed.
Congratulations.
Absolutely failed. Here is how it works. It looks more confusing than it is, right, TJ?
Yeah. So Fled did finish in the top 2, which means that he essentially won a first initial match. You can imagine it as Fled and Nalgidon had already played, and Fled won, and Nalgidon lost. That's how it would break out if it was a normal group like you'd see in Grandmasters. And that's based off Fled getting top 2 and Nalgidon getting 7/8. Pasco and Frozen were right in the middle of the pack as far as regular season standings go. So they're going to enter the group as normal and play out that initial match. So today we're going to play out that initial match between Pasco and Frozen, the winner's match between Fled and whoever wins, the lower bracket match between Nalgidon and whoever loses that initial match, and then of course the decider to see which of the players that's 1-1 currently at that phase will move on to the semifinals.
And now it looks the same, but the names are different for tomorrow.
That's right. That's how brackets work. Yep. The remaining 4 players will play in Group B tomorrow, which we will play out in its entirety, with Pun, Gamer RVG. In that initial match, Dmitry Kazov finishing top 2, getting moved up to the winners, and then Monsanto barely squeaking by into the playoffs on tiebreakers, but he's there. That's what matters. Starts off with that loss, and we'll have to duke it out in the elimination match.
Yeah, and 2 absolutely stacked groups, which, wasn't a given going back 2 or 3 years in America's region. But I think we've got to the point finally now where we're ready to find out who is going to be the America's representative and who may well win the Hearthstone World Championship. And I am very excited to find out who it's going to be.
As am I.
They're going to win. They're going to win. TJ's really excited about it.
Oh, man, the blur is starting super early today, man. Oh, jeez. It's going to be one of those days. I'm starting to calm down a little bit. But, yeah, and also, some emotions this weekend, not only from the players, but probably from me and Neil towards the end as well. As we, what were the words used? Sunset Regional Grandmasters. We will move to a global Grandmasters called Grandmasters Last Call in our 2nd season of the year, and that'll be the end of it as we move towards whatever 2023 has in store for us.
Grandmasters. Grandmasters.
Coming soon to a computer or mobile device near you. Hearthstone Grandmasters.
All right, first match of the day is going to be the aforementioned Pasqua versus Frozen. They did play in week 2. Pasqua got the better of Frozen that week, 3-0, and then got all the way to the final and then lost to Fled. And that was his week. Had another good week the week after as well, which is why he's here. Frozen, on the other hand, he won week 1. Like, just won it. And then just took it easy. Took his feet off the pedals, like, I've done my work now. Just don't really need to get many more points. Got enough points to get into the top 4. And here he is. Once again, looking in with a great chance of getting to the World Championships. And joking aside, he's looked good this season as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Obviously, we didn't see him in week number 2, so maybe he looks terrible.
Yeah, maybe he was garbage in week 2. But when we've seen him, and we're seeing him now, which is all that matters, he's looked great. If he was garbage when he's off camera, doesn't matter this weekend because we're showing you all of the matches. And if you want to catch all that and make sure you don't miss it, remember to subscribe to YouTube.
That's right. It reminds you every time we go to a little never miss a match, right? That thing, subscribe.
Well, this hasn't been updated, but we'll go with it anyway. So just on to the appropriate people, which isn't me for once. 11-6 with Poison Road. That's actually 11-7. I know that. And he's not playing it this week. Runner-up last week, well, that's also not true. He was runner-up in week number 2, as I just described, and his Masters.
And last week was the Masters
changed as well.
Yeah, I didn't realize Pascal got second in the Masters Tour. Cool. The decks, however, are correct. is playing the Rally Priest, Buff Paladin, Quest Rogue, and Beast Druid. So a little bit of an interesting lineup, right? We're seeing a good chunk of Beast Druid, just because, as we've seen over the past week, Kazakhstan Druid has a big target on its back with the aggro lineups. But normally in these aggro lineups, you see Shadow Priest, right? Because it just kind of fits the bill. Pascal going kind of with a double whammy style, where he's got two sort of aggro decks with the Beast Druid and Buff Paladin, but then throws Rally Priest and Quest Rogue in there. So you can think more of his lineup as kind of like a mid-rangey lineup, which mid-range really hasn't existed much. But these are the 4 decks in the metagame that are as close to mid-range as you can get, I would say.
And these graphics have updated. 7 and 5 record for Frozen, as most of that coming in week 1, and the regular stuff that I just don't want to take those down. He won so many things. Well, he came second in the World Championship after nearly winning it, and then he did do really well in that Gold Team Championships in China last year as well. And they just seem like evergreen facts that I never want to touch. But 7 and 5 record, pretty good going. That means, how many points did you get, TJ, if you went 7 and 5? You can work this out.
Ooh, let's see. You get 1 point per win, so that would be 7 points.
Yep, that's how many points he got, and that was plenty. We have seen players in one of the regions with 4 points get through, and I think 5 was pretty much the sort of cut-off for the other 2 regions, if I remember correctly. And he is playing the Weapon Rogue, the deck that Pascal sort of made his own in that week where he was winning. Or the week after, when he played against Dimitri in the finals, he was just killing everybody with Poison Rogue. So maybe time to get a dose of his own medicine now.
Yep, and it's going to be Rally Priest first for Pascoa. So we got Rally Priest versus Weapon Rogue to kick things off. And this matchup's kind of interesting, right? I feel like the Weapon Rogue's pretty consistent in what it tries to do. Obviously, you can have those games where you miss the weapon, but you have a lot of fail-safes against that with Secret Passage, so many tradables, ways to draw. You're going to find it at some point. And then the Rally Priest has sort of the same consistency with finding the minions. It's about finding the minions and finding the support to go along with it in the early game to really put the pressure on the Weapon Rogue. Because you can have times where you just stick a Sethic Veilweaver on turn 2. The very limited removal that Weapon Rogue has at its disposal means that that's going to stick. You pop a Power Word Feast, and then you're off to the races, right? This Rally Priest can also find an absurd amount of healing. It has healing in its deck with like Renews, Desperate Prayers, what have you. And then it can find even more with randomly generated Flash Heals, Desperate Prayers, Renews, everything under the sun. So I feel like this matchup is different every time you look at it. And right off the bat, Pascoa has Drekthar in the opening hand, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to hypothesize that this priest is a little bit slower than your regular Miracle Priest because it does have to take the time to find the things it wants rather than just have them in its deck. But Drekthar kind of changes all of that massively and puts a lot of damage on the board on turn 4 immediately, as if it wants to, of course. But with Rally in hand, I don't see why he wouldn't. And that's going to change the clock quite a lot. Might mean that Frozen has to start looking for those cloaks early that we always talk about. Cloak, scabs is kind of the mantra that we've used for several weeks for this deck at turn 6, 7, 8. But if you're going to die on turn 6, you don't get to cloak.
Yeah, and because of the aforementioned reasons, you sometimes also have to get creative because cloak, sure, it'll stop you from dying, but it won't stop the priest from generating resources. And of that could be additional healing, which could make it just harder for you to win the game, especially if you're having to be inefficient with your damage early because you're having to spend so much mana on early turns cloaking. So, this, like I said, this matchup can get weird really quickly. You might see 40 attack or, 80 stats on the board. and the priest just unable to do anything because of a cloak.
Nice.
If you can get to scabs safely, you're usually in a good spot.
There's some nice camera work there. Remember, they can't see each other, but they look like they could. Like, Pasqua dropping the direct thorn, they both had a bit of a laugh, and then Frozen drops the weapon, they both have a bit of a laugh again. So if they were opposite each other, we could say this has been played in really good spirits, which it probably is, but they don't know that until afterwards. Pasqua was surprised by the lineups in America. He wasn't really sure what the people in the region are doing, I think was pretty much his words. But he also didn't know what to bring. He brought his same lineup that he brought for the Masters Tour. So, because he just couldn't work out how to level and second level and third level the meta, so he just brought good decks.
So many options.
All right, Frozen has all this mana available for Secret Passage when he wants it, but I want to wait a turn.
I don't know about that. As weird as it sounds, I wouldn't mind like coin prep passage just to find anything, right?
Yeah.
But it looks like he's just going to get these minions out of the way. This will at least force Pasqua to have like rally in hand, right?
Yep.
He's not sacrificing that much damage. It's a wicked stab. But he knows that Pasqua won't be able to pop off this turn. It'll very likely be a setup turn to pop off after the fact. So just buying himself one additional turn. This means that he can delay his cloak for a turn which has so much value.
Absolutely. If you get the first one down on 6 or maybe push it to 7 again. You highlighted at the start, the priest has quite a lot of healing from out of nowhere. It can get really irritating, but it also doesn't have that absolutely monstrous minion very often. Yes, Bless is a thing, it exists, it's there, but quite often you just stall out with a bunch of sort of 6 attack, 9 attack minions, or it's something like that. It's large, it's terrifying, but you've got to kill them before the cloak comes down is where I'm getting at. You don't necessarily have that knockout blow in one turn.
Yeah.
Partly because you've run out of time.
I guess if you're not Gabby, sure.
Gabby ran out of time on some of his turns. I mean, he had amazing turns and played like 6 million minions, or spells, but he ran out of time on some turns. Yeah, and Pasqua not messing around with the rally. He's just going to get going and get this big thing in there and try and win it next turn.
Yep.
All right, it's time to go, Frozen.
A lot of good pickups here.
There's a cloak. He's going to have to play it, I think.
I guess. I don't think you have to play it here just because it actually is a little bit difficult to get 13 attack up to 17, right?
Uh-huh. But now he hasn't got it. He's got to draw it. Yeah, it makes sense.
He's got another passage, and notably holding on to coin as well, which gives him the option to coin scabs, which, Priest will very rarely kill you from hand, only if they get like a randomly generated void shard, right? Is a way that they can kill you from hand. I know this because it's something that I've done. Call of the Void into I always forget the name. The 3 mana 4/3 Death Rattle, deal 3 damage to the enemy hero.
Sure, you know me in card names, TJ. Yeah, I know the card you mean, but I don't have cards like that. I don't play enough Arena for some of those cards. I played a lot of Priest, though. Look. Where are we at? Anyway, he's not likely to get the damage through this turn. It's going to be all about this draw and this secret passage for Frozen. And then he's got to win the game as well. Like, talking as if that's obvious. But yeah, then he has to actually win the game, even if he gets the passage into the cloak, into the scabs. Okay, first big play of the night.
Gotta be cloak. Or draw, right?
Yep.
Ooh! Oh no! I was thinking like cutting class maybe?
Oh, that's a...
Has one trade.
Yep.
And has used preps as well. So can't even like double draw into prep cloak or something along those lines. Does have the draw from...
Oh, it's the cloak!
Oh!
The game's back on!
Yep. And then I like this ordering. This allows him to go cloak, and then if he does hit a spell from the Blackwater Cutlass, he gets the discount on that, as opposed to... Okay, well... didn't hit it. That will reset. And now does have coin scabs available to be able to deal with whatever Pesco is going to do on the board here.
And what do you do here? Because you lose to scab. Well, you don't lose. You lose your board to scabs, and you beat everything else anyway.
Yeah, I think he's kind of safe to just like play Thrive.
Yeah.
Maybe even Auspicious Spirits just for 4. You might get something back in your hand that's useful.
Raise Dead's a bit scary. You don't need it because of Rally. You might need the 0 mana later. You don't want to take the 3. So, yeah, what you said. Yeah, get your palm reading mana spent.
Ooh, Void Shard. Damage from hand. However, Psyche Split could also be valuable. I don't think he's getting the Psyche Split next turn, though. Actually, he could just start with Psyche Split, but then you need to hit exact discounts for Gift of Luminance. I mean, from Pescoa's perspective, I feel like it's just about finding the heal. It's not about finding any like crazy power turn. Because his 13-13 is enough to threaten, so it'll force scabs. And then he just needs to present a board again.
And then not die.
And then not die, exactly. The next turn is going to be about building a board and then maybe trying to like maximize healing.
Yeah, he's got to not die, because he could very much die.
Yeah.
In fact, he's currently, if he forgets to heal, he's currently... Can't add, I was going to say he's dead. He's not. Yes, he is. Currently dead.
Yep. There's 12 already just chilling on the board. And Frozen thinking about, like, if he should, like, Hero Power Garrote right now to maybe, like, give himself out for lethal if he realizes that he has to kill. But here we go. Pesco is, he's popping off.
He is popping off with Pop-Off Priest. Have you ever played Drekthar, TJ, and got no minions and then thought, oh yeah, of course I've reduced the cost on the Drekthar. Oops. Ever done that?
No.
I have.
Okay.
More than once as well, embarrassingly enough.
I've thought to myself, oh no, Drekthar doesn't pull anything here. I've thought it.
You're not like Lorinda enough to actually go there and just, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Takes care of the board. That puts him in a pretty decent spot compared to if he didn't take care of the board. And now he should be good to get through next turn.
Yeah, he is threatening lethal in almost every circumstance because of the Bless. I don't think the 2/5 Nazmani is going anywhere, especially as Divine Shield. Rogue just doesn't have enough.
There it is! Cloak number 2! Oh, excuse me for shouting. I'm excited. It's Sottle's fault. They got me excited in the previous cast. I haven't quite calmed down yet.
He did have quite a bit of time to find it, right? A lot of tradables, Deadly Poison, Silverly Poisons on the weapon, right? Only 9 cards left in deck. So now it's about the setup. I wonder if he's worried about like leaving a Sethic up, right? Like he does have or it wouldn't even matter if he had Paralytic Poison, but
go away.
That's 5 mana spent on trading at the beginning of that turn. That's crazy.
Wait. What am I doing wrong here?
He can hero power. He hasn't hero powered yet. What do you mean?
I thought there was another like card he could play and he can't. I'm just going crazy. Just ignore me, carry on. It's the first game of the day. I'm allowed to be crazy.
I mean, you could have played the Garrote or the Wicked Stab, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Desperate Prayer. He has Desperate Prayer and Renew. Hello? However,
wow.
It may not even be enough because Frozen has a lot of damage plus a lot of potential damage. It is an 8-attack weapon with, I believe, double Silverleaf Poison on it. Or maybe just one. Regardless. And then Guild Trader plus double Garrote and Wicked Stab.
I guess I was still trying to work out why he didn't use the Garrote, but he's got the Guild Trader buff on this, and he's not got much card draw left, so the bleeds aren't going to be very good. So that's why I was going nutty. All right, how much healing is he going to get going then? All of it, by the look of it, like you just said. 22.
I mean, Apotheosis, but there's nothing to target. There's only one Silverleaf Poison on the weapon. That's my bad. Last 8 cards. Poison. So it's got to be from hand. He's got an attack into this.
Yeah.
He's got 1 Cutting Class, a Silverleaf Poison, 2 Swindles, Blackwater Cutlasses. Like, the remainder of his deck is essentially all draw except for the second Shank. And he can fit all this in. But he's used both Sinister Strikes. So it would be the full damage Garrotes, which would be 12 plus 12. And the Wicked Stab is 6. So he would only need... he would still need 3 bleeds, however.
Yep.
And it looks like, by the looks of this, he's going to get at least 2 card draws. Potentially a third and a fourth. Because he does have a Cutting Class left. He's got some tradables left, but he's going to be pretty low on mana. Yeah, so he needs 3 bleeds. And that's the only damage that's left in the deck is the bleeds. And he's going to leave himself mana for... No, I don't think so. The only thing he'd be leaving himself mana is for tradables, in which case Silverleaf Poison would do the same thing. He's not trading this immediately, so it looks like he... Oh, nope, he is. Did he get it? Nope. And turn button is green! Oh, no!
Wow. What a start. 1 game in, Pascal already pumped up. I'm already pumped up, and we've still got another 3.5 matches still to go. But that, we might not see a better one than that. Hang on, that's not how it works. All the matches are going to be better than that. That was a great match. Great game.
So I'm trying to think if that was like the fully correct ordering, right? Because Silverleaf Poison gets him 1 deeper in his deck automatically. Whereas if he leaves himself extra mana, he could get 2 draws from 2 mana because 3 out of his then, 7 cards remaining would have been tradables. So nearly half his deck. And at that point, he was almost like just looking for the bleeds or Cutting Class. So it was like maximizing draws. So I wonder if Silverleaf Poison wasn't the play there. Or going even further than that, if you don't even Wicked Stab first. Right? Does that make sense? Because the Wicked Stab is 1 mana for 1 bleed, right? Whereas like a tradable in deck could be 1 mana for 2 bleeds. Like it's maximum possible damage. So I don't know the exact math. That is very difficult to work out. Like what's the absolute highest likelihood that you get lethal there? Is it swinging once with 1 Silverleaf Poison and then moving from there? Because the draws left in his deck, he had the only non-draw card was Swine Tusk Shank. He had 2 Cutlasses, 1 Rustrot Viper, 2 Swindles, and a Cutting Class, I believe was what was left.
Yeah, I think that's right.
very difficult to work out what's the
I could
absolute
work that out fairly
highest
quickly
likelihood.
if I wasn't casting at the same time, I think. But yeah, they're playing.
Well, that doesn't do us any good, Neil.
Well, just, you know, I don't know. Get Sottle in for 20 minutes like I normally do when I have to fix things. All right, it's going to be the Brute Demon Hunter versus, I believe, the Quest Rogue from Pasqua here.
All right.
No removal in these decks. You just put your minions down and off they go.
I'm going to be honest here. This Brute Demon Hunter, I have almost zero faith in. Like,
it does so well.
But every time I see it piloted by somebody who's not Bly's, it just feels like it always comes up barely short. Like Kazakhstan, especially with the meta, the type of meta that we're looking at, it feels like Kazakhstan just isn't doing anything, right? Kazakhstan is only relevant against like those slower decks, where you actually are decking yourself, not killing your opponent, and have enough time to play Kazakhstan and find treasures to win the game. Which in the current field of lineups in Americas, there's just not many players that have a deck that allows you to do that. And so the whole it's just one card thing, it's just one card that I've seen and have felt in playing the deck screw me so many times. But we'll see, because Brutes are still large and in charge. And Frozen actually has a very interesting take on the deck as well. He's included a Safety Expector and a Sigil of Silence in the deck, which is a little bit different than the norm.
Quite interesting. You quite often see that. I mean, it's an ambitious card, right? Because you want it after get to Kazakhstan. It's a way for 1 mana to actually start drawing your treasures really quickly is one way to use it. Obviously, there's many others because you get your quest completed quicker, that sort of thing. But I don't know. I'm not sold on the old Safety Inspector yet. So, not a lot of draw, but it all clogs each other up, so it's not actually a lot of draw. It just looks like it. Oh shit, isn't a very big removal spell, is it, against Rogue?
I mean, it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's better
That's
than
kind of how I
some
look at
versions.
Soulshare.
Don't have any.
Yeah, it's removal with an upside, and the upside being sometimes it allows you to get Brutes out, right? Or it gives you that little bit of extra healing to survive when you're getting down like a Kurtrus or something. So I still think it has its place in the deck, but it does often feel like, oh my gosh, this doesn't do anything in this situation. Okay. A little bit of an awkward hand for Pescoa here. Does have the discounted scabs, but no way to combo it. I guess we'll get a gizmo. I was about to say treasure. Come on, TJ, get your head in the game. A gizmo.
It's a gizmo. It's a treasure. You know, same sort of thing.
Yeah.
Early gig.
Yep. All acceptable. Will be a pretty good turn next turn, however.
Yeah, absolutely. One person's treasure is another person's trash or something like that. Not how it goes.
Ho, 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 ho.
Okay.
Smell that?
Let's do some things.
Smells like a brute. It doesn't smell like a brute anymore.
He's going to bail on the brute plan.
Well. Is this bailing on the brute plan, or is this
like setting up the brute plan?
Yeah, like if he hits Spectral Sight there, he could coin Spectral Sight and then hit brutes. But now it has become a little bit of an awkward hand, however. Whoo!
That was a big whoo.
Yeah, this is one of those play your hand type hands.
Yep, just put those cards out there and make sure they've got more than 3 health at the end of the turn. All you got to do. Or make sure most of them have got more than 3 health at least.
This is one of those please glide me kind of hands.
Uh-huh. I'll be glad to get glid. I think Frozen isn't that far away from having a huge turn of his own. Yeah, but how much of it survives, or do we care how much of it survives, I guess?
Yeah,
It should be good.
It's just stats.
Uh-huh. All that stuff.
Yeah, that thing could even draw him a card. The
You put a glide
3/5
on top. Yeah.
Oh!
Please glide me. Do it to all of them. Oh my.
It looks like he's
Half his removal spell's gone.
Yep. Looks like he's going to set up for next turn to be potential Broodage. But he's taking some heavy damage right now. Like real heavy.
Next turn is going to be absolutely ridiculous, though. He could get 3 brutes in a lot of worlds.
But will he do it in this world is the question. Because this world right now, the one we're living in, is the only one that matters.
On someone from World 732Y just phoned in. They're complaining.
Nope.
Unlucky.
And then
off the line.
And then next world, that world will be the only one that matters.
Uh-huh. Oh, I see. They run in like, you run all of this world forever, and then the next one starts and runs again. They're not all running, like, simultaneously. I see. Always wondered how that worked. Now I know. Thank you, TJ.
You're welcome.
All right, gonna draw a lot of cards. Needs a lot of brutes.
I see it all.
He's gonna draw a lot of cards.
Ho 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 ho! Crimson Sigil Runner, that's a draw too.
Keep on playing these 0-cost cards and hope it all works out.
Yep. Wants to hit a brute like right now.
Yep.
For this philosophy, because it's in outcast position and he's gonna have to play it. Wait, what?
No brute. And he gets the Spirit Jailer just to make it worse.
He can still Spirit Jailer. That still draws a card. It also shuffle. I mean, the brutes are free at this point. He's drawn 8 cards this turn.
Yeah, he needs at least 1 brute, probably 2. With the healing, maybe he gets away with 1.
Okay, Soul Fragment. Brute! Nailed it!
Oh, last card.
And dump him.
Dump him quick.
Did he get any of them?
1.
1? He got...
Frozen. That is a disaster.
And looking at this hand from Pascoa, like... That would have been it. That would have been enough to survive. Maybe not enough to win the game, because Pascoa actually has quest completion right now. How much damage is this? Because Pascoa can complete the quest, play scabs, and get rid of this brute. Because I believe he's at 1 out of 2 on the final one. Would need to trade a minion in first. And then we're looking at 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage with the dagger.
I'm still... It was that hesitation for Frozen, wasn't it, on the Spirit Jailer? Didn't quite know which way to go because of the philosophy on the left. If he just played it, I know it's easy said, but it was only like 2 seconds. He went pretty quick on the whole turn and just got done at the end there. And now he's going to struggle to get anything down next turn.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't even count the total damage. As soon as you said it was under 16, it's like, okay, well, he won't inflict it all then. There's bits to tidy up around here. A few value trades along the way.
My hand is full.
Wow.
I mean, do you have to just Soul Shear glide and then hope you get back enough stuff?
Yeah.
Like enough brutes? Does it reset? It has to, right? The Fizz Flash?
I never know with shuffles. If it doesn't say shuffle, then... Oh, it'll reset the Fizz Flash. Yes, it will. Pretty sure. It resets casting costs and things, so...
Yeah.
Rosen gives it up. He had that one in the bag. If he just... I don't know. If it was just a couple of seconds quicker, it's hard to say exactly what went wrong. He did a lot of actions in the turn. We don't necessarily see the animations at the same rate he sees them, for instance. So either way, 2-0 down, and it's down to the buff Paladin from Pasqua.
Yeah, and this one's going to be pretty tough for Frozen, I have to imagine. And it wasn't like even if you got 3 brutes down there, it wasn't like guaranteed that he would win. Pascoa could clear much of it up, and then was rolling into a Scab's turn. So would have had like quest completed, but Frozen would have been able to get down the Kurtrus pretty safely. And you know, from there it's just about drawing the rest of his deck and dealt Lion's Frenzy, etc., etc.
Glide becomes super relevant at that point as well, rather than just a nightmare. Yep. Yeah, it would have all been so much better for him. But like you say, the Rogue is quite resilient, so he may still have got it done. But oh my goodness, anyone but Frozen, pretty much, I'd be saying, well, he's got to get back on top of it now. But I don't think Frozen has that issue. I'm not saying he never tilts, but I think when it matters, he can control it. I don't think that will come into play here.
Well, we shall see.
However, he's got an uphill climb here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You need brutes, and you need them quick. I'm curious where Pascoa decides to go with this mulligan. He is on the play. The one drops a lot of value, but Righteous Protector, actually not that much value in this particular matchup. Trog? Oh, Trog would be so good. But his curve makes sense right now. Like if he just keeps this, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good curve.
I think in a favorable,
if he's all right with pretty good, or if he wants to go for the juice.
In a favorable, I think you're okay with pretty good, right? There's no reason. The only things, part of your not favorability is having a bad hand. So don't have a bad hand. If you're offered a medium hand, just take it.
Yeah.
That's my view on it, whether it's right or wrong. I would have said that even if he hadn't kept them all. That's how I felt about it. All right, there's a brute in hand, but I don't know. It's worth 2 in the bush.
Yeah, something like that.
Needs to set this up over a couple of turns, obviously. Doesn't really have a setty-uppy kind of hand.
Yeah, just take the card draw at all costs.
Suddenly this slow-ish looking hand obviously accelerates pretty rapidly here.
Yeah, I would call it slow. I would just call it not 100% ideal. It's a good hand. It just wasn't the best hand. The best hand would be if that Righteous Protector was a Trog.
Sigil of Silence.
Okay, Sigil of Silence. Quite good.
It's got so much work to do in this game, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I feel like you do it sooner rather than later.
Yep.
Because it can do so much work in the game, but if the game ends before it doesn't work,
then it can't.
Then it can't.
And
I see.
Did you just change your pronunciation of can't?
I did. I changed it from can't to can't.
Can't.
That's it. There you go. We should probably move on because we've got to be very careful. All right, there's a brute online. Just gets
philosophy, though, and is one brute worth it?
I don't think it is. It just gets eaten by a divine shield and a 3-1.
That was a pretty insane turn.
Yeah. Pascal's like, can you stop doing stuff now, please? I would like to have a go. I mean, it worked last time, so I guess that's what he should be saying.
Yep. Yeah. All right. You can stop there. Frozen's like, all right.
No. Just
if you say so.
So he's challenged with spending his mana in a way that doesn't waste it, given he's getting silenced next turn.
Yep.
Vindicator
probably just play Cariel, right?
What do you lose? You lose Divine Shield. Sure. You're probably never going to get its ability off. Although, you're expecting Brutes next turn. Vindicator, of course, you do lose the reduction on the spell, but you do get a 3-1 on the board.
True strength comes from within.
All right, he's just going to get the damage.
Okay. There's a lot of damage.
Yeah, now you see you frozen down to 11, you suddenly think, okay, yeah, okay, sure. And the 3-1 sticks, so yeah, okay. I get it. Gets to preserve his Cariel, which could be really important next turn with 5 mana as well. So, okay. Askel's feeling it.
Pleasure doing business.
If this hits philosophy, he can copy, but he can't play it. He can't. Can he copy and play? Because this will draw 1 for free. He can trade it. It'll bring it down to 1. Okay, yes. Then he can copy. And then Spectral Sight allows him to copy and to play. Okay.
Double Brute, at least. And at most.
Simultaneously, the least he can do and the most he can do. Unbelievable.
Accurate, huh? Oh, Pascal has to actually think about his turns. Having that extra 3-1 there is going to be pretty useful for getting through one of them, obviously. Going back to a couple of turns when he had that tough decision to make. In fact, one turn.
There's not really anything he can do to set up super well. He can carry a roam, kill off one of the brutes, and then bring the Hand of a Doll down to 1, and then plop it on the other minion that he hasn't traded in. But nothing prevents Frozen from just jamming Kurtrus next turn and being ahead on board, which is a problem.
So by elimination, doing nothing has to be worse than that, right?
Yep.
Doing nothing in Hearthstone is not always wrong, but here, just doing nothing lets them get the value trade. So I feel like you probably just do the carry or play because you're out of other plays. He's not going to.
Yep. Well, I mean, this was if he's gonna, yeah, I like this.
Sure. I like it now. I've seen it.
Because it gives him a play for next turn to be able to take off the second brute, right? So he set up a 2-turn to be able to kill the brutes, which the play that I had mentioned did not, right? He'd have a 4-3 carry on board and then a 3-1.
No rush in hand.
Or 3-2. And no rush in hand. So now this allows him to kill off the second brute. Now he can actually go hold the bridge Cult Neophyte, which gives him some health and blocks Frozen from being able to have a huge pop-off turn next turn, which gives Pasco a time to play Lightforged Cariel, which means he's very likely not going to die to Lion's Frenzy. So yeah, this sequence of events has turned out. I don't want to say quite well for Pesco because he's still far behind, but he put himself in the best spot.
Yeah, you or I with our plays have lost by here, whereas Pascoa still hasn't lost, which is a significant improvement.
I grow impatient.
Identifying that he would be able to clear that second brute.
Yep.
The right spells. But you say though, still a long way to go here for him. To actually win this game.
A good deal.
Everything looks up to code.
Such a weird card, Safety Inspector.
It's been a while since we've seen it, actually.
Tended to see it in Paladin, didn't we, for a while? One drop Paladin, was that a thing?
Yep. Yep.
Another awkward looking turn. Again, I'm a see it and play it kind of guy. Carriel's 7, you've got 7 mana.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
That's up for some Samurai Worlds next turn.
And that is the only world that matters.
Right now it is, absolutely. Samurai World. Would you pay to go to Samurai World, TJ?
Absolutely.
Me too.
Probably even buy a 3-day pass.
3 days at Samurai World.
Yep.
I went there once. I could only, like, 3 days? You managed to fill all that time? Ah, it's a Viper.
I see.
Let me know when you go. Probably join you.
I will. Don't think there's a potential lethal here. And the biggest reason for that is because he doesn't even play Lion's Frenzy. So
yeah, I was just
analysis from the last turn as well. I've been playing and watching a lot of Brute Demon Hunter over the past couple days.
I've been playing a lot of Beast Druid. A lot.
I was going to say, I only played Frozen's a couple times and missed the Lion's Frenzy, so went back to playing something else.
There's no Lion's Frenzy in Beast Druid either, so that's been my problem too.
Well, Parade's Fury is kind of Lion's Frenzy.
Kind of is, actually. It's a good point.
Get it?
Yeah, yeah, I get it. Lion's Pride, Frenzy Fury. Trying to make out it's a two-part joke, but it's not. Just wanted to confuse TJ.
But we fight.
Does it hit the Samurai? Of course it doesn't. But the second prize.
It's still a big minion.
Yeah?
That needs to be acknowledged. All right, last 3 cards for Frozen are Brute. And 2 Soul Fragments, I think.
Yeah, I'd guessed it must be something like that because...
Oh no, which is terrible!
He's upset. He's like really sad.
Wait, he could just dump the double jump. And then play the Sigil Runner. Am I missing something?
Would he have had the mana though? Play Kazakhstan straight away.
The double jump was free. The Sigil Runner was free.
Then yes, he would.
Not many cards left.
All right. Oh, is this just a straight 50-50 here for Pasqua?
I mean, it depends, right? Like,
it's a 50-50 some of the time.
Yeah, now it's not. Now it's a 1 in 3.
Oh no.
Well,
last spell played was Hold the Bridge. Right. Correct.
I'm going to go with yes. The old guess, because TJ says so. Hits the worst one, I think. And he's not dead next turn. But he knows he's getting Kazakhstan.
Yep. And he's getting Kazakhstan plus Glid. Maybe not. He could just Crimson Sigil Runner just to see. But let's see. Ooh. Yeah, Necrotic Poison. Staff, both of those.
Embers.
Jars, Embers.
Because he's seen the thing, so Embers is good.
Yep.
Carry on.
And
they were rubbish.
Presence, I guess.
Embers will carry.
One, draws you two.
They were
and Necrotic Poison, cool.
Glide back because, yeah, your opponent's struggling. Don't help him.
Yep.
May the light grant you peace.
All right, he's going to try that again.
Oh, hit Blessing of Authority. Okay. It was the only holy spell left, so. We'll clear the board. However, Embers is lethal. Would have mana to play it even after playing Glide. Looming Presence can do that first. Oh, Pure Cold as well. So that means he didn't even pick Embers, right? Because it was offered at the same time as Pure Cold. Am I correct on that?
I think so, yeah, I think you're right. So he knew it was 8, so he went for the cheaper spell, which makes sense because he could glide into it.
Yeah, Embers, sometimes Pure Cold can be better than Embers in terms of raw damage because Pure Cold always says 8 to face, whereas Embers, if there's a big minion on board or big minion plus small minion, then sometimes all the Embers can hit minions. I don't remember the exact choices, but from that point, even with a big minion on board, he had like Necrotic Poison, like Canopic Jars to maybe... Oh no, Canopic Jars wouldn't have done anything. But did have the damage, could have glid as well to get through, had a multiple turns to find it. But Frozen puts himself on the board, and we got ourselves a series now. Brute Demon Hunter out of the way, and now Frozen has to move back to the Weapon Rogue, or... let me look at the ban real quick.
Priest?
Got it. Priest, yeah, or...
Priest. Chilling.
Yeah, or Beast Druid. And it is going to be the Beast Druid.
Beast Druid, we've seen a lot, or we're going to see a lot of it, although I expect it'll get banned quite a bit in Americas because they're in the aggressive lineups, and quite often it turns out to be the best aggressive deck in this particular meta, at least. Nothing to report in terms of the list, though. This is very much a standardized list now, I feel.
Yep, of the Beast Druid archetype, obviously Taunt Druid is still quite prevalent on ladder. But hasn't seen any tournament play this season.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I've seen it. I don't remember putting it in as an archetype, which means it hasn't seen play since week 1. Week 1, I was quite possibly just putting any old archetype down for any old name, but I don't think we saw it then either. So yeah, it's not been played at all in Grandmasters, to my knowledge. But the Beast Druid, we've been seeing more and more of as the season's gone on. I think it started off looking like just not good enough. And I would argue that in some situations it still isn't, but in the meta we have, it's quite often the best aggro deck for getting the job done.
Yeah.
So we're looking for more. Now, Libram Paladin is definitely like just a nightmare for the Beast Druid. It just puts so many taunts in the way. But this is a bit different. However, well, a good start. It's going to get taken down immediately by the Druid, though. Got to get rid of these trogs.
Yep. And Beast Druid's one of those decks where you can feel like at many points in the game you're against Beast Druid, you're ahead. You're like dealing with their board that you're like, oh yeah, I'm so far ahead, and then they just drop Oracle, free owl,
Yep.
free matriarch, and then all of a sudden they're ahead.
And you clear that board, and they drop their other free matriarch that they got from the other half of the Moonlit Guidance. They do it all again. Yeah.
Yep. So the longevity of Beast Druid is pretty tough to deal with. Now, obviously, they can run into awkward spots. The biggest thing is like composting timing, right?
Yes.
And trying to make sure that you do always have reload available. And sometimes not making the most powerful board you can because you know that you need composting.
Yeah, not being too greedy with it, but being as greedy as you can all at the same time. I know that sounds sort of weird to say, but that's because it's a weird situation, right? Sometimes just a 2 minion composting sometimes is huge, and sometimes 4 is just not enough.
Yep.
You have to be able to read the situation you're in very clearly.
Yep. All right, I like this Oracle timing from Frozen because there's very little that Pescoa would be able to do in this situation that would deal with it. It would have to be, what exactly, Hand of a Doll into Guardian Og Merchant in order to handle it?
Can't see any other way. Always scared to say exactly, but I think you're right.
Yeah, which would have been possible for Pescoa.
Oh, no.
Because not even Hold the Bridge picked up would have been able to do it there.
Talking of holding things, do you hold the buff for the Samuro here? Big decision.
Probably. Actually, I don't think it's necessary. Because you're not even guaranteed to have a board, and the buff, that particular buff on Blademaster Samuro doesn't really do anything. Because it gives it Divine Shield, which means it doesn't pop the Frenzy.
True, good point.
I think that's maybe why Pesco was shaking his head, because if he had picked up like second Hand of a Doll in that instance, maybe he would have been able to hold on to it. Or Blademaster Samuro is, and like you could see kind of the worry on his face, right? Oh no, I left an Oracle up. Frozen has no follow-up to this Oracle.
No, he's literally
just nothing.
He was playing it to hit a 1-drop because he's got the sentries to like defend it for a turn in some situations. But he also knows that Samuro is just going to demolish this. Carriel will demolish this as well. And the worst thing for him here, other than not drawing a 1 there that he really needed, is he's got no play for next turn once this is cleared if this goes wrong, which it's likely to.
Yeah. It's actually looking pretty dire for Frozen. Yeah, even like the Owls and the Matriarchs right now aren't cheap enough. What is that, 3 beasts?
Yep. Yes, 3. 1 plus 0 plus 2. What?
Oh, the
What's
0
funny
being he
now?
didn't play any beasts on turn 2?
Yeah.
Okay. You're counting by turns. I was like... what? I thought you were counting...
God.
Yeah, 1 plus... Let's throw in a 0. 1 plus 0 plus 2. Yep. Let me find a
Look at me, I
roundabout
can add up
way.
more than 2 numbers. I can add up 3 numbers because, yeah, how clever I am.
All right, we got our first Akani of America's Grandmasters. What did he pick? Ooh, spooky.
Picked owls? Oh, it's a ghost. I see. I thought you were saying like
Sorry, that was not a hoot. That was an ooh. Common misconception.
I just know you like your oohs and your howls.
Yep, it was spelled ooh. This is not a good situation here for Frozen.
No composting, no cheap minions, no things to arbor up, no kennels, and you're playing against somebody who's going to start making big stuff.
Yeah. And when you say big stuff, I'm going to put words in your mouth here. You mean big stuff.
Big stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can put words in my mouth, TJ. You've done it for months.
True strength comes from within.
I need them because I can't think of my own words, so... Actually, that's just the biggest lie I've ever told, isn't it?
You can think of your own words plus some. You could simultaneously think of words for 4 people and still not run out of words.
Yep. All I've been working on now is the bit where they have to make sense as we look at Pescoa just working out how to make this murdery board more murdery. This looks pretty good. No hurry to actually put pressure on Frozen. He's already seen one Oracle, so keeping control of the board, preventing a composting that could get Frozen back into it. He knows there's probably an Arbor up just from the way the game has gone. Yeah, when you have to do this. Ugh. And now Samuro. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
What even is like the outs for Frozen? I guess they like runner, like Oracle composting. I guess owl still costs 3.
Yeah, right. This is supposed to cost.
You can't even go with the Oracle now. It doesn't even do anything. Can't even copy it.
Is Pascal going to greed the Samuro, do you think, here, just in case things go wrong? Because you can probably do it clear up in all sorts of other ways and just save Samuro for disasters, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Samuro is really necessary here. Samuro, yeah, can be saved for if there is like worst case scenario. He's just putting so much power on the board already that it doesn't really matter. Like Samuro is like less power than this, right? Like this play clears the board and puts more.
Yeah.
Roughly. Yeah, it does put more power in play because just the Cariel by itself is more power than Samuro because it would be.
And also, he's got Samuro on turn 8 now with Blessing of Authority if he wants it, if that ever becomes a thing as a safety net.
Yep.
Even if Frozen has the craziest beast druid turn. He's not going to. He's given it up. Pasqua going into the final of group number A. And Frozen is going to have to play again later on.
Group number A belongs to Pescoa for now. Pescoa will go up against Fled in the winners match, which is a nice little rematch from week 2 finals, right?
Correct. Yep.
Nice.
Final.
Yep. According to Neil Stats. Neil Stats.
Stats. They're like stats, but they're not that good.
But they're Neils. And Frozen not out. He did lose, but he will move down to the elimination match where he'll face Monsanto. So he can just act like he was a 7th or 8th seed. And that match never happened. Right?
Yep.
Not much. It feels that Frozen could have changed that last game. I think the big game to look at would have been obviously the just running out of time in the Brute Demon Hunter versus Quest Rogue game. Also, I still think he played the game well, but the Weapon Rogue, that could have been maximum odds. But there was a lot of different ways he could have played the final turn to squeeze every little 0.00 whatever percent he needed to actually get lethal on that turn. But overall, I still think Frozen is in a reasonable spot going up against Monsanto later. So excited to see that one. Does have a pretty unique lineup. And Pescoa just doing Pescoa things. bringing the good decks, running back the Masters Tour lineup, as you said, and taking that first victory.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said in the current meta. There's a lot of fiddly things going on now with various decks. Just running back the lineup you played a week ago with a week's extra practice, especially in Americas, where guessing the meta's pretty difficult, especially with Fled in your group, where he might just do anything. So, yeah, play the decks you know and that you're good at. And that's what he did. Did it nicely, as always, found that really good setup turn to kill off the 2 brutes as a paladin, which wasn't the game he ended up doing that well in, but it just shows that he's on the best of his form.
Yep. Well said. Well said. But that's just our first match of the day. We have 3 more to go. Coming up next, we will have, I believe, the winners match between Pascoa and Fled. So our break schedule is going to be a little bit different here. We're going to have a longer break now. And our halftime break will be shorter, which is a bonus short halftime break. Incredible. Looking forward to that one. Not the break, but what happens on either side of it, right?
Can't wait for those 3 minutes later in the day.
Oh, yeah. Coming in hot with a 3-minute halftime break. Sounds good. But for now, we are going to have to go to a break. I'm not looking forward to it, but it's necessary. So Pascoa has some time to get ready for that winners match. So don't go anywhere. More action to come here from America's Grandmasters playoffs right after this. everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. It's playoff weekend here. Just day one, though. Don't worry. You haven't missed much. It's Friday. It's Flamingo Friday. Friday, by the way. There they are.
Carefully, these are very, very tiny, tiny little flamingos.
Yep.
As she said,
barely see them, but they're there. They are there.
Said to my fiance, I'm going to wear this because it's the closest thing I've got to flamingos. And she says, they are flamingos. I'm like, all right then. There we go.
Yep. And nobody can tell you otherwise. Nobody can tell you otherwise. But yeah, we're one match in. We just saw Pascoa take the win over Frozen, the initial match. Frozen will play later versus Monsanto, but now we have the winners match coming up. Winner of this moves on to the semifinals on Sunday. One step closer to that playoffs win and a spot at the World Championship. It's going to be between Pascoa and Fled, a rematch from the Week 2 finals of the regular season of America's Grandmasters. And it was a good one. It was a very good one that Fled managed to take on his birthday, right? Am I thinking of the right one? All that stuff that happened?
You are.
It was only 3 weeks. It all feels like a single week.
Cakes and people and Fled winning and bunk beds. It was just all kicking off. It was fantastic. Imagine if he actually wins the whole thing. What sort of cake's he going to get then? World's cake.
Well, it's not his birthday, so no cake. Sorry. But somewhere in the world, it's someone's birthday. And probably actually...
wasn't. How do you know?
It's millions of people's birthday. In
just
fact...
a day where there weren't any birthdays.
There's not.
Okay.
In fact, at this... There were probably, at some point in past years, tens of thousands of people that were born this minute of this day.
Thousands. People have just been born. It's you said that.
I think that's true.
Right. It might be true.
No, it's not right. It's not right. It's not right.
6 billion people, 300 days, minutes.
There are, on average, about 250 babies born every minute. Actually, no, that probably is right. So if you... we'll talk about Fled here in a second.
Yeah, it's Fled.
Average life
More
expectancy
interested
in the world.
How many babies are born? Minutes. Did reach 2 regular season finals out of 3 weeks. That was pretty good going while TJ is in the tank. And got the 10 wins, which means he got 10 points, which means he was the #1 seed. Really good season for Fled in his 3rd season of Grandmasters.
All right, so I've taken the global average life expectancy and the global average birth rate per minute.
Okay.
And multiplied them, and it's roughly 20,000. So that would mean, by use of, I don't know, we'll call it sheer intelligence, I've managed to calculate that at this very minute, there are approximately 20,000 people in the world celebrating their birthday.
So, in years to come, 20,000 people will be able to say, or when they see this, they'll be like, I was born on the exact minute that TJ talked about how many people were born on the exact minute.
Yep.
That'll be a conversation topic.
Yeah. And on average, there are 0 people who will know that.
Yeah, because they were very young at the time, so they probably don't remember the broadcast.
And on average, I would hope that if they were born this very minute, their loved ones that they are close to are not watching Hearthstone Grandmasters.
I did see.
And are in fact celebrating the birth of a child instead, and so they wouldn't know either to be able to pass that information along to their children.
I did see a tweet of somebody who was grinding in the hospital ward with their pregnant wife being pregnant recently, like literally waiting for her to give birth whilst grinding hard.
But was it the minute that they gave birth? I doubt it, because we're talking about...
Maybe they forget to turn the sound off. They hear us talking about it as it happens, and then they would never forget it. So it's possible. If you're out there and you're giving birth right now and you're listening in, let us know. That's definitely the weirdest thing I've ever said in all the weird things I've said. Trog for Pasqua in the start. Can't even get hero powered down. Fled. No ramp in hand. Is going to have a really tough time here. And he's blanked out the background. He sold the bunk bed. What was he doing?
Ah! Gamer RVG is sleeping.
Yeah. That's what it is. He's getting resting for tomorrow.
Yep. A shame that... Well, actually, no, probably a good thing that they don't play on the same day. Flood gives the thumbs up. Understands the ramifications of this particular situation that he's found himself in. And that being, this game's going to be very hard. Very hard. He's saying, okay, and he don't have a buff or a taunt, and Pasco is saying, I have both.
Yeah, he doesn't know about the taunt yet. Oh, he's just going to play both. Oh, how does he play around Luna, I guess? He doesn't. He just goes in. You know there's no Luna. It would have gone down last turn. Trog is so annoying for Druid and for half of the decks in the meta. That's why we're seeing Trogs more.
All right, so the game plan now is, what? Load up the board with Trogs? So Pascoa can't play anything, hope he doesn't have buffs, and then clear with scale?
Yep, that's the plan, I think. It works against Druid, but it doesn't work against Paladin because they just always have buffs.
Yeah, but even sometimes through buffs you can get there, right? Because, maybe not. I don't know. That's a lot of stats.
Like when you do it to Druid, Beast Druid, you're stopping them from having their big minions. But against Paladin, they've got some big things anyway, so they're making the big things. So,
oh no!
Oh, look at this.
He can't do guff stuff.
I mean, he can, just not yet.
This turn,
maybe ever. All right, he's got the bloom. He can scale next turn. It's Pascal's job to give everything an odd health total where possible. And it's not very possible.
Nope. So in that instance, right now, is there any way for him to keep one Trog alive? If he holds the bridge on the bigger Trog, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this keeps one Trog alive. Actually, this would keep two Trogs alive. Yeah.
Because he makes one.
Yep.
All right. And he knows that it probably won't happen again the turn after.
Yeah, but he can leave just 2 1/2 Trogs on the board. Next turn, he would have, what, 4 mana to work with? That's not a lot. It's not a lot at all.
By working with, you mean giving Pasqua more Trogs?
Yeah. I think you're alive on board with Guff. And you could fill up the board to prevent a second Cult Neophyte from coming down. You could ramp up to where you're not going to need to bloom to get the scale out. And you could fit in like a Moon-touched amulet in the mix.
But he is dead.
Plus a Lunar Eclipse.
Yep.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to look at the bright side, right? All right, I'm alive on board. However, if he has any damage, I'm dead.
Yeah, Luna, scale. Doing pretty decent. Pasqua's doing the Pasqua. What is it? A jig? A dance? Head wobble? What's he doing?
I don't know. A plie?
A what?
A plie? You don't know what plie is?
No, I don't know what anything is, TJ. That's why I have you here to help me through the casts.
This guy doesn't ballet.
I don't. I haven't pirouetted in years. There's a thought. So explain what is one of those things that you were talking about. You can't just leave it there as Pascal queues up the Valley Priest.
No, if you don't know what it is now, then you don't deserve to know. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, thanks. So everything I don't know by now, I don't deserve to know.
No, just this specific fact.
Because if you're just to stop me from learning anything ever again, just it. That's the
there's
cutoff.
many things that you're allowed to learn, just not this.
Okay. I won't learn it. I shall be ballet unaware for the rest of my life.
And you have nobody to blame but yourself.
And you.
No.
You're the one who told me I couldn't.
Don't you put that on me.
I'm putting it on you, TJ. Okay. Fled has a hand this time, and he won't be facing a Trog. Two very good things for him.
Yes.
Pascal's dealt the opening hand I always get. Involves me getting no minions until turn 7, and then posting about it in every Discord I'm in, which is a lot.
Gonna keep the fortitude on the coin. I like it. Hit Sethic. Looking good.
Oh, fled. Oh, he got the innovate. He's okay. Remember Casey having just playing Murloc at the Masters Tour, looking so sad. Another Sethic.
Okay.
Have to wait, right?
Absolutely not.
You just coin one out, starting to hit him?
Sure. If he doesn't kill it, you just bless it.
Sure, okay. Let's do this.
It does make the powered fortitude further out.
Right. That's
you
the
won't have
problem.
the coin.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I said it. That was why I wouldn't have done it, but...
But I wouldn't have minded if he had just played it in that instance. Because even though the powered fortitude is more expensive right now, if he sticks a Sethic, which he's relying on anyway, then he's going to keep replacing the spells in hand, eventually going to get there. But his plan is to be able to fortitude it now.
And play another Sethic.
He could just fortitude bless.
Oh my. Yeah, how do you stop it?
Scale. Innervate scale.
That's the reason to have a second Sethic, right? Another odd-numbered thing. Then next turn you draw 2 cards.
It still dies to scale no matter what.
11, 14, 8, 6. Yes, it does. Okay. Now, because he's saved the Shadow Word and the other Sethic, he can kill all of the remaining whelps.
Oh, yeah. So this has worked out quite nicely. Will continuously stick a minion. Now is Mani picked up as well?
Yep.
We're approaching pop-off territory real quick.
With Rally in hand, there's no reason to hold back.
Yep, and Pascoa already has his passport stamped and ready to go to pop-off territory.
Uh-huh. That's the other end of town.
Oh, however...
Loser town.
We have Kazakhstan and all the support it needs. A Moonlit Guidance. Ooh.
Yeah, but has it got all the mana it needs? I guess it's got quite a bit, but without Guff, this always gets a bit messy. Puzzle box.
That's what I was leaning towards too, because Canopic Jars just is Shard of the Naru fodder, right? Unless you're trading in the same turn. He also hasn't seen the rest of his options, but I guess that's also an argument against Puzzle Box. Mutating Injection, I just don't feel has the power level. That looks like it was a Jars. Staff of Scales, okay. Krusty. Exorciser, yep.
Got Krusty, Exerciser. He might need Embers, but Wand is just the winning the game card.
Yeah, because he needs a threat, or else he's not getting there. Right. All right.
Less time.
Crossing the border into pop-off territory.
Yeah.
Not much mana to work
ready
with.
to go.
And Rally is just a Sethic. But Rally also is just an excuse to pop off here, right?
You just take... Okay, this is fine. And yeah, like you say, it's just an excuse. Trade in and tell your opponent they've got to draw their wand of removal or something now, or you just win.
Yep.
And connecting face doesn't alter that equation, right? You're probably just winning next turn if you trade, and you're probably winning if you don't. And the things that beat you are the same things, I think.
Well, Pesco is working through that right now.
It does give him a good chance of a next turn lethal if he goes face.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. That's like a clear of all the things, TJ.
Oh, yeah.
And it's his own 2-turn lethal now.
Not quite.
I mean, if he went face, it was, but he probably is well advised not to go face.
All right, pop off number 2. Plenty more where that came from.
Yeah,
well,
he's got the silence.
One for the time being, actually. Not plenty, just one singular. Okay, Shroud of the Naru. Good stuff. He's going to be able to clear up much of this board here. That was probably the worst split possible for that Devouring Plague, but it's all right.
It's fine. He's less fine now. Needs some more targeted... What is it Derek calls them? Pointy spells.
Pointy spells. Needs some pointy spells. You point that one. That points. It did not get discounted, however, but can keep going. Ooh, this is...
pointing.
Oh, yeah, this is a turn right here.
Drekthar. 0 mana Drekthar doesn't fetch anything, TJ. You should know that.
Yep. And if I
your turn,
now, I wouldn't deserve to know.
Yeah, that's right. Can't play the Embers. Can play the Pouch.
Oh, what are we looking for here? Kazakhstan.
Want to get some proper cards? Yeah.
I mean, let's just look at this damage here. I guess there's a good amount of damage that we can take. I'm going to look for a 7. Druid of the Plains. That's good. Yep.
Yeah, picking off the
They're off the
Sethics.
Sethics.
Without those, there's no juice.
All right.
Game.
Oh, Thrive. Ooh. Bless clears off the plains. Renew.
Trouble is with this version of the deck, though, you just run out of stuff really fast if you haven't got the Sethek.
Yeah.
You might be looking to tradeable into something that, like a raised bed or a way to get Setheks back, a rally.
I do like Hysteria, actually, just because it gives him a way to deal with if Fled goes for, like, some type of minion generation. I don't know. Hysteria doesn't deal well with, like, that many treasures, though.
You play it on the 8-3. Sorry. And he's got a great chance of either killing it with both Divine Shields or killing the opponent's minion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And gets the corrupted auspicious spirits. That's a good one.
It is.
Nicely
These
done.
embers are useless. Yeah, very nice turn.
All right, and now Fled is only alive if he goes into Nasmani and then Bonjour twice. Oh, this is not looking good.
Oh, it really isn't.
It's got to be exact. Because he can't even go like triple phase for lethal.
You go left, right, right.
Yeah.
That's the direction.
You can't even
Stop
hear
this
power.
street.
Nope, nope, nope. And death.
Applauds the embers for their effort.
That was an incredibly fortunate outcome from the Hysteria that opened that up. But at that point, he had to have taken a risk in order to win the game because he was completely out of things to do.
I think he was always favoured for them to bump into each other because he gets 2 goes at it. So he's 2 in 3 to miss on the Hysteria, but he always gets at least 2 goes at it. So he's 2 in 3 twice to miss, so he's 4 in 9 to miss twice. So he is favoured to hit on the one or the other. But then the spirits was super.
Actually, not even, right? No, it was good because it had health to survive embers. It didn't end up hitting with it. I guess you're right, yeah, because it's more likely to hit the Druid of the Plains once than it is to hit his own Nasmani twice, right?
Yeah, yeah. And even if it does that, it does at least clear them up. That's why it was a good play. But yes, he gets a 1 in 3, then he gets another 1 in 3. So he's